Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's double tale of terror in space. Skylab, are you there? Starring William Shatner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco, and Dial Soap. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are three important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Beyond the fragile envelope of air that protects this planet lurk many mysteries of the universe not yet revealed to us. But consider this. Perhaps they have been. But there is a decree from some higher authority that will not allow us to be told. What then?
How are you coming, John?
Solar panels are tricky. Number 4 still won't extend. Wait, I thought I felt something move.
Anything?
No, for a minute then. I'll keep working. This is Houston. Do you copy?
Go ahead, Houston.
What is your status on the panels? Panels 2 and 3 now fully extended and operational. The arm on 4 panel is still askew in its channel. Roger, let us know if we should recompute any of your program. Wait, it's shifting.
John, what's wrong?
Telemetry on Colonel F's vital signs fluctuating erratically.
John, can you hear me? John! Pat, suit up. I'm going out. Right. Houston, are you copying?
Roger, Skylab.
Colonel Ebb is not responding, maybe injured. Dr. Kent and I are suiting up now. We will depressurize, and I will attempt to bring Ebb back in.
Roger, Skylab. Dick Conroy is on his way to the floor. He'll be taking over.
Pat, switch on your suit transmitters.
Can we both go out? No, you stay here and set up your surgery. Skylab, this is Houston.
Dick Conroy, are you copying?
Roger, Dick. We are now depressurizing labs. That's me tonight. Right, popping hatch.
Jack, Ebb's signs are weakening.
Roger, Houston. Stand by. Houston, I'm setting up the mobile video scan silver side.
We will monitor. Skylab, we are showing attitude change on the station. Can you advise?
Hold one. We'll check. Houston, can you read the patch?
5 by 5, Jack.
I am drifting toward the capital. Houston, I can confirm. We're rotating laterally at 6 RPM. Also slight horizontal rotate, but erratic. Houston, it's possible that when the panel pops, its torque caused the station to spin.
That must be corrected immediately. Angle rotation will cause orbit decay.
Can you give me time brackets on delay correction?
Austin, set it up on the computer.
Roger. I can see him. The colonel's entered under the extreme of his lifeline. John, can you hear me?
Pat, that's good on the camera. We're following visually.
Hold with command. Almost there.
Vital signs very erratic.
I got him. Bringing him in now.
Roger. Pat, can you take decay corrections?
I'm standing by at surgery. Can you execute corrections from your station?
Roger. Set up on the board computer through Orient Circuit. We will feed.
Pat, coming
Are you copying?
We are copying.
Jack, look at his chest.
Let's get his suit off. Houston, Colonel Ebb's on the table. Pat is examining him now. I am checking capsule.
Standing by, Skyline.
Houston, Ebb has a massive chest convection. Possibly 6 ribs shotted. 2 feet as if they may have shifted into the heart wall.
Skyline, you will have to abort the mission.
Roger, Houston, I'm working on that now.
Pat, what are chances if we bring him down?
Better than if he stays here. The sooner the better.
Hold it, Pat. Houston, we have a problem. We cannot abort. I repeat, we cannot abort. Return capsule will not take pressurization, and number 2 fuel tank punctured.
Are you sure, Jack?
Positive, Houston. Fragments of the solar panel must have punctured capsule. We cannot return to Earth.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all. Hey, Matus Rosé. Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
Dick, here are the figures for the shoot.
Good.
Dick, you're going to wipe yourself out.
Can the sympathy. I'm sorry, you're right.
These show the Saturn on pad 9 will be operational in 11 hours.
How about Eckert?
He's lucky. He just finished simulation. He'll be ready when we are.
Well, let's give the good news to Skylab. Potter, activate the link.
Hi, Mr. Conroy. Switch to the Azores.
Thanks. Skylab, this is Houston.
We are copying, Houston.
Is Jack monitoring?
Yes, sir. He's in the capsule, but Pat.
We can mount a Saturn for rescue. We go to countdown in 30 minutes. Major Kenyon Eckert will be command pilot. We are programmed for an 11-hour count, and if we get lucky, wait a minute, strike that, we are lucky. We can rendezvous at 20 hours, 30 minutes.
Houston, we don't have much time. Colonel Ebb is critical, barely holding his own, still unconscious. Clyde is giving very erratic readings.
We're all praying. Jack, do you copy?
Right, Houston, no rush here. The capsule's worse than I thought. Even if I could get up pressure. Houston, stand by. Colonel Ebb's heart has stopped. I'm attempting a goal and I've had me.
Skylab, your transmission has been interrupted. Say again. Skylab, do you copy? This is Houston, Skylab. Are you there?
Dick, I'm getting telemetry on the lab, but
But what?
you're not going to believe this. There is no telemetry on life sign.
That can't be.
See for yourself.
That's crazy. According to this, there's no one on the station.
Dick, they're locking down the hatch now.
All right. Let me know when Eckert comes up. And keep the press out. Have PR tell them we'll do a conference once Eckert's on his way.
Eckert.
Right. Major Eckert, Conroy, how do you feel?
Perfect. You're ready on the rush.
So do you. We are T-minus 30 and counting.
Roger, I'm ready to fly this bird.
So are we.
Anything new on station?
No, and we're not telling the press anything except we've got a communication problem. Remember that when you get on the command circuit.
Got it. That's hard to figure.
That'll be a simple explanation. But we know they're there. I know it.
Yeah. Well, where else could they be?
30 seconds and counting.
Second stage tanks now pressurized.
25 seconds.
Power transfer complete.
20 seconds and counting.
All systems go. Guidance is now internal.
15 seconds.
Green. All systems green.
10, 9. Ignition sequence starts.
All systems go.
Looking good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
All engines firing.
Beautiful. T plus 10.
Now at 60,000, all reading green.
go for second stage.
Second stage firing, 10 seconds.
All right. Way to go. Beautiful.
All right. Take your seats. Calm down. I've got a prepared statement. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to take this as it is. I've got no time for questions. Here's the status. Major Eckert is approximately 1 hour from docking with Skylab. He'll transfer Colonel Ebb to the capsule and bring him back to Earth.
Well, yeah, but...
Now, hold it. Will you hold it, please? There's no reason to believe they're not up there. I know what's on your mind, but let me assure you in all probability there's been simply a communication failure. And that's all it is. Eckert's job is simply to return Colonel Ebb. That will give us a breather and time to figure out how to make the necessary repairs in the capsule. That's it.
Major,
My assistant, Austin Reynolds.
Are you getting any more?
Houston, I now have a matching orbit with Skylab.
Roger, Rescue. What's it look like?
Like a tomb. No sign of life through the ports. I'm now depressurizing the capsule. I will walk across to the station. I'm now leaving capsule. I will secure a line to the station from the capsule. If you'll forgive the analogy, tying up like this makes me think of the horse and buggy.
Modern ingenuity, Major.
Approaching station hatch.
Austin, any change in telemetry?
Nothing, Dick. The suspense is killing me.
Yeah.
Houston, I'm inside the station. Houston, there's no one here.
Glad is what happens when you use dial soap. It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else. To get you going clean and fresh. Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying Rescue, this is Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
You are to prepare for return. We're reprogramming for re-entry, and we'll feed the data shortly. We have several assignments for you to accomplish before then.
I'm copying.
Set up the cabin for video scan. We're going to fine-tooth comb on video for examination. Also have the infrared adapter ready, then pull all film from the analyzers and transfer to your vehicle.
Roger. Video scan is now operating. Take it any time.
Switching now. Major Eckert, are you sure you switched the scan to inboard relay?
Roger, Houston. I show power on the equipment.
Okay, stand by 1. Dick, can you come here?
What do you got?
A carrier wave, but no picture. It's almost as if there's some strong energy source blocking transmission.
Slide over. I'll use your board. Eckert, check your gamma analyzer now.
All right, doing it now. Hey, that's high, Conroy. About 5 over 12 interior.
Okay, stand by.
What do you think you've got?
Just a hunch. Crazy. Probably nothing. Eckert, I want you to set up the infrascanner for interior.
Can do. Give me a minute.
Right, and when you've got it set, patch it through the board and scanner circuits. Austin, switch the feed to the board scope. Working.
Relay now.
What was that?
Houston, what are you getting? I have no monitor.
Eckert, now listen carefully. I want you to pan the scanner left to right and freeze when I say.
Panning.
I've never seen anything like it. Free scan.
Impossible. How?
Houston, what have you got?
Major, we are looking at our Skylab team, plus there is one human form with them.
You mean they're up here with me?
The way it looks, the infra images are very hazy, but I'm sure it's Pat Kent, Jack Elton, and Colonel Ebb. The other form is gesturing and pointing towards the scanner. We've lost the scan. Austin, are you all right?
Yeah. Just lots of spots before my eyes.
Rescue, this is Houston. We're getting no visual on infra. Switch back.
Houston, this is Colonel Ed.
John? John? Is that you?
Very much so, Dick. Alive and well.
How? Pat said your heart stopped.
Dick, I must request that we discontinue conversation. Would you please go to scramble on the priority circuit?
Roger. Switching now.
Scott, your read.
Roger, Houston. Dick, we've been requested to keep the following information secret, at least for a time. Pat will fill you in on the beginning sequences.
Houston, what has happened is truly without medical precedent. Colonel Ebb was brought back to life. Mr. Conroy, we have been watched.
What? What do you mean?
At the moment, the Colonel's heart stopped. There was a blinding light shift in the lab. It was accompanied by a physical wrenching, almost as if our lives had shifted in time, which in fact it did. A man, no, better called a humanoid, was suddenly in the lab with us. She, told us it had been ordered to return Colonel Ebb to life.
I'll take it, Pat. Houston, the alien's name was Hobb. It left a message for us to play as explanation. Jack is integrating it into your circuits. Are you receiving visual?
Yes. What is that thing?
They call it a communicube.
A tape recorder?
In a way. As they explain it, the cube projects audio and visual into any receiver, electronic or the mind. Stand by.
Hobb is my designator. I am a special monitor assigned to your planet. For the past 600 years, it has been my duty to observe and report your progress toward space exploration. I represent, in your reference term, the Council of Worlds, a higher order civilization of 2,000 world planets. The Council is responsible for admitting new worlds into the Federation when they have attained a proper civilized level. Your planet has not yet attained that status. As the observer, I am gifted with the ability to read alternate futures. When the death of Colonel Ebb occurred, it changed the future course of Earth's progress. This could not be allowed, and thus the Council gave permission for re-life. To explain, Colonel Ebb will be the dominating personality responsible for your reaching the civilized status for membership. He will also be needed for future contact and space exploration. You are advised under maximum penalty to hold this information in absolute secret. Under no circumstance is this to be broadcast to the people of Earth at this time. This is Hobb. We will be waiting. John, is that all?
Yes. The cube has disappeared.
Hobb's words did not record. And we had to tell more.
The Council's instructions were very specific. Only that Skylab had a problem with its solar panels and power. That is all.
Under penalties. I hate to think what they might be. Prepare for return to Earth, Scott.
Roger, Houston. We hear you.
You know, a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told, who knows what this whole world's coming to. But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. Treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and
Beechnuts the tobacco chew.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Skylab, Are You There? Is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. William Shatner was heard as Richard Conroy. Featured in the cast were Jacques Denbo, Kathleen Cordell, Casey Kasem, Les Tremaine, and Jeff Cushing. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Michelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's caustic account of disorganized crime. A favor you can't refuse. Starring William Shatner. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, and Dial Soap. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial-ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The Peter Principle calls for a person to rise to their own level of incompetence. That's the problem of a region syndicate chieftain when he tries to do away with our easygoing hero, Elliot Angelino, in this piece titled, A Favor You Can't Refuse.
Hey, come on, you bum. I'll race you to the float.
Oh, no way. Don't leave me alone.
Hey, come on. Look at you. You look like an almond joy.
Oh, come on.
Coochie, coochie, coochie.
Oh, no fair.
Hey, come on. Try some of this warm
Come here, you.
water.
Come here.
Hey, no, you don't.
Come on. Hey, oh.
It's not nice to fool with Mother Karate. Come on, you're gonna soak.
You let go of my foot.
Big man, huh?
Will you quit that? How's it going to look? A petite blonde dragging her man through the sand? You, him, Jane. Let's go.
Hey, last one to the float. Eat the peanut butter sandwich.
Lunch too, hey, guy? You think of everything. Hey, no... The backstroke? The gall of that woman.
Come on, hero. Good grief, my dog could do a better paddle.
I must be out of condition.
Here, take my hand.
How could you? Where's my pride?
Right. Now take my hand.
Well, thank you, sweet maiden. You saved my life.
But nothing fair, Knight. What was
Dig
that?
it down.
They were...
Over the side, quick. duck in a gallery.
This is no time for jokes.
I'm not joking. Move around to this side. Where's the thermos?
How can you think of drinking at a time...
Where's the thermos?
This side of the boat, I think. Al, where are you going?
Dee, swim for the shore.
Al, you okay?
I'm coming.
What happened?
Let's get to shore. I waited till they got close, then threw the thermos, got the driver. Boat crashed to the dock.
What happened?
Look, hey, will somebody call the police here? There's been an accident.
Oh, an accident. Hell, good grief, look at our room. It's been torn apart.
It figures.
You mean the money?
Yeah, this is getting complicated.
Where did you hide it?
Behind the air conditioning grill.
Al, it's not here.
Naturally. First thing they did was say, look behind the air conditioner grill.
Elliot!
Okay.
How much was there? You never told me.
$1 million.
$1 million?
You better get that oiled.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Go back to the States.
$1 million?
You've been going on and on about that.
You really think we've been set up?
Would you want a lady care for wine with dinner?
Yes.
Well, I will bring it.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I think we were set up, but I can't believe the syndicate would do it.
Oh, they wouldn't try to kill you.
I don't know. Dad's been dead a year. Maybe they decided the son should be put out of the way.
Oh, I don't believe it. Your dad was always so respected by all the families. Everyone looked up to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've never talked very much about him.
I respected him, even if I didn't agree with what he was.
Ah. Is that why you didn't take over when he died?
Shrimp and a steak, no? I'm shrimp, she's steak.
I have sharper teeth. He has to gum it.
Go ahead, Johnny. Crazy gringos.
Well?
Well, Dad was getting old. I think he felt his only son should go legit. I agreed.
You loved him very much, didn't you?
Can I have your carrots? Yeah, I did.
If you felt so strongly, why did you agree to Mr. Bartolucci's request?
To take the money? I don't know. He was always a friend of Dad's. He asked a favor. Said the money was payment to one of their South American operations.
Funny that the contact never showed.
Yeah. You want your salad?
Maybe we should have kept the money.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what Giovanni wanted.
Come in.
You sent for me, Giovanni?
Mr. Bartolucci. Sit down. Batista, I have a contract to let. Are you interested?
I do not like to be called a hoodlum.
50,000.
Who?
Elliot Angelino.
When?
Go to Los Angeles. He'll be coming in by plane shortly. Follow him. Await my instructions.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all.
Hey, Matus Rosé.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Bartolucci. Hey, good evening, Spencer. How's the wheel?
Good, sir. Very good.
Hello, Ginny. You doing good tonight?
Sure. The sucker's always biting.
Hey, good. Lark, Bert, have the Fimple change the cards.
Carlo.
Hey, what's wrong up there?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Buttelucci.
Spencer's been dumping to a friend for 20 minutes.
Mi piace, ma I take care right away.
You take care of it permanent.
Permanent? Well, okay, if you...
Giovanni, New York? All right, 5 minutes. Vegas, Bartolucci. I'll hold.
Giovanni, are you well?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Costa. Thank you.
Giovanni, I have heard things I'm not happy with.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I help?
Is it true that you have let a contract on the son of my old friend?
Yes, I'm sorry to tell you.
Why?
I did not mean to hide anything from you, but as head of the Western region, I felt it was my duty to protect our mutual interests.
How is that?
Well, it's in the report to your office last week, sir. The boy has been found to be skimming.
How much?
Almost $1 million over the last 3 weeks.
I don't believe this. You would not do such a thing.
It is my honor.
I see, all right. You are responsible for the discipline in your region, but the money must be recovered if at all possible.
Oh, thank you. I can assure you, we will try.
Desiree Knowles,
Yes?
get in the car.
I will not.
Unless you wish to die on this street, you will do as I ask. Go, Lee.
Why are you doing this? Has it something to do with Elliot?
Yes, you are the bait.
You know a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, the man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. Treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
Dee?
Elliot, help!
Dee, where are you?
Hey, Miss Angelino, please listen carefully. As you can hear, we have Miss Knowles.
You dirty...
Yeah, that may be, but it's not pertinent. She'll be safe if you follow instructions.
Oh, don't listen to them.
Dee, whoever you are, don't harm her.
Hey, as long as you do as I say, we won't touch her. Now, we want a meeting. 3 a.m. at the marina. A boat named Marianne and slip 5.
What do you...
Good. Hey, Lee, take it on the car. Mr. Bartolucci? Freeze and do not move.
Tuppy, it's me, Bartolucci.
Oh, please step aboard, sir.
Where's the girl?
Below.
How long for Angelino?
I would say about now, wouldn't you? Hey! Ow!
Ah, that's enough, Lee. That's enough. Take him below. You are too predictable, Elliot. Not your father's son.
What do you mean?
Well, we expected you to come early. Tuppy, time up. Lee, shove off. We have only 40 minutes to rendezvous. Hey, patience, my dear Miss Knowles. Oh, I must say the gag is very becoming.
Hey, not so tight.
Relax. Enjoy the few moments that remain in your life. Jeffy, you may ungag the lady.
You hurt me! You creep! Let me up or I'll kill you!
On the contrary, it is I that will kill you. Very short.
You'll be caught.
I hardly think so. I planned this very carefully. Very carefully. You see, ever since your father died, some members of the council have maintained that it is you that should be heading the Western region. Of course, I could not have that. So I arranged for you to act as courier, thus placing the loss of that million on you. Then I set up the books so that they show an additional $7 million that's been taken out over the past year.
But the controls?
A simple matter. They are flawed. I merely affixed to your code to the receipts. So now, getting rid of you has the approval of the council. Alas, they will be advised that we're unable to find the missing money. Sad, isn't it? The son of Angelino has betrayed the family.
You hated my father, didn't you?
Always. Always. It was always him the council listened to, never me. Well, this will show them how much they can respect me. I've shown the son of Angelino to be a thief. I'm afraid this conversation must wait. Tappy, help Lee tied to the freighter. Oh, you two may have a few moments.
I'm sorry, my darling.
It's okay. I should have pulled away completely years ago. It's my own fault for accepting the casino job. Giovanni's a fool, though. I would never have gotten involved in the family again.
You are to come.
Will you untie us?
Soon. Up the ladder, please.
Elle, it's some kind of a freight ship.
Signora Bortolucci. Captain Rossi, I brought some friends. Please, come aboard. Come on, you two. Hurry. Captain, is everything in order?
Si, very much so. And your cargo?
In the walls of the boat. Can your crane accommodate it?
Oh, sure. I will attend to it. Why don't you and your friends go along to my sea cabin?
Well, thank you.
That's very clever, Giovanni. Is all the money stashed in the boat?
Yes. And thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
What do you intend to do with us?
Oh, you disappointed me, Miss Knowles. I thought it would be obvious once we set to sea. Well...
Oh, Elle!
This captain, is he in this with you?
He's an old friend in need of money. They receive a small percentage once the $7 million is safe in a Swiss bank. Oh, I believe this is the captain's cabin.
Good evening, Giovanni.
Mr. Costa.
All of you, please come in. Devitas, please close the door.
Yes, Mr. Costa.
I don't know why I came to Vegas with you. I mean, that was a dirty trick to pull.
I couldn't help it. Mr. Costa came to me with his suspicions and asked for the family's sake if I would help. It was a favor I could not refuse, as to say.
And Tepi, is that really his name?
No. Tepista means hoodlum. But he's called that with affection. Tepi was in Mr. Costa's confidence from the start, but his word was not enough for Costa to justify removal of Giovanni. After all, he was a regional chief. This is not the old days, my love.
You mind if I join you two?
Not at all, please.
We just finished the meeting of the council. They were disappointed at it.
Disappointed with what, Elle?
I was asked to take over the region.
No.
No, it's okay. I refused.
Well, I won't take up that cliche, but it would have been like the old days. Angelino at the table.
I think my father would have approved my decision.
I'm sure he would. He and I talked at length about you before he died.
I didn't know.
Only a few minutes before my plane, so... this is for you and the lady.
A check?
Yes. You call it a finder's fee, eh? I must go now. Please remember, mio fratello, we are always at your service.
Grazie. Buonanotte.
El, what did he call you?
Brother.
Is, the check? Well, could I see it?
Sure. Oh! Now, that's the first time I've ever seen you speechless.
I can't, I don't, I never saw it. Stephen, stop!
Put it in your sock. We'll use it on our honeymoon.
Aren't you glad for things that make a happy day? Aren't you glad you found the love to grow and stay? Aren't you glad that we're pulling together? Aren't you glad that we're feeling free? Aren't you glad? 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 Aren't you glad just to be? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad for feeling cool and clean all day? Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you've done your best to stay that way? Aren't you glad? Glad we're getting together. Aren't you glad? Glad when people smile. Aren't you glad? Hear your dial. Aren't you glad? Hear your dial. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Hear your dial. Aren't you glad?
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
A Favor You Can't Refuse is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. William Shatner was heard as Elliot Angelini. Featured in the cast were Peggy Walton, John Larch, Casey Kasem, Jack Crucian, and Ben Wright. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's drama at the races. Death at half a length. Starring Greg Morris. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Also by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and International Harvester. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are three important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Someone's out to kill Pleasure Honey, and nobody knows why. You're about to enter the world of horse racing, where the thoroughbred is king, and man is but to serve.
On the outside by a left, windflower.
Sutton Krasny! Hey, anybody seen Krasny? Down here, number... Krasny, get your rear end out of here. Jim Howard, get out of this store. You see this? I know you said it. I don't know what you're raving about, Howard, but I've had enough of you. Howard, you're crazy! Help somebody!
All right. Break it up. Come on, Mr. Howard, now stop it.
Krasny, get this madman out of here! You've had a grudge against me for this whole season, Krasny. Now you're threatening to kill one of my horses. Kill one of your horses?
What do you mean, Mr. Howard?
This. I found it stuck in Pleasure Honey's store.
Let me see. Howard scratched Pleasure Honey or she died.
Let me see that. There's no signature. What makes you think this would be me? Because you tried to buy that horse and you've been sore at me ever since. Oh, Howard, take your empty head out of here.
Mr. Howard, this should be looked into. Aren't you running Pleasure Honey in the next race?
I am. Then I plan to have her win, Sutton. Remember that. Let's go, Hasman.
Jim, I know you and Krasny have been at one another, but there's nothing on this note to say it was him. Maybe it's just a crank.
No. Look at this.
Get out of Holly Hill or we'll ruin you.
Yeah, well, that came a couple of days ago in the mail. One might be a crank. Two's a threat.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Okay, I'll get some men posted. That is, unless you're thinking of scratching Pleasure Honey.
Oh, no. Nobody pushes Big Jim Howard around.
Scotch and soda, Mr. Howard. Anything else?
No. Here, boy.
Thank you, sir. Sure hopes Pleasure Honey wins. I got some dollars riding on her.
Yes. Thanks.
Jim, I got men posted from the turn to the finish line.
Anything happens, your butt is in a sling. Turn the speaker up.
Then every day and sincerely on the rail. Going into the far turn, it's Pleasure Honey in front by 3/4 of a length. Lord Thomas is second by a head. King's Ransom third by a neck. Riley's Luck fourth by 2.5 lengths. High Hopes is fifth. Sincerely sixth on the outside. Then every day on the rail, High Hopes, and so soon. Around the turn, it's Pleasure Lady in front by a neck. King's Ransom is second by a length and a half. Lord Thomas third by a half length. Riley's Luck fourth by a half length. Every day is fifth by a half, and so soon. Into the stretch, it's Pleasure Honey in front on the rail by a head. King's Ransom second by a length. Riley's Luck third on the outside by a length. Lord Thomas fourth, and every day on the rail. Now it's Riley's Luck in front. Pleasure Honey is second, and here comes So Soon on the outside. It's Riley's Luck, So Soon, and wait, something's wrong. Pleasure Honey fell.
Horseman, I did it. I killed my horse.
Riley's Luck is the winner, followed by So Soon and King's Ransom. Pleasure Honey never got to the finish line. Looks like the horse never had a chance. Died instantly. Billy Bangle, the jockey, apparently is not hurt.
That car. What are you doing?
No picnic for us today.
Now, one minute you're listening to the horse race, and the next you think you're at Indy.
Now, that race may just have cost my company $100,000.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage.
Oh,
yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's 1.5 foot shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
I'll get to the point, Doc. How did Pleasure Honey die?
Your horse was murdered, Mr. Howard, with this.
May I see that?
Hey, that's evidence.
Who are you?
That's all right, Lester. Jason Kelly. He's an insurance investigator.
You track security, Lester?
That's right.
He used to be, if I have anything to say about it.
We did the best we could, Mr. Howard. I don't see how...
That is rotten. They killed my horse right in front of your men. Explain that.
I'll see to the horse. Doc, let's get it in the truck. Mr. Kelly, may I have the dart?
Sure, sorry. You mind telling me how the horse was killed?
Oh, that thinks there's curare on the tip.
Thanks.
Is anyone going to introduce me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nana Gregory, Jim Howard.
Miss Gregory, just a little upset at the moment.
Oh, I understand. You know who did it?
There's another owner, a guy named Sutton Krasny, who's been itching to put me out of business.
Any proof of that?
Just 2 letters I got.
Letters?
Yeah. Lester Hasman's got them. Both of them threatened to ruin me, and the last one warned. If I ran Pleasure Honey, they'd kill her. That horse was one of my favorites. I just hated to lose her.
I understand. But there is one thing.
Oh, what's that?
From the looks of it, the company will have to pay off. And $100,000 is a lot of weeping money.
Jason, why did you do that to the poor man?
You mean about the money?
Well, yes. I thought it was mean.
Well, I'll tell you something. So did I. But I wanted to see his reaction.
And it seemed genuine to me. Besides, he was with the security man when the horse was killed.
Lovely lady, I never said he did it. I just followed my hunches. Now, you want to do a chore for me?
Sure. You, want to make me deputy sneak?
You always were. Go see the jockey, Billy Bangle.
And what?
I don't know. Ask him about what happened. Butter him up.
Oh, I do know how to do that.
Oh, I know. See you later.
Right.
Come in.
Hi. Is Billy Bangle here?
Lana Gregory?
Yes. Or did somebody send a message ahead?
Oh, please come in. I'm sorry, but I am one of your biggest admirers. Figuratively speaking, anyway.
Well, thank you. Do you feel all right?
Yes, fine. Lucky, I guess I didn't even get a bruise. Well, I'm really flattered you would even come and ask.
Well, to be truthful, I came with a friend, Jason Kelly. His company holds the insurance on Pleasure Honey.
Oh, I see. Well, it's still an honor. Would you sit down?
Thanks. Billy, have you been riding for Mr. Howard a long time?
Billy, Oh, it's Gregory. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just came to talk to Billy for a moment. Well, he took a bad fall.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, you okay, Billy?
Oh, sure, Mr. Howard.
You gonna feel like riding tomorrow?
Yes.
Good. Well, see you at the ranch later on.
Yes, sir. I'm going out to the hospital, and then I'll be there about 7.
Okay. Give my best to your wife. My, very best.
I will. Thank you.
Is your wife in the hospital, Billy?
Yes, she has been for almost a year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not something we can do much about. Say, she just loves you. She's seen almost every one of your pictures.
Oh, I hope that's not what put her in the hospital.
You're even funnier in person.
Thanks. Say, I've got an idea. Jason is sure to be tied up for a couple of hours, and if you're going to the hospital, maybe your wife would like a visitor.
Oh, would you? Well, she'd love that.
Why not?
Asman?
Oh, what can I do for you, Mr. Kelly?
Try Jason. Your secretary said I'd find you here.
Well, she'd give away state secrets if she ever had any. Yeah, let me wash away the track dust and we can talk.
Was Howard with you during the whole race?
Yeah, all the time.
Well, you got any likely suspects?
One, but I'm just blowing smoke. Guy by the name of T.P.
T.P.? Who he?
Thomas Peterson, large-type bookie, does most of the business in town. Lays off plenty to the guys in the East. There's a rumor going around that Big Jim is into him for a bundle, so maybe he's putting the screws to Howard to get him to pay. Killing Pleasure Honey would be just the way to do it, too.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, Howard could have arranged to pick up the insurance and bail himself out.
Or Sutton Krasny could really hate Howard. You're going to need a basket to carry all your suspects in.
Oh, excuse me, Les. I know it's the men's room, but you gotta come quick.
Why, what's wrong?
Mr. Howard, he's been shot.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. He'd go after big mouth in close to the bank and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beach nuts the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win. Evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
Get that vet away from me. What do you think I am, some horse?
All right, Doc. Thanks. I'll give you a call later.
Okay, Lester.
What happened, Jim?
Well, getting in my car when I heard a sort of a pop. And the next thing I knew, that dart was sticking in my shoulder. Well, it didn't hurt much, but whoever did it was a lousy shot.
Or maybe it was just a warning.
Could be. I got another of those nuts.
If Sunshine Lady runs tomorrow, she does. Where was this?
On my windshield.
You gonna run Sunshine Lady tomorrow?
You better believe it. And don't you go thinking you can cancel a policy. I know my rights.
I wasn't thinking of that. But maybe some of our security people ought to come out. If that's all right with you, Les.
Yeah, sure. As long as they check with me. How much you got Sunshine Lady insured for?
$500,000.
Jace, you can't suspect Jim Howard.
Now, what gives you that idea?
I know that look. He's too sweet a man. Do you know that Billy Bangle's wife will never get out of the hospital, and Jim Howard's been taking care of her bills this whole year?
No, I didn't. What's wrong with it?
Parkinson's disease. Oh, I feel so sorry for her. She's a very sweet lady.
Okay. Case for Jim Howard dismissed. For now. Come on.
Where are we going?
I'm going to give you your next lesson in sleuthdom.
How exciting. Anyone ever tell you you're an exciting burglar?
Shh. Only the police. So let's hope they don't repeat the compliment, okay?
You know, this is better than one of my old movies.
Don't I know it? Give me that key light of yours.
Hey, a little respect for a star, please. Here.
Now, where, here it is.
A typewriter? You dragged me out here to type?
Right. Take a letter.
Chauvinist pig. Okay. What?
Howard's threat note. Scratch, pleasure, honey, or die.
There. How'd I do?
Stick to acting.
Oh. Hey, you shouldn't do that. It's illegal.
I won't tell if you don't. Look at this.
Bunch of darts. Darts?
Let's get out of here.
Well, aren't you going to take them with you? It's evidence.
Nope. Doesn't prove anything except Sutton Krasny owns a dart gun.
That shoots darts just like the one that killed Pleasure, honey.
Sure, but it could have been a plant. What we have to do is prove it.
How?
By catching him in the act tomorrow at the race.
Where have you been?
I have been talking with the famous TP, Ace Bookie.
Did he do it?
Naturally not. Bookies seldom kill anybody, especially horses. What I have to do now is find Jim Howard, in case he tries to follow through.
Wait a minute. You think he did it?
Absolutely.
Well, you're right, in a way.
There they go. Happy Harry, going to the front.
What do you mean, in a way?
Come on. I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Going into the park, Sunshine.
Lily? This is Jason. Jason, Mrs. Bangle.
What?
She called me. Jason, it was Billy that killed Pleasure Honey. Wouldn't you?
But he's out there racing right now. He'll kill Sunshine Lady.
Maybe not, Mr. Kelly.
Your maybe might cost me $500,000, Mrs. Bangle.
Oh, Jay, shut up and enjoy the race. Come on, Sunshine Lady!
Sunshine Lady on the rail by a head, easy goer, second by a light. Happy Harry, third on the outside. Then Pretty Day and Mother Mine. Now on the rail is Sunshine Lady and Easy Go. Coming down to the wire, it's Sunshine Lady and Easy Go. Sunshine Lady and Easy Go head and head. And Sunshine Lady is the winner by a nose. We'll have the official results in just one moment.
All right, you scared the hell out of me. You happy?
Sure. I just won. Come on. Let's go down to Billy's office, and Lily and I will explain everything.
You see, Mr. Kelly, Billy did it for me. Howard told him that if he killed Pleasure Honey, he would continue to pay my hospital bills.
Lily, I couldn't.
I know, dear. That's why I asked Miss Gregory to bring me. I just knew you wouldn't.
So there wasn't any gun, was there? You placed the dart yourself.
Yes, but I knew I couldn't do it a second time.
Jason, you mean you knew?
Not till just now. I figured Howard must have sent himself the notes and planted the darts in Sutton's office.
Well, what's that?
That should be Sutton Krasny taking his pound of flesh. Shall we see?
Howard, get your horses off this raceway. I don't ever want to see you again. Hey, Kelly, you did this.
Nope. You did it yourself. I just let Sutton know.
I'll get you for this.
Forget it, Howard. You've lost a horse. But since the company doesn't have to pay, we won't file charges.
No charges?
No. But you want a big purse today. Make sure you share it with Billy.
Yeah.
And there's something else.
What?
Find yourself another insurance company.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all.
Hey, Matus Rosé.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Death by Half a Length is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Greg Morris was heard as Jason Kelly. Featured in the cast were Julie Bennett, Lou Krugman, Harry Henson, Jerry Hausner, and Byron Kane. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's tale of a watery grave floating down the river. Starring Greg Morris. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Also by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and International Harvester. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are 3 important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Captain Patras Salonica, skipper of the river barge St. Christopher, emerges from the tiny cabin near the stern of the craft and gazes at the mist settling on the water. For a moment, Captain Salonica is wrapped in thought. Suddenly, the sound of splashing reaches his ears, and he turns to look toward the rail of the barge. A man is pulling himself from the water and finding a board.
Hey, who are you? I said, who are you?
Don't blow your cool. Give me a chance to get my breath.
What are you doing on my boat? Where do you come from?
Oh, what do you think?
What were you doing in the river at night?
I work on the tug. I fell overboard.
Here. Take my hand. I help you get up.
Thanks.
What's the matter? You hurt?
My arm.
Yeah, it's bleeding. Here, come, we go to cabin. I take care of your arm. Get you some dry clothes, too. Come on. Here we are. Maria!
What you want?
We have here man fell off talk, need help.
Oh, what happened to his arm?
I'll be okay, miss.
Maria, fix the pillows. Here, mister. We put you on this bunk. Easy.
Yeah.
I go ashore. I get doctor for you.
No. Oh.
You need doctor.
I don't want no doctor.
Well, I tell you what. Maybe some whiskey help you.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, I have some forward. I get the bottle.
That arm hurt much?
I don't want no doctor. Tell your father that.
He ain't my father.
No?
He's my husband. Why don't you want a doctor?
I just don't, that's all. I'll straighten myself out in a little while. Let me stay here, huh?
You want to stay here?
Yeah.
I'll fix it so he don't get a doctor.
Hi, I'm Harry Dallas, Detective Homicide.
Yeah, glad to know you. I'm Dean Rockford, River Patrol. We're looking for a truckload of booze, but the grappling hooks haven't latched on anything yet.
I know what you were looking for.
Huh?
Yeah. My partner and I, he's still over there in an unmarked car listening to the radio. Chased the truck down here.
Wait a minute. Fill me in. How did it start?
Well, Robbery and Bunko got a tip about a plot to hijack this load of whiskey at a warehouse a few miles from here.
Oh.
We were cruising near there when we got this code on the radio, so we rolled on it. Arrived just in time to see the truck barreling out of the place. We tailed it along the river road down here. The driver must have panicked because he turned off the road onto the dock and just kept going. Sailed right off the end.
Was the driver still in the truck?
Well, we know he didn't jump. We got on the mic right away and reported to headquarters.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah. There were 2 guys in on the job. There was some shooting. Watchman got killed. One of the hijackers took a slug in the chest. The ambulance took him to county emergency. Second guy got creased, so if he got it too bad, he might not have made it out of that cab.
Did you talk with a guy before they took him to the hospital?
No. He's out colder than yesterday's meatloaf. How long do you think it'll take to retrieve the truck?
Can't make a guess yet. Probably take until morning.
Figured. Well, I think we'll wheel over to county hospital and see if the wounded guy is able to talk yet. Be sure we're kept posted.
Right, will do.
So long, Rock.
See you soon. By the way, as long as we're going to be working together on this, I think it'd be quicker if you just call me Dean.
Right. In case you didn't catch it, Harry's my first name. See you, Dean.
Good morning. Finally woke up, huh?
Hi.
Sleep good?
What time is it?
Nearly 10. Like some coffee?
Sounds fine. Where's your husband?
On deck, working. Coffee's all made. I'll pour you some.
Your name's Mary, ain't it?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Heard him call you that last night.
Here you are. Oh, careful. It's hot.
Much obliged. My name's Al.
Well, I guess we're introduced. I done like he asked me, Al. Talked him out of going for a doctor.
I kind of thought you would, baby.
I told him you felt a lot better.
I wish I did. Especially now that you and me... that arm hurts.
I went ashore this morning. I had to do some shopping. The checker at the supermarket told me that last night a truck went off the dock about a quarter of a mile up the river. Some guy was in it. The truck was stolen.
No kidding. Was the guy drowned?
At first they thought he was. But when they got the truck out, there wasn't nobody in it. Now they ain't sure.
What do they think happened to him?
I don't know. But I think he got away. I didn't say nothing to my husband about it.
Why?
It might get the guy in trouble.
Why are you putting yourself on his team?
Because it takes guts to do what he did.
You like that, huh?
I think it's super.
And I think you are, kid. Tell me something. How come you married an old seagull like the skipper?
I don't know. I expect it was because he was nice to me. He treated me like a lady. Not like just another broad.
Oh, you could have done better than him with what you got. Or maybe that's what you wanted.
You out of your gourd. I hate living on this dirty scow. Go no place, see nothing, do nothing. I ain't old like him. I want to swing.
Maybe that could be arranged.
How?
Tell you what, babe, I'll make you a deal. You fix it with that old guy so as I can lay low on this tub for a while. And when it's time I should split, you pack your duds and come with me.
I was hoping you'd say that. Would you kiss me, Al? Well, that was mighty good, lover boy.
If you think that was good, babe, wait till I can grab you with both arms.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage. Oh, yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's 1.5 foot shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
Good morning, Harry.
Morning, Dean. Report came in, huh?
Yeah, just before I telephoned you. Pull up that chair, we'll go over it.
What's the scoop?
Well, as you know, we finally pulled the truck up.
Yeah, how about the driver?
And the door next to the driver's seat was open. Now, of course, he still could have been drowned, but they've been dragging the river for the body. And what did you find out?
Well, his pal in the hospital finked on him just a little while ago. Driver's name's Al Morgan.
That name rings a bell.
Yeah, robbery and bunco sent him up a few years ago. He was a rough one.
Any leads on where he lives or any places he hangs out?
Not yet, but we're checking.
I played a hunch early this morning. It didn't work out, though.
What was that?
There's several barges tied up downriver. I figured that if he was still alive, he might have holed up on one of them, so I checked them all, but none of the captains could give me anything.
Morgan's pal told me he was shot in the arm. It could have handicapped him, so maybe he didn't survive. Or maybe he made it and still hiding out someplace ashore. None of us liked that short sentence he pulled last time. This time it's murder. If we can grab him, maybe we can put him in a slam for keeps.
Maria?
He's sleeping.
Still?
He woke up once and had coffee. He's real pooped.
I want to speak with him about something.
What is it, Patrick?
It's very important. He must tell me something.
I wasn't sleeping. What's so important?
A river patrol officer stopped by a little while ago. He was looking for a man who drove a stolen truck into the river last night.
Now look, Patrick.
You be quiet, Maria. I did not tell the officer about this man yet, but I would like to ask him some questions.
Like what, mister?
Well, I would like you to tell me the name of the tug on which you worked. The one you say you fell off?
You gotta know it was the Queen Mary.
Don't be funny with me, young man. I have been what you might call a good sport, but I am captain here. I have good reputation. I cannot afford to do things against the law.
So?
So I think you are the man the officer is looking for.
And if I am?
Then I turn you in.
I'll level with you, Pop. I'm the guy, but you ain't turning me in.
He stayed here,
Maria.
Patrick.
I always give you good advice. Try to make you know what is right and wrong. Do not do this.
I say he stays here.
But, Maria, this man is bad. He's a dangerous criminal. Why you take his side in this? You, my wife.
Why do you think?
Kinda looks like I stay, don't it, Pop?
You mean you and my wife? Oh, you don't do this to Captain Salonika. Out of my way, mister. I go get police right now.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
You don't stop me.
Look out for his dead arm.
I still got a good one left, baby.
Do you think knocking him out is enough?
Do you?
No.
Baby, you and me are gonna get along just great. Open the door. I'm gonna drag him out on deck.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. He'd go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beach nuts the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
Officer Dean Rockford.
Dean, Harry Dallas. I'm calling about the body your crew picked out of the river just after dawn this morning.
You been to the morgue?
Mm-hmm. It's not Al Morgan. It's the body of a barge captain.
Murder?
We suspect it. No knife or bullet wounds on the body and no signs of strangling or blunt instrument work.
You think someone, maybe Morgan, might have killed him?
It's possible. He might have gotten rid of him so he could use the barge as a hideout.
Any identification on him?
None. Why don't you go over to the morgue and see if you can recognize it?
Right. I'll get on it right away.
Homicide, Dallas speaking.
Harry, Dean Rockford. Listen, I'm calling from the morgue.
Recognize the guy?
Yeah, he's one of the barge captains I question, all right. The only problem is I don't remember his name or which barge he was on, but I'm going to check it out.
How?
Well, I'll have to do it the hard way. by boarding every one of those barges until I can find the right one. Morning, Miss,
Salonika. And it's Mrs., not Miss. What's the river patrol want on board the St. Christopher?
Oh, just routine, Mrs. Salonika. I'm Officer Rockford. I'm checking all the barges along here. The body was taken from the river today. The man happened to be a barge captain. Is your skipper aboard?
No. My husband, he's the captain, went ashore about 10 minutes ago.
Well, I'm glad to hear that he's okay. One of the other barge captains told me the description I gave might fit your husband.
You know something? Captain Whitaker, 2 barges down the river, is sometimes mistaken for my husband. How would you describe the man you're looking for?
Oh, about 55, gray hair, 5'6", maybe. I guess it'd be weighed around 160.
Could fit Captain Whitaker. I'd try if I were you.
Second dock down, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll get right down there.
The fun's gone?
Yeah. You heard, huh?
I heard, baby. You handled it real good.
But that don't mean he won't be back. What can we do?
Well, I told you. I'd take you away from this tub so we could do some swinging together. Now I can keep my word.
When do we go?
Right now, baby. Right now.
So you think this might be the payoff?
Could be. I could kick myself for letting that woman con me.
How'd she con you?
She told me this Captain Whitaker looks like her husband. So I went to see him. The minute I got aboard, I knew I'd been had. Whitaker looks nothing like Salonika. For my money, she's had something to do with her husband getting that permanent dunking.
We'll soon find out. There's the St. Christopher. Pull over there on that dock.
There's nobody aboard this tub.
Doesn't seem to be. But let's not take any chances. Stand back while I open the cabin door.
No one in there.
Let's take a look around. See what's in those drawers.
Man's clothes. Only a few woman's things.
Probably made a run for it. How about that locker?
Same here. Man's coats and pants at this end. Empty hangers at the opposite end. It could be where her things have been hanging. How about that wastebasket? Anything there?
Oh, just a bunch of papers and Uh-oh. Your hunch was probably right. Al Morgan could have been here. Look, a bloody bandage.
Yeah, we're getting warm. I'll wrap the bandage in a towel and take it along.
Here's an envelope addressed to Mrs. Salonika. According to this, she gets her mail in care of general delivery at the main post office. I'm going to save this envelope. Might give us a lead.
Save the stamps. They're genuine antiques. 11-cent airmails.
Mm-hmm. Let's get back to the car. I want a radio for an APB on Mrs. Salonika and Al Morgan. Then, just for insurance, you and I are going to stake out that general delivery window for the next few days.
I wonder who that is.
I know.
Hey, Dolly, who's this? Charlie, yo, so-and-so. Come on, I want to buy a drink. Yeah, let's get the party going.
That's a couple of drunks.
Hey, Charlie!
Well, get rid of them, will you?
Okay. Shut up, you guys. What do you think you're doing?
Police. Thanks for opening up. Saves a lot of trouble. Come on, face the wall.
You too, sister.
What's the big idea?
The big idea is murder, Mrs. Salonika. We've got witnesses who saw your friend Al Morgan kill the watchman at the warehouse. And with your help, we're going to tie him into the death of your husband.
How did you know where we were?
We followed you from the post office. Which reminds me, Mrs. Salonika, you're going to have a change of address card.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all.
Hey, Matus Rosé.
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Floating Down the River is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Greg Morris was heard as Harry Dallas. Featured in the cast were Dick Ryle, Jack Crucian, Jimmy Tyler, and Jerry Dexter. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Coates, directed by Don Hughes, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weiskopf's thumbnail sketch of the light-fingered filcher. Once a thief. Starring Greg Morris. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Also by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and International Harvester. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
It's nice to be the best in anything. The title of best pickpocket of the city belongs to Fingers Duncan. He's known throughout the circuit as a natural. But lately, Fingers has been slipping, losing his grip, as it were. And in his search to uncover the source of his inexplicable slump, he will most surely find he has his hands full. Today's story is entitled, Once a Thief. We open at police headquarters. A matronly woman and a plainclothes police officer are peering through the one-way glass of a lineup.
Well, Mrs. Wilkinson, do you recognize any of these men?
I'm afraid not.
You'll be absolutely sure this is the end of the parade.
I'm sure.
All right.
You bums can go. Where'd you bring us in here for in the first place?
Well, I've done all I can, Mrs. Wilkinson. You've seen every petty thief, every pickpocket in the city. Either your bonds were stolen by someone from out of town or a local amateur.
But, officer, why? Why would somebody steal those bonds when all that cash was right there?
You said yourself it was a fundraising affair. Maybe the thief had a soft heart. My guess is he had a soft head. He'll have a lot of trouble trying to pass those bonds. When he does try, we'll let you know.
Thank you. You've been most kind. Oops.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hold on, Mrs. Wilkinson.
Hi, Blake.
Hello, Fingers. Mrs. Wilkinson, you better check to see that your purse is undisturbed. This man you just bumped into is Fingers Duncan. He was in the lineup.
This nice young man is a pickpocket?
You're just about the best there ever was.
Correction, I used to be.
Everything seems to be in order.
You wear a watch? Any jewelry?
Nothing missing.
All right, Ms. Wilkinson, we'll be in touch. What is it, Fingers? I'm not really in the mood to chew the fat.
Blake, I'm depressed.
Yeah, what are you telling me for? They got doctors for that.
Blake, I'm washed up, finished. I'm here to tell you not to pick me up anymore.
Don't tell me you're going straight. After all these years, Fingers, I enjoy rousting you.
Yeah, I like you too, Blake. But like I said, it's all over.
Sounds serious.
That's bad, all right. You see, I had this uncle.
Blake? Yeah, Captain. Gotcha. Be right there.
You see, I had this uncle.
You tell it to a shrink, Fingers. Captain's going to bite my head off.
Blake.
Hands against the door. Yeah, you're clean.
I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah, tell me in a few days. I'm sure we'll pick you up again by then. Bye.
Blake!
Yes?
Are you Madam Eliza?
Mistress of the occult, oracle of what lies beyond, card reader, astrologer, palmist, and handwriting analyzer. At your service.
Are you some kind of gypsy? I mean, the way you're dressed.
Well, when need be, yes. What can I do for you?
Well, Madam Eliza, I got a problem.
Oh, come. Be seated. My fee is $10 in advance.
You're not a doctor, are you?
That depends.
If you are, I'm leaving.
In that case, I'm not.
See, I don't trust doctors, especially head doctors. Well, my name is Fingers. Fingers Duncan. I'm a pickpocket. Oh, I was.
Oh, I already know that. I see it in your hand.
You do? Well, I've been a pickpocket all my whole life. Since I was 9, anyways. And I had this uncle, you see, or I did until last month. Uncle Rufus.
And Uncle Rufus died last month.
Yeah. And he left me $10,000 in his will.
And your problem is you can't get it.
No, that ain't it. I got it.
And you still got trouble?
Can you help me?
Yes, I believe I can. But first, I must consult the stars.
How long will that take?
Come back tomorrow. I should have an answer by noon.
Okay. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
I have some idea.
See you tomorrow, Madam Eliza.
Farewell.
Hey, who was that grinning idiot that just left? Whatever you told him must have been good.
Gil, you didn't off those bonds today, did you?
No, these things are poison. I must have been out of my mind to lift them from that old broad. Not a soul in town will touch them.
Ah, but I got someone who might.
Yeah, who?
One rich, miserable, grinning idiot.
Our daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. He'd go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beechnut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beechnut just keeps getting better. Like beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
Thank you for coming down again, Mrs. Wilkinson.
Did you find my bonds officer?
Not yet, but with your help, we might very soon. This charity bazaar of yours was open to the public, you said.
Yes, that's right. It cost $5 to get in, and then all of the games.
Games, right. That's what I want to know. What kind of games? Who ran them?
Oh, goodness, I don't know. We had booths over much of the property. There were games of chance, mostly.
Who hired these people?
A booking agent, Mr. Fishman. He was recommended by...
Saul Fishman?
Well, yes.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Mrs. Wilkinson. You've been most helpful.
Fingers, the heavens smile upon you.
What did the star say, Madam Eliza? Oh, $10 again?
Naturally.
This is getting to be expensive.
There was a meteor shower last night. It came to me then.
What came to you?
The image of your Uncle Rufus. His face appeared in the night sky.
Oh, really?
He was a wealthy man, your uncle, and you, Fingers, were his favorite nephew.
Oh, what?
And even though he disapproved of your larcenous lifestyle, he decided to leave you 10 G's for one purpose and one purpose alone. He felt that if you had money, his money earned legitimately in the business world, you would see the light and mend your ways.
Yeah?
Your Uncle Rufus had it all figured out, except for one thing. What he didn't know was that you are an artist and you love your work.
That's right, I do. I did.
You will work again, Fingers, and soon.
Huh?
By ridding yourself of your uncle's money, by spending it on something hot, stolen merchandise. Once you do that, you won't have any money, so you'll have to go back to work.
Madam Eliza, I think you got it.
Lucky for you, I happen to have just the thing. Stolen bonds. They're worth 20,000 clams. I'm holding them for a friend who is an artist like yourself. He'll let them go for half the value.
10,000. That's exactly what I got.
Oh, what a coincidence.
How soon can I have the bonds?
Just as soon as you give me the money.
How about this afternoon?
Oh, splendid. I'll be waiting for you.
Madam Eliza, I only got one question.
Yes?
Are you sure this will work? I mean, what if after we make the deal, I still can't get back into the swing of things?
My friend, if by chance you do doubt your ability to steal, and I'm sure you won't, keep these words on the tip of your tongue and say them aloud to remind yourself, I will be a thief. I will be a thief. I will be a thief. Say them.
I will be a thief. I will be a thief. I will be a thief.
This list has all the people who worked Mrs. Wilkinson's fundraiser?
Certainly. Why the hassle?
Somebody stole some bonds from the house. Mrs. Wilkinson would like them back.
Bonds?
$20,000 worth.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I got scruples.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. Fishman, you're an operator. Scratch my back and I'll let you keep operating. If not...
Look, Blake, all but a couple of new acts I can vouch for.
Which couple?
The last two on the list. Guess the number of beans in the jar and the fortune teller.
Madam Eliza?
Yeah, the beans people. They're the lunatics.
What makes you say that?
Numbers. It's one family, 12 of them.
So
when I told him this was going to be a charity gig, the old man says the percentage ain't enough. But
what?
He showed up anyway, the whole lot of them. Said he'd make his money somehow.
I told you these bonds were poison. Now we're really up a creek.
Well, who figured Fishman to be as crooked as he is?
So now we know. Big deal. Giving him half of what we make is too much. I say we skip town now.
Oh, no, nothing doing. Fingers will be here any minute with a 10 grand. We get the money, then we skip.
That's too risky.
Look, Yo, it'll take me 5 minutes to close the deal. I'll get the bond.
Hey, how long do you think will be before this chump gets hip to the fact that we're ripping them off?
Gil, this ain't a rip-off. These bonds are worth $20,000. If he's a smart operator, that's what he'll get for him. Gee, I swear I put him in this drawer. Hey, what is this? A note.
What's it say?
Dear Madam Eliza, I came back with the money, but you were out. While I was waiting, I started to feel that doubt we were talking about. So I did like you said and started saying over and over, I will be a thief, I will be a thief, I will be a thief. It worked so good, I went right to the drawer and stole your bonds.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all.
Hey, Matus Rosé,
Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
Hello? Madam Eliza? I will be a thief. I will be... Stole your bonds. Sincerely. Yeah, this is Blake. I want arrest warrants issued for a Gilbert Hayes and a Madam Eliza Tabachnik. Descriptions there on my desk. Oh, and pick up Fingers Duncan again. Right, I want to talk to him. There's a what? When did it start? Got it. Get on those other two right away.
What makes you think that people be here at the parade?
Every dip in town is here. Parades are like conventions for 'em. Fingers is here, I tell you.
Yeah, but where? We'll never find him in this mob.
You really feel there he is.
Well, let's get him.
Not yet.
What do you mean, not yet? He'll get away.
He ain't going anywhere. Can't you see he's making a pinch?
Hey, that was smooth. The dude's got his act together.
And don't forget he's got our bonds. Look, he's sneaking off into the alley, probably to rifle that wall. Now's a chance. Oh, Fingers, the heavens frown on you today.
Madam Eliza, what a pleasant surprise. Sorry I had to leave when I did.
Is this guy for real?
Oh, Gil, I will handle this.
Look at all these greenbacks, Madam Eliza. I have you to thank for getting me over my mental block.
Oh, I'm so glad I could help you, Fingers. But, aren't you forgetting something? You stole my bonds. Actually, they belong to Mr. Hayes here.
That's right, Twerp. And I'd like them back, now.
I'd give them to you if I could.
Well, what's stopping you?
I don't have them.
Well, where are they?
I sold them.
You passed them? Already? How?
He's lying. I tried all over town.
I am many things, Mr. Hayes, but I'm not a liar. I sold those bonds to a friend of mine, a fence, a highly respected man in his trade. He paid me full value.
What? Who is he?
It doesn't matter, but we will take the money.
I'm afraid I don't have that either.
You're a liar.
Mr. Hayes.
Gentlemen, gentlemen.
Hey, let me take it out of his hide.
No. Fingers, what did you do with the money?
Well, I did like you said do, Madam Eliza. I got rid of it. I had to. Otherwise, I couldn't work.
I'll give you a job. How'd you like to be a corpse?
What did you do with the $20,000?
I gave it away.
You what?
I gave it away.
Gil, if you don't, I will.
All right, you turkey. Smile pretty.
Oh. That's enough, Hayes.
Hey, who are you? How do you know my name?
My name's Blake. I'm a cop. You're under arrest. Going somewhere, Madam Eliza?
Oh, officer, you must be confusing me with someone else. I'm here for the parade.
In an alley.
Well,
You're both under arrest for bond theft.
Blake!
Claiborne, I'm in here. Take these two to headquarters. I'll be there as soon as I can rouse Fingers. Fingers? Fingers.
Please, don't hurt my hands. Blake, where'd you come from?
Shame on you, Fingers. This isn't your wallet.
That.
Let's you and I return it to its owner, then take a ride downtown. What do you say?
Great. I can't wait.
Do you recall these two working at the bazaar, Mrs. Wilkinson?
Why, yes, this woman was the fortune teller. And he... Yes, now I remember. He was inside the house much of the time. I thought he was a guest.
You're dreaming, lady.
You can't do this to me. I demand to see my lawyer.
Blake, why have I been arrested? You gave me a bum steer, Fishman. I think you did it on purpose.
Oh, but I see you got the culprits.
Yeah, and they told me what you told them about taking half.
Hey, that's right, Fishman, you crumb.
It was written in the stars.
Oh, shut up. Claiborne, lock him up.
I want to call my lawyer. I have rights.
Let him call the lawyer, then jail him. Well, that's that, Mrs. Wilkinson. Sorry we couldn't get your bonds back, but we got the next best thing. Fingers? I'll let Fingers tell you about it.
I'm awful sorry, ma'am, about selling those bonds, but I got $20,000 for them.
Tell her what you did with the money.
Well, I gave it away to charity. That and the 10 grand my Uncle Rufus left me in his will.
That's marvelous.
Yeah. And now I'm broke again. I'm back on the circuit. Well, nice meeting you again, ma'am. Guess I'll be leaving.
Fingers?
Yeah?
Mrs. Wilkinson, your necklace.
Where did you... I just had it on.
Get out of here, Fingers. Do that again and I'll throw you in the can.
You know something, Blake?
What?
It's good to be back home.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage. Oh, yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a foot and a half shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is it?
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Once a Thief is an original radio drama adapted by Kim Wisecout. Greg Morris was heard as Fingers Duncan. Featured in the cast were Michael Ride, June Foray, Scott Ellsworth, Mary Lansing, and Peter Leeds. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's story of a murderous crime. Other sins only speak. Murderous shrieks out. Starring Greg Morris. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Also by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and International Harvester. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial-ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank that's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Marion Vance has been ill for a long time. Once a vital, sparkling, and passionate woman. The months in bed and in a wheelchair have reduced her to but a blurred image of her former self. Today, therefore, is a very special day, for she feels her doctor's given her hope, a hope which brightens her future, even as her love for her husband has brightened her life. As our story begins, Dr. Harvey has just left. Cheeks flushed with excitement, Mrs. Vance calls out to her nurse.
Ruth? Ruth? What is it, Mrs. Vance? Ruth, did Dr. Harvey speak with you before he left? Why, no, he didn't. I was out in the kitchen. He gave me the most wonderful news. Today, for the first time, he said he believes I'm going to recover completely. Isn't that exciting? It certainly is, Mrs. Vance. Oh, I feel as though I could get out of this bed right now, walk and even dance around. I'm afraid you hadn't better try anything like that just yet. I can't wait to tell Bob about it. He's been so good, so patient throughout this whole long siege. I think I heard your husband's car pull into the driveway just as we were talking. I'll go tell him to come right up. Now, if it is Bob, don't let him come up right away. I want to have time to fix my hair and put on a dab of makeup. I want him to see me as I used to be. And don't tell him what the doctor said. Very well, Mrs. Vance. I'll find something to occupy him for a few minutes. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't expect you to be waiting at the front door.
I was just going for a walk.
How's Marion?
Okay. Dr. Harvey was just here.
I'd better go see her right away.
She wants you to wait until she fixes herself up.
Oh.
You see, Dr. Harvey told her she's going to get well.
Come here, darling.
What is it?
I know what you're thinking. We just never expected her to get well, and now...
And now she's going to get well, and I'm going to take my walk.
No, wait.
Wait. That's all I've been doing for a solid year. Waiting for that woman to die. And now she isn't going to.
Well, did you hear the doctor tell her that she's going to get well?
No.
Well, maybe she's making it up. Maybe it's something she just wants to believe.
Nevertheless, I'm going for a walk. You go up and talk to her and find out for yourself.
When are you going to be back?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Don't be long, please. I've got to talk to you.
My name's Harrington. I'm an investigator for the district attorney's office. I'd been over at police headquarters on an errand for the DA when I learned of a special type of ripoff that was victimizing doctors and who knows who else. Dr. Harvey on the west side of town reported his office had been broken into and a batch of prescription blanks stolen. It was the second such incident in a week. The first victim being another doctor. When I reported them to my boss, he said...
It may tie into narcotics.
Ah.
Oddly enough, I had a call from the FBI today. They've had several reports that someone has been going to drugstores, presenting legitimate prescriptions for morphine tablets, and then in an hour or so, the purchaser returns the tablets, claiming they're not right. The pharmacist obliges by refunding the money. The pharmacist later discovered the pills which were returned to him contained only saccharin.
That's a pretty smart deal. But I figured stolen prescription blanks would be an easier racket.
Didn't the police get the numbers on those blanks?
Yeah, but just as I left headquarters, they were preparing a bulletin to go to all drugstores in the area, warning them to be on the lookout for anyone passing them.
Who is it?
Me, Bob.
You certainly took your time.
I was with Marion. I came as soon as I could.
That was decent of you.
I want to talk to you. May I come in?
You're halfway in now.
Thanks.
More waiting?
Please, Ruth, no attitude.
This is hardly an attitude.
Listen, I called Dr. Harvey.
And?
He says she misunderstood him. He merely told her that she seemed better today. Now, he told me her improvement is only temporary. Her case is still hopeless.
It would seem mine is, too.
It is not. She will die.
Well, that's true of everyone eventually. And how many more years does he give her while I'm waiting?
Please, Ruth, there's nothing we can do but wait.
Nothing? There is such a thing as divorce, you know.
With her in that condition, what would people say?
Well, if they had any brains, they'd say you were well out of it. Oh, look, darling. You keep telling me you love me. Then why don't you show it?
I try to.
How? By letting me stay in this house and wait on your wife hand and foot? You're afraid to ask her for a divorce.
I can't. The shock would be too great. Would kill her.
Would that be so bad?
Ruth!
Well, would it?
Now, wait. That's pretty cold-blooded.
You know we've both hoped she'd die.
Yes, but not because we caused her death.
Death is death.
But the way you put it makes it sound like murder.
And that shocks you?
Yes.
Well, now I know where I stand. I'm not waiting any longer. I'm getting out of here tonight.
Ruth, you can't. I must mean more to you than that.
You mean everything to me. That's why I can't take it any longer.
Please, Ruth, I'll do anything to keep you with me.
Do you mean that?
Anything. Only don't leave me. I'll do anything.
And it's all very simple. Somehow, you're going to arrange Marion's death.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage.
Oh,
yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a foot and a half shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
Yeah, Chief. I'm here at police headquarters with Sergeant Evans. He reached me on my car phone. I was only a few blocks away, so I swung over here. Yeah? Yeah, it ties in with those prescription blank robberies we were discussing yesterday. The druggist out on Beacon Avenue phoned headquarters. Evans took the call. So the druggist reported that this morning, before he'd received the police warning about the stolen blanks, he'd filled the prescription with Dr. Harvey's name on it. Right. Yeah, he was one of the doctors whose offices had been burglarized. Well, I'll swing right over there. I figured you'd want me to. That's why I called. Yes, sir. Goodbye. Thanks, Sarge.
Sure, anytime, Harrington.
I'm going to swing by the pharmacy and then go over to Dr. Harvey's office and take a chance on finding him in. You're the pharmacist that called police headquarters about the forgery?
Are you from the police?
I'm from the district attorney's office.
Yes, I didn't say it was a forged signature. I merely said that I have received a prescription on one of Dr. Harvey's blanks. When I received the police bulletin, I reported immediately. I have it right here. Here you are, Mr. Harrington.
Of course, you know I can't read this thing. Doctors write the way they talk.
Yeah. Let me get used to it. There's that scroll there that looks like a sparrow key, for example. That is OC, meaning ounce.
Well, I'm on my way to see Dr. Harvey now. You mind if I take this along? I'll give you a receipt. You'll get it back.
Oh, gladly. Anything to help.
Come in. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Vance. Yes, Ruth? I have your medicine here. Oh, I guess Dr. Harvey didn't get a chance to mention it to you, but I'm not to take it anymore.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Marion. Well, you see, when I called him to get some more details on your recovery, he said that he'd reconsidered and that he decided that you should take the pills for a little longer.
Oh, well, very well. Here you are, Mrs. Vance, and the waters.
Marion?
Yes, dear?
Nothing.
Why so many pills? This is a different prescription. Oh, thank you. You may have the glass back, Ruth. Won't you sit down and visit with us a while? Thank you. I've just been boring my husband with all the plans I have for us when I'm up and around again. It's nice you can look forward to it. Well, if we ever do 1/10 of them, he'll be the one to take to his bed with exhaustion. My goodness, I wonder how many million pills I've gulped over the years. Sometimes I think... Oh, that frightened me.
Mary, what's the matter?
Oh, probably nothing, but I just had a sharp pain. It felt like... Oh, darling.
Good
Lord, Ruth, I can't take this.
You've got to.
Oh, Bob. Bob, call the doctor.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing?
I've got to call Dr. Harvey.
Are you out of your mind?
I didn't know it was going to be like this.
Bob, why are you just standing there?
He isn't calling the doctor, Mrs. Vance.
What do you mean?
There's nothing any doctor can do for you now.
What?
You're dying.
Ruth.
Shut up. She's got to hear this. I've been waiting a year to tell it to her.
Ruth,
listen to me, Mrs. Vance. You're dying because we planned it. Your husband and I.
I don't understand.
We love each other, Mrs. Vance. You've been keeping us apart.
No.
See, my arms are around him. I'm holding him.
Ruth.
See, Mrs. Vance, see?
Oh, no.
Oh, we're free, darling. We're free.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard and beach nuts to the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything you ever knew. We'd go after big mouth in close to the bank and beach nuts to the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
Dr. Harvey and showed him the prescription I'd borrowed from the pharmacist. Then came the old switcheroo. It was his signature, but the drug was one he'd never prescribed for anybody. The doc and I agreed that by the look of the creases where it had been folded, someone had carried it around for quite a while, maybe in a wallet or a handbag. Then, too, we bombed out on our narcotics ring theory, because it wasn't a drug any junkie would use. Whatever was hiding under that tongue-twisting Latin name he gave it was too powerful a drug to be used for a fix. In fact, the doc said if a person didn't know how to use it, it was sudden death. I thought I detected an erasure on the paper, so I hustled over to the police lab.
Come into the living room, Ruth. No one's here but me, but, well, Dr. Harvey signed that death certificate and he left.
Did he notice how long she'd been dead?
Yes, but he concluded she died during the night.
That's what I figured.
The undertaker will be over soon to pick up the body.
Good. The sooner the better. It was bad enough having her in the house alive.
Ruth, I feel terrible about her, about everything. It's been a terrific strain.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Bob. You didn't think it was going to be fun and games, did you?
No, but I didn't realize it would be so horrible either.
You've got to get this thing out of your mind. The idea was to get rid of her so we could be together. You've done nothing but sit around wishing she was back.
Oh, you're right. I must forget it. I won't talk about it anymore.
Promise?
Promise.
No, that's better. Now, let's talk about you and me.
Well, I think that we should wait a decent length of time between the funeral and our marriage.
And what's a decent length of time?
I don't know. I just don't think we should be too obvious.
Oh, Bob, darling, I've waited so long. Please don't make me wait again. It mustn't be too long.
It won't be, darling. It won't be.
The police lab report confirmed my suspicion of an erasure on the prescription form. The lab man put it under the ultraviolet lamp, and the original writing showed up like a black eye on an albino. I reported this to Dr. Harvey, and he immediately suggested that Mrs. Vance's death, following the filling of the prescription, had been more than just a coincidence. I relayed his suspicions to the morgue, and they called in the medical examiner. He discovered poison in her stomach. I called the DA. He told me to meet him in front of the Vance home. I did.
Coming. Yes?
I'm from the district attorney's office. Here's my ID. Is Mr. Vance at home, please?
What do you want to see him about?
Who's that, Ruth?
Someone for you, Mr. Vance.
Oh, well, what can I do for you?
He's from the district attorney's office.
May I speak with you, please?
Of course. Come right in.
Thank you. My name's Harrington.
I noticed on your credentials card, Mr. Harrington, Miss Turner. She's been my wife's nurse.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I came to see you because of your wife, Mr. Vance.
Oh, well, of course you had no way of knowing, but she died last night.
Would you excuse me, please?
Miss Turner, wait a moment. I think this will be of interest to you also.
What's this all about?
Your wife's death, Mr. Vance.
Well, why involve Miss Turner?
Well, there's some rather unexplained details concerning it.
In what way?
There's evidence that she was poisoned.
Poison? But that's ridiculous. She's been under Dr. Harvey's care for quite some time. He wrote out the death certificate and seemed quite convinced that she had died in her sleep.
That may be, Mr. Vance. Nevertheless, a post-mortem at the morgue revealed the presence of a lethal amount of poison in her stomach.
I don't understand.
I'm sure Miss Turner does.
What do you mean?
A prescription was filled yesterday for the drug that killed her. It was ordered by a woman who fits your description.
Why, that's ridiculous. I'm a registered nurse. You can check my reputation.
What do you have to say about it, Mr. Vance?
I don't know.
You don't know she was poisoned?
Well, yes, I mean, Ruth...
Shut up.
Ruth, what do we do?
I can answer that. I have a squad car outside. You're both coming with us to be booked for murder. You know I'm no genius, but I don't understand how anybody figures they can get away with anything to leave so many footprints as murder. Mr. Vance and his nurse Ruth were apparently intelligent people. And everybody knows that the personal lives of men and women sometimes get all fouled up. That all marriages aren't made in heaven. And I know that guys get yens for dames and that dames are only human, despite a few like Ruth Turner. But I don't see how even she, especially as how she was trained in medicine, could think there wasn't a way to figure out a poisoning. Well, I got to split. My wife's getting dinner on about now, and I don't want to be late. After all, I don't want her sneaking something into my coffee. See you later.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all. Hey, Matus Rosé. Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Other Sins Only Speak. Murder Shrieks Out is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Greg Morris was heard as Harrington. Featured in the cast were Scott Ellsworth, Iris Mann, Jay Johnston, Julie Bennett, and Jack Crucian. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Crooks, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's whimsical tale of love and crime. The Rehabilitation of Citizen Fimple. Starring Greg Morris. In a Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. Also by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, Shenley Industries, Matus Wine, and International Harvester. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial-ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You will find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Each of us has an accident or two in our lives. A normal occurrence, something we accept and make the best of. But what if they occurred every day? What then? You're about to meet simple Tommy Fimple, an average, nice man, trapped in that never-never world of error.
Fimple, I told you not to touch anything. Fimple, you bring this prison down around my old head.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
There's a break! Where? Any hostages? Kalinsky, get out of here. There's no break. It's just Fimple.
I should have guessed. Fimple, I'm glad you're leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Kalinsky.
Tommy, pull up a chair. Not mine, you idiot.
Here, I'll sit here. Sorry about the alarm. I thought it was a light switch, Warden.
Just call me Warden.
Hey, okay, Warden.
Tommy Fimple, it's my proud, and I might say relieved duty to release you to the outside world. Leave that alone! Tommy, I want you to know, even though it's been difficult, I've grown fond of you in the year you've been here.
Hey, it's a nice prison.
Yes, well, I think we can forget about the couple of accidents that happened here.
I never knew oatmeal could burn like that.
What? Oh, you mean the fire in the kitchen? Yes, well, that was unfortunate. But you did a good job in the jute mill.
I always meant to ask, what do you do with all that jute?
We make rope, but that's not material. The big question is, are you ready to become a citizen again?
Could I have a cigar?
Huh? Oh, certainly, my boy. This is sort of a rebirth. Go ahead, take a couple.
I want you to know you seem like a father to me.
Well, that's mighty nice of you. You're all my sons here, but I certainly do consider you special.
Got a light, Dad?
Use the desk lighter.
Hey, I've never seen a gas lighter before. What's this little lever here?
Simple, the lamp! You set my lamp!
I'll get it. There. Looks better all black like that, see?
That's it. I can't take any more. Here's your $25. You've got your suit. I wish you well. Come on.
Gosh, Warden, I thought we could talk a while, sort of father and son.
Yeah, well, you like me. Guard, show Mr. Fimple out. Now! Go straight, you hear?
Right, Dad. Thanks, Mr. Kalinsky. Hey, guys in the tower, so long. Could you open the gate a second? My coat's caught. Hello, this is Tom Fimple. Hello? Hello? Hello, the end diaper service? This is Tom Fimple. That's not very nice to say on the telephone. Hello? Hello, miss. My name's Tommy Fimple.
Oh, Mr. Fimple. Mr. Coot's been looking forward to seeing you. through that door, please.
Yes? I mean, he wants to see me? Well, you don't know how many turndowns. Where did you say? That door? Right. You're pretty. Did anyone ever... This door. Right. Here. Thomas Ulysses Fimple should be Thomas Ulysses Failure.
Oh, idiot. Out of my way. Ooh.
Here, let me help you. I'm sorry.
Leave that stuff alone. Go.
I insist.
Look where you're going, Clemont. I see you. Stop. Oh, golly. Quick. Hey, grab the stuff.
Huh?
Come on, run.
Gee, a false bottom box. That's clever.
There they are, officer.
Officer?
Run.
Why are we running?
I'm a shoplifter.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard and beach nuts with the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything you ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank and beach nuts with the tobacco you chew. Around here, beach nuts the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win. Evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
Pretty good.
You had a hold of my belt.
What's your name, Skinny?
Thomas Ulysses Fimple.
Simple. I love it.
Thanks. More coffee?
Oh, darn. The coffee seems
I'm sorry. Let me help. I just wait.
But now it won't have to be cleaned anyway.
Always something happens.
Tough. You're a jinx. Did you know that?
Yeah. Tough.
Sure. T-U-F. Your initials. So your next con, huh? What'd they get you for?
I burned down an asbestos factory.
Come on, be serious.
No, it's true. They fired me when I went back to clean out my locker. There was an accident. I knocked over a barrel of kerosene. It fell down a bunch of steps. A guy just happened to open the door at the bottom, and it rolled right into a furnace. Well, the rest is history.
Boy, you are a klutz. I thought you did it for revenge, huh?
What else?
You really can't get a job?
I can't even get a waiter.
Here, finish your dinner. I want you to meet some people I know.
Who?
Oh, just some shoplifters.
We washing the car?
You'll see.
Gloria's sweet. You want to help me get a job? With my luck, I shouldn't do anything dishonest. Even my honest gets dishonest somehow.
Yeah, me too.
Why did you become... why are you
a shoplifter?
Yeah.
Well, the guy that runs this operation is Fritz Hochner. Now, I knew him when I was down on my luck, and he loaned me some money and then some more that I needed to send home, and so he's making me work it off.
Well, it's servitude.
Yeah. But in another month, I'll be paid off, and then I'll quit. Now, here, get ready to jump out.
In a car wash? I'll get wet.
No, you'll see. You ready? Go.
Hey, that's clever.
Now, down these steps.
Underground?
Yeah. It's an old gas storage tank, and they have a secret entrance in the wash tunnel. And customers drive in for the hot goods. They stop the wash line a minute and load the guy up, and then he's gone. Nobody suspects.
It's like an old Peter Lorre movie.
Okay, in here.
Come in, Gloria, who's that skinny guy?
A friend, looking for work.
I don't know. Wait. Boss.
Ah, Gloria. Good. Where's the merchandise?
I lost it.
What?
You cannot do that. I have customers.
It was an accident.
I do not like accidents. Hey, you can't do that. Buford.
It's not my friend.
Shut up. He will wake up much wiser. I told you never to come back without merchandise I order.
Well, anyway, I quit.
You will quit when I, Fritz Hoepner, say so. Buford, wake this ugly person.
Tommy, darling.
Yeah. Did you say darling?
A slip of the tongue.
Enough. Why did you bring this?
I thought you might find some work for him, but...
He is your friend and he can help you. Now, no time. Tonight is a special fur sale at the Mayberry department store. I have orders. You, Buford, and this will go pick up furs. And Buford will return them here by 8:30. Understood?
Oh, well, furs weren't part of our deal. Hey, if I do it, that makes us even?
Whatever you say. Now, go upstairs. Buford, you will stay a minute.
Come on, Tommy.
Okay.
Buford, it is time Miss DeMott left our employ. She is bad at the business.
What would you have me do?
Why, see that she and her friend are arrested, of course.
Matus is an old-world rosé wine people enjoy everywhere. Like down in the Delta, they know the blues are what you make it, and that the light, easy-to-like taste of Matus Rosé makes the meal. Man, on the West Coast, Matus is out of sight, but you see it everywhere. And in New England, Matus Rosé is perfect for that elegant evening on the town. Matus, the rosé wine that goes with everything good, anywhere, anytime at all. Hey, Matus Rosé. Imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
Gloria, I can't let you do it. Let's just... What was that, Skinny?
It's just getting a feel of the ropes. Buford, don't you think you should skip the van and stand by the second little exit?
That's right, but you better hurry.
How do you, do it?
Easy. For the fur wraps, I put them in my bloomers. See?
Gloria, that's for a private.
Oh, Top, you're a peach. Now, for the coat, that's simple, too. Now, each of them has an electric sensor device. And I have an electric sensor device remover. I just put on the coat and walk out. Now, your job is to create a diversion if I need it. Here's the fur department. Poor animals.
Yeah.
Now, you stand over there by the cashier. Now, if I signal, roll or something, huh?
Oh, I'm good at the or something.
Buford's got 4. This one, and we'll be done.
Gloria, maybe you better put it back. See that blonde girl over there?
Uh-oh, I've been burned. Look like you don't know me.
Burned?
Spotted. Hey, now's the time for one of your so things.
Gloria. Oh, boy, now what? I know, I'll get Buford. Excuse me. In a hurry. Excuse me. Pardon me.
You see my mommy?
No, go away.
I want my mommy.
Shut up, kid. Your mommy will come. Let go of my foot.
No. Let me give me a ride on your shoulders.
Let go, kid. I'll eat you.
Don't beat me, mister. Don't beat me.
Oh, Jiminy.
Alfred, you leave the nice man alone. That's where his foot.
Thank you, ma'am. The door. Where's the door? Buford. Wait, it's Gloria. She's... Hey!
Let go of my door.
You gotta help. Gloria's been burned.
That's too bad. See you, sucker.
What the... Gloria!
Let me go. I haven't done anything.
Quiet.
Gloria?
Tom, Fimple?
Sir?
Warden.
My boy, what a nice surprise.
Sir, what are you doing here? Nice seeing you. I have to go.
Hold on. What was that scene with the girls all about?
Warden, I got to talk to you.
Well, that's extraordinary. And you really love this girl?
Short notice, I know, but I do.
What about these nefarious characters she works for?
Well, I'm convinced they finked on her to store security.
Then she's forced to shoplift, eh?
Yeah, some sort of bondage to this Fritz Hoepner.
But she really knows how they go about this business?
Yes, but she really doesn't want to. She needs a chance to go honest. Like you gave me. Dad?
Dad? Well, isn't that nice? Okay, I've got an idea. It just so happens I'm an old friend of J.D. Mayberry.
Tom Warden, you old son of a... Come on in.
J.D., meet Tom Fimple, an ex-pupil of mine.
Please, son, sit down. Drink?
J.D., I've got a favor to ask.
Anything, you name it.
Your security people are holding a girl, what's her name, Tom?
Gloria DeMott.
DeMott, yes. Could you have her set up, J.D.?
Well, certainly, if you say so.
Security, send him also.
I want to see a lawyer.
This is Mayberry. Is that Gloria DeMott?
Yes, sir. A real hard case.
Bring her to my office, will you?
Yes, sir. Right away.
It'll be just a moment, Warden. Shoplifters will be the death of me. You know my chain loses close to $1 million a year.
Tough to catch, are they, J.D.?
Like scratching your back. I've got good security people, but come in.
Here she is, Mr. Mayberry.
All right, Sandy, thank you.
Oh, Tommy, they caught you too.
Miss DeMott, no one's caught your young friend. Please sit down.
Gloria, this is my friend, the warden. Remember I told you?
I have the pen. Hi, Warden.
I'll make it short, J.D. These two people are in love.
Oh, Tom.
Tommy here tells me Mr. Bott is under the thumb of a gang of those shoplifting curmudgeons.
Oh.
Now, how would you like to catch them all?
We do that, and I'd be indebted for life.
Okay, here's what we do.
A car wash. I can't believe it.
Yes, sir. They store all the goods on the ground.
Well, there they go, and justly deserved, if I say so.
Mr. Mayberry, would you like to go down inside?
I certainly would. Will you look at that? Coats, TV sets, refrigerators. I don't believe it. Shoes, purses. Oh, look here. One of my competitors' dresses. Shoddy merchandise.
Oh, there's more, sir. In the next room is heavy stuff like jewelry.
And J.D., what we talked about?
Oh, yes, right. Mr. Mott, Mr. Fimple, how would you two like to come to work for my stores?
Would
we? Warden's idea, and I agree. I mean, what better way to catch shoplifters than to use someone with inside knowledge? Well?
Terrific. Let me shake your hand. Oops. I did it again.
Oh, tough.
J.D., you made a great decision.
Uh-huh.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a foot and a half shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
The Rehabilitation of Citizen Fimple is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Greg Morris was heard as Tommy Fimple. Featured in the cast were Margaret Maloney, Harold Perry, Byron Kane, Bob Easton, Bill Keane, and Jane Webb. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood. Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's study of violence. Bonnie and Clyde are alive and living as Merrill and Bill. Starring Lee Merriweather. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of the 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, also by Sign-Off, Tablets and Spray, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, and International Harvester.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial-ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank that's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Today, woman speaks of her ability to compete with man in what she terms a man's world. And it's true that when she makes up her mind to compete, man finds he has competition of Olympian dimensions. The young man in this story is certainly an evil person, but his woman, in every way, is at least his equal in their world of crime. Nevertheless, the justice of the peace in a small eastern town has no reason to suspect either of them as he performs his traditional, if perfunctory, marriage service.
And do you, Mary Sherman, take this man, William Baker, as your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you, William Baker, take this woman, Mary Sherman, as your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Then, by the powers vested in me, I do hereby pronounce you man and wife.
Is that all?
Yes, son, yes, that's all.
Gee, Mary, I love you.
And my very best wishes to you both.
Golly, thanks. Thanks very much.
And now I'll exercise my privilege of kissing the bride.
Oh.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh. Well, look at her. She's blushing. I'm not.
Well, thank you again. And now we better get going along because we got to get into the city sometime tonight. Well, good luck, and if you happen to pass this way again, please be sure to drop in.
Oh, thank you. We will. Could I have my coat, please, Bill?
Sure, honey. And you better put it on. It's damp out tonight, and I don't want you to catch cold. Excuse me, young fella. You forgot my fee. Oh, I was just going to talk to you about that. You see, sir, we don't have any money. You what? Well, in fact, we were planning on getting some from you. What do you mean? I kind of hate doing this, you being so nice and marrying us and all, but we're going to have to hold you up.
I got a gun on you, mister.
Now, yeah, you hand over your money, please.
Certainly not. I'm calling the police.
Oh, no, you don't. Okay, Bill. You go through his pockets. I'll search the desk. Then let's play it.
Morning, Chief. Man, that sheriff station's jumping this morning.
What's going on, Barney?
Well, it seems a young couple went into the home of the Justice of the Peace in Kernville in the northern part of the county, got married, and instead of paying the JP, plugged him in the arm, stole all his dough. Happened last night. Next, they hold up a car on the main highway and drive off in it.
For the honeymoon?
Yeah. A few miles farther south, they stop at one of those all-night diners, fill up on steaks and French fries, tap the till, and wing the proprietor when he tries to stop them.
That's a good story. Get on that typewriter and knock it out. Any leads on the couple or where they're heading now?
Well, the sheriff's boys figure they may be in our fair city by now. Each hit they made was on the route south.
Tell me, how did they get as far as they did without being picked up?
Well, it took the Justice of the Peace a while to put a tourniquet on his arm before he could phone the police. The guy they stole the car from had a 5-mile walk before he could get to a phone. By the time he made his call, the happy newlyweds had already pulled the diner job.
Well, if you get right on that, you can make the next edition of the story.
Okay, Chet, I'll have it on the copy desk in half an hour.
I'm sorry I got the bacon too well done. It's almost burned.
Oh, no. Hey, don't apologize. That was a swell breakfast. I cleaned my plate, didn't I?
You just did it to be nice.
Hey, would you like to move out of here into a nice hotel?
So you won't have to eat my cooking?
Oh, come on, sweetie. Don't say that. That's not the idea. That was the best breakfast I've had in a long time.
Do you really mean that?
Of course I do, Mary.
Well, then, I'd rather stay here in the motel. With the little kitchenette here and that hot plate, I can fix all our meals here. It'll cost us a lot less.
Well, that's a point.
Oh, Buster, how much money do we have?
Oh, about $150 or so.
That isn't much, Bill.
Yeah, I know.
We could get more when it runs out.
How?
Same way as we got the first loot last night.
You mean get married again?
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Nothing at all.
Oh, Don, I could get married to you every day for the rest of my life.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Breaking on the newlywed story?
More of the same.
What does that mean?
Another rip-off, another shooting, another Justice of the Peace. That's the second night in a row.
You're putting me on.
Nope. It was reported about an hour ago.
How come it wasn't reported sooner?
Well, the Justice's housekeeper didn't find him till about an hour after the shooting. They got him to the hospital, but he didn't regain consciousness till this morning. The description of the couple's the same as before.
Any leads?
The only one I know about, I already gave it to the Deputy Thompson here, is the one I got on the phone a few minutes ago. I called the hospital and talked to that first Justice of the Peace they shot. He remembered that just before he passed out, he heard the broad say something about getting back to the happy hour.
Well, there must be at least 100 cocktail joints in this town that cut the prices of their drinks in the late afternoon and call it the happy hour.
Yeah, but my hunch is, and the boys are going to check it out, is in this case, it's the Happy Hour Motel on the main highway at the north end of the city. It's that That joint the cops knocked over a few months back?
Anything else?
That's it for now.
Okay. If you don't phone in something more final before we go to press, I'll update your story with what you just gave me and file it.
Okay, Chief. Thanks.
Oh, baby, stand around watching me while I'm doing this.
I like to watch you.
Honey, it makes me nervous when you look over my shoulder like that. And stop blowing down the back of my neck.
Okay, then. I'll kiss the back of your neck.
Bill, stop it, please. I want this cake to turn out good.
Well, okay. But when you get that cake in the oven, you just watch out, because I'm going to chase you until you catch me.
Finally, it's all ready for the oven. Oven's already preheated, and all I have to do now is set the timer. And it ought to be done by the time we...
Just a minute.
Yes? Get your hands up. Stay where you are, miss.
A deputy sheriff.
That's right. You'll have to excuse me greeting you with a gun, but I couldn't take any chances.
Well, what do you want?
First of all, I want to find out about that car parked in front of this motel room.
Oh, is that all?
I also want to know if you're man and wife.
Why, deputy? Just because we're registered as man and wife in a motel, do you suspect hanky-panky?
Matter of fact, I suspect armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon.
Why come to us?
You both fit the description of a young couple who'd gotten married more than once and each time robbed and wounded the justice of the peace.
This is terrible. I had no idea I'd be in front of you tonight like this.
Ryan's not going to get you off the hook, lady.
Look, deputy, we ain't got nothing to...
Darling, I think it's better that we just tell the truth.
Now you're catching on.
We really didn't mean to hurt anybody. Honest, officer. I know. What if we were to return the money we took? Would that help any?
Well, that's for a judge or jury to decide.
Well, I got it right here in my purse.
You don't seem to understand, miss. I'm not interested in anything at the moment but taking the two of you in, so just close your purse and come on along here.
Hey, Mary, that was mucho cool. Honey, he really thought you were going into your purse to give back the money.
I told you a long time ago that if you'd marry me, we'd make one heck of a team. Oh, that's awful.
What, shooting the fuzz?
No. It's just that now we're going to have to leave before the cake's done.
You know, a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. Treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
That ought to do it for now. Well, Chief, here's today's episode of our Honeymooners Cliffhanger.
What did you come up with this time?
Read it.
You found Deputy Thompson?
Yeah. I followed in my car when he went out to the Happy Hour Motel.
Yeah?
I parked about 50 feet away on the shoulder of the highway and waited. When I heard the shot, I piled out and got over there fast.
Yeah?
Thompson was bleeding so badly, I ran to the manager's office and called for an ambulance and the police. Then I stuck around until they arrived.
Well, I see by this. The manager described the couple the same as their previous victims had.
Right. After they took Thompson away, I went into the motel room with the sheriff's boys and a detective from homicide.
Holy mackerel, how cool can you get? Baking a cake while attempting homicide.
You don't mention finding anything else besides the cake.
I was asked not to, but for your confidential information, they've got one clue they're following up on.
What's that?
There were a lot of recipes that had been cut from magazines and newspapers. And there was a page of a newspaper from which a coupon had been clipped. They checked and found it had been for a free cookbook. The couple seemed to be sticking with the name of Baker, at least each time they got married. So the post office has been alerted to watch for a cookbook from the canning company addressed to either Mary or Mrs. William Baker.
That means this story goes on the back burner for a few days. I'll file this one so that it'll make the Bulldog edition.
Bill, what do you say we go out for dinner tonight?
Out? Hey, you getting tired of your favorite pastime, cooking?
You know darn well it's my next favorite pastime. And no, I'm not getting tired of it. It's just that I thought we ought to be looking around for a way to make some more money.
Well, we already know a way. Getting married.
Well, as much as I love you, we mustn't do that anymore. That's how that deputy tracked us down the other day.
Yeah, but you got rid of him.
I know, honey. But there's more than one deputy sheriff in this county. And a few policemen in the city, too.
Yeah, but they sure don't know where we're living now.
Well, that's why I wanted us to get this apartment. There's 100 units in this building and a dozen other big ones like this in this part of town. We've really gone under.
Yeah. Well, if we're not going to get married again, what other plans do you have for us earning a living?
Well, none yet. But you know something?
What?
If we had wheels, we could cover more ground and case this town real good. Gee, I miss having a car.
Oh, honey, so do I. But that car got awful hot. That's why I rolled it off the cliff into the lake.
Why don't we steal another one? Let's get a nice, plain, used one that won't attention, especially at night when we'll be doing our cruising.
That's okay about me.
Then we'll pull some jobs, get some cash, get rid of the stone car, buy one of our own. Oh, Bill, wouldn't it be exciting to get married again and go off on another honeymoon?
Yeah.
We'd have to go out of state for our next marriage. Wouldn't it be fun?
No two ways about it, honey. I married me a genius.
No, of course.
No two ways about cooking being your next favorite pastime either.
You're absolutely right, honey. Honeymooning is my real favorite.
City desk, please. Chet? Oh. Barney. Just thought I'd report that Deputy Thompson's going to make it. And better have a rewrite man stand by. The post office just called with the baker's new address on the cookbook. The sheriff's men are going to row on it right now, and I'm following in my car. Right. So long.
It's a nice little car, Bill. Does it handle good?
Oh, very good, honey. The clutch is fine. So with the stick shift, we can get a fast takeoff wherever needed.
Lined up in just one evening. We could hit 3 within an hour and be out of town like a breeze. About midnight, we could take that drive-in and get some movie theater crowd. Go from there to that liquor store a dozen blocks away. Go by side street to the south edge of town, hit that big service station on the main highway, and then if we really step on it, in another half hour, we could be across the state line. Am I still a genius?
Darling, the most exciting genius in the world. Hey, I wonder if we should park the car just a few blocks from your apartment building.
Oh, no, honey. The cops don't really see out. We can park it in the basement garage where no one will be looking for it. If we leave a hot car on the street, if it's been reported, well, they might start calling the neighborhood.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, honey, I just happened to think.
What?
Those parking spaces in the garage, they have the numbers painted on the floor in front of them, don't they? Well, it might kick up a stink if we get in somebody else's parking space.
Gosh, I don't remember. I only looked in there once the day we first looked at the apartment. You wait here at the curb a minute. I'll get out and take a look.
Hold it right there, Mrs. Baker. You, Baker, keep both hands on the wheel. We got you covered on the driver's side, too. All right, give me that purse.
Get it.
Let go of it.
Lieutenant?
Yep, I got it, Lieutenant.
Okay, out of the car, Baker. Hands on the hood of the car.
Good hunting, men. Who's this guy? I'm Barney Wittenberg with the Daily Clarion. What do you want? I want a story on you and Mrs. Baker.
Something you can make a lot of sensational headlines out of, I suppose.
Why, no, Mrs. Baker. I wouldn't think of such a thing. I want a story for our society section. The editor just loves weddings and honeymoons.
Well, I got one for your obituary editor. Drop dead, mister. Drop dead.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, when you buy the other pickup from International, you get 4...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are 2 pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity. The one with great handling and stability. The other pickup from International.
Okay.
All right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right. Go ahead. I know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Bonnie and Clyde are alive and living as Mary and Bill was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Lee Merriweather was heard as Mary Baker. Featured in the cast were Herb Ellis, Jacques Denbo, Jim Bowles, and Herb Biker. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis. Directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's suspenseful drama of a policewoman with dangerous mission. Sisters of Satan. Starring Lena in the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, also by Sign-Off, Tablets and Spray, Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, and International Harvester.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Double toil and trouble. Fire burn and cauldron bubble was the chant of the three witches in the play Macbeth, stirring their hell broth as a prelude to evil doing. The witches in our story are women of the underworld. The cavern that is their domain is not in a hillside, but in a cheap boarding house in the decadent section of a large American city. Their witches brew the evil plans they are concocting. Now the devil enters the prompter's box, and the play begins.
Come in. You want to see us, Mother Lewis? Yeah, come in. Go ahead, Rose.
Thanks, Madeline.
Close the door. Okay. Sit down. I want to talk to you both. Sure. Sit over here, Rose.
Okay.
Now, don't get sore at what I say, because it's for your own good.
All right.
First of all, as you know, anyone who's on our side of the law, or anybody who belongs to him, can always use this place for a pad.
Ah, we know that.
That's why I gave you both rooms when you come here. I knew both your husbands, friends of mine.
Al always spoke real good of you, Mother.
Well, he ought to. But Al's dead, and Rose's guy's in the state pen, and for almost 4 months now, I've been carrying both of you. Look, you were both married to two of the best thieves in the business. You worked with them. Why don't you make that experience pay off?
Well, could Madeline and me talk it over?
Well, sure, go ahead, kick it around. But like I say, I can't carry the two of you forever. And if you decide you want to get going, I know a job that can be pulled tonight.
My name is Christina Modica. I'm a policewoman. My involvement in this Mother Lewis affair began shortly after a pawn shop had been robbed. I happened to be in Detective Captain Brad Willis's office just as he hung up the phone after talking with the hospital.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Good. So long.
Hi, Captain. Anything new?
Oh, hello, Chris. I just got a call from the doctor at emergency. Jerry Lundy's okay. It shook up a little.
What happened?
Well, he'd been working on that camera store theft and went into a pawn shop to see if the stuff had been hawked. He heard the owner yell. He looked out the pay window at the back of the shop, saw this girl emptying a tray full of rings. Jerry headed out toward the front of the store. He didn't know there was a second girl behind the door. She shot the store owner, fired at Jerry, creased his arm, and slugged him in the back of the head.
How's Jerry now?
Looked kind of woozy, but they think he'll be all right.
Was the pawnbroker badly hurt?
Pretty serious, I guess. He took a slug in the chest.
Well, did Jerry get a good look at either of the women?
Only the one who conked him. He caught a glimpse of her as she fired at him. He thinks she's the wife of a stick-up guy named Ed Reynolds. He's doing time right now. I'm sending some mug shots over to Jerry at the hospital to refresh his memory.
I'm coming!
Rose, for crying out loud, let me in.
Where the heck have you been? I got up this morning and looked in your room and you
I stayed in an all-night movie.
What for?
What for? I didn't know what else to do.
But those two guys were out colder than Eskimos' feet. They couldn't have followed you. No one else saw it.
Where's Mother Lewis?
I brought the rings back here last night. She's going out to Fimple.
Well, then you didn't run into any trouble after we split?
No, just took a bus and came home.
Well, we never should have tried it.
Well, we got the rings, so forget it, kid. Just hang loose.
But the rings weren't worth shooting those guys for.
Quit worrying, will you? Nobody will tie us into it.
What makes you so sure?
Well, for one thing, the hawk shop owner's dead.
Dead? Oh, my. That other man. Well, he's a cop. And he ain't dead.
So what?
Well, he must have a pretty good idea what we look like.
Rose, Al always told me that cops have to be stupid or they wouldn't want to be cops.
I don't care what Al said. When's Mother Lewis coming back?
Why are you so anxious?
I want my share of what she gets on those rings, and I want it quick.
Why?
Because I'm getting out of town. That's why.
When I'd last talked with Captain Willis, I had no idea I'd be in on the case. But I wasn't too surprised. It was the day after I talked with the captain about the pawn shop fracas when I walked into his office and was greeted with...
Hi, Chris. Just put in a call for you.
Oh? Well, what's up, Brad?
Well, we're going to put you back in civvies for a while. We've got a job for you.
Oh, well, what is it?
Let's begin by filling you in.
Shoot.
Well, first of all, Jerry's okay.
Oh, that's good.
And after taking a look at the mug shots I sent over to him, he positively identified the dame who winged and slugged him as Ed Reynolds' wife, Rose.
Well, you know where we can find her?
We checked on the last known address that we had on her, but she'd moved.
Maybe she's been corresponding with her husband in state pen.
Right on. We've already teletyped the warden and got a reply. Supposedly, she's living in a boarding house on 12th Street run by a dame called Mother Lewis. She caters to no one but crooks. The place is full of them.
Are you getting a search warrant?
No, Chris. We're getting a lady crook.
Who? Me? Well, why not a warrant?
Because if anyone from the police goes there, searches the place and doesn't find her, she'd really go under.
Well, I just can't walk up, ring the doorbell, and say, how do you do, Mother Lewis? I'm looking for a room.
Don't worry. We'll see that you're well recommended by Ed Reynolds himself.
Oh, you mean I have to go right to his wife, Rose?
Right.
Well, after all, I did want to be a policewoman.
Now I work thick and thick, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. The great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nut chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts the tobacco to chew because it just keeps on getting better, moister, more satisfying. Beech nuts all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beech nuts the tobacco I chew.
Hey, I just heard the front door. Maybe that's Mother Lewis.
That's you, Mother? Yeah. Rose is here. I'll be right up.
Am I glad she's home? I'm really worried. I've got to get that money and get out of this town.
When did you get back?
A little while ago.
Where were you?
Like I told Madeline, I went to an all-night movie.
I saw the paper. You should have known better than to kill a guy.
Well, it's done. How did you make out with the ring?
Well, not as good as I figured. Some of them were phony.
How much did you get for him?
$2,000.
I'd like my share right now, Mother Lewis. I'm leaving town. Let me have my money, will you?
Don't get so uptight. Give me a chance. I got paid off in hundreds. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you are.
What's with the 5? 3 into 2,000.
My take is 50%, sweetheart.
Now, wait a minute.
Look, who picked the job? Who fenced the stuff?
I want my full share.
You did the shooting, remember?
Meaning you turned me in?
That's exactly what I mean.
You forget one thing. I still have your gun. Right here.
Are you kidding?
You'd better believe I'm not. Come on, hand it over. And I mean the whole 2,000.
Okay, you do it. I had to do that, Madeline. I had to shoot her.
I don't blame you. She was sure being unfair.
Well, I'd done a lot of plainclothes work before, but I'd never tried to walk into a whole den of thieves and pretend I was one of them. The thought of going into that boarding house on 12th Street made me feel like a rabbit going into a nest of weasels. As I rang the doorbell, the adrenaline was shooting through me like a big gulp of whiskey.
Yeah?
Hello, I am looking for Mother Lewis.
What do you want with her?
You don't have to worry, sis. I came recommended.
Oh? Well, come in.
Thanks.
I think she's on the phone in her room. With the door closed, she can't hear you. You want I should go upstairs for her?
No, I'll wait. I really wanted to see one of her boarders.
Yeah? Who's that?
Rose Reynolds.
What do you want to see Rose for?
Her husband and my husband are good friends, okay? Is she around?
Well, not right now. What does your husband do?
Oh, he's traveling right now. In fact, he and Mr. Reynolds are away together.
Look, honey, you don't have to be embarrassed, man. I happen to know Ed Reynolds is in the state pen. Is that where your husband is?
Yeah.
You don't have to hide nothing around here. We've all been through that. More than once.
You too?
Did you ever hear of Al Stone?
The name's familiar.
Your husband would know him. More about him, all right.
Actually, I was looking for Mrs. Reynolds, hoping I could get a room here until, certain things blow over.
Who's that, Madeline?
Someone to see you. That's Mother Lewis.
Oh, good.
What do you want?
My husband and Ed Reynolds are away together. He sent me to see Mrs. Reynolds.
Rose has moved.
Well, where'd she go?
I don't know.
Now, what she really wants is a room, Mother. Maybe she could have Roses after things get moved out.
I already rented it. We're full up, miss.
Well, don't you have any idea where I could find her?
No, I don't. But if I hear from her, I'll tell her that you came by.
You don't even know my name.
What is it?
Martin.
Okay, Mrs. Martin. Goodbye.
Well, thanks. Goodbye, Mrs. Lewis. Why'd you brush her off like that?
Because we don't want any friends of Rose's or her husband snooping around until we can get rid of the body.
When you gonna do that?
Tonight.
Looking at our new international pickup, huh? Like to go for a spin? Okay, fasten your safety belt. Here we go. Notice how she handles the turns? The new international pickup has a wider track than the two largest selling pickups. A lower center of gravity, too. You can feel the difference? Oh, yeah. Well, we call it the other pickup because it's definitely not like the others. And when you buy a new international pickup, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models. No extra cost. They're worth $290, suggested retail price. It's a special promotion we're having until July 20th. Well, here we are back. Oh, yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Hey, here, have a free tire gauge, just for stopping in at a participating international dealer. You know, correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. Okay, see you tomorrow. Hey, thanks for stopping in.
As I went down the front steps after the door of Mother Lewis's boarding house closed behind me, I let out a big sigh of relief. I'm frank to admit the woman scared me. I was sure she'd just as soon shoot a person as think about it. There were a couple of other things I was pretty sure of, too. One was that Mother Lewis had been lying to me about having rented Rose's room. The other was that the girl she called Madeline was no Sunday school teacher. I'd driven to Mother Lewis's in my own car and had parked it in front of the place. Now I got back in it, drove to the end of the block, turned the corner, and parked on Pine Street, where I'd noticed a phone booth. Chris Modica, Brad. I just left Mother Lewis's place. I'm parked around the corner a block away.
Were you able to rent a room?
No. She said Rose Reynolds has moved and that her room's already rented and the place is full up. But I suspect something's going on. Listen, if you think it's okay, I'll stick around and keep an eye on the place. One of Mother Lewis's boarders dropped the fact that Rose's things are still in her old room. I figure she might come back to get them, and if so, I could tailor.
Good thinking. Hang in there, but be careful. I'll leave right now and join you.
Okay, Brad. Thanks. I'm parked on the north side of Pine Street, just around the corner from 12. See ya. Been here for over 2 hours. I hope I didn't bring you away from all that paperwork on a wild goose chase, Brad.
I don't think so. Your hunch is probably a good one. Now that it's dark, we may see some action.
Could be. Of course, it is possible that Rose has heard that the pawn shop owner's dead, on which day she might send someone else to pick up her stuff.
Oh, there's a car pulling up in front of the house now.
Look how fast he's taking those front steps.
Sure in a hurry. Didn't even close the door.
Well, they were sure expecting him. Somebody opened the door already.
Can you make out who it is?
Not so dark. Oh, it's Madeline, the girl I told you about.
She's taking a suitcase down to the car. Probably Rose's stuff.
Wait, look. The driver's backing out of the front door as though he's carrying the end of something heavy. Oh, that's Mother Lewis.
So that's the old girl.
It looks like they're carrying one of those big laundry bags, like hotels or factories use.
The way they're staggering with that load, there's something heavier than laundry in it. The stuff in it, and in the suitcase of Rose's, she must be furnishing a whole apartment someplace.
Is it too early to move in on it?
Yeah. I want to tail them to wherever they're taking that stuff. We gotta be sure.
The ride turned out to be a long one. After driving about a half an hour beyond the residential section of the city, they led us to an abandoned rock quarry. Mother Lewis's car turned into the big yard. The Captain Willis and I rode on for about a quarter of a mile. We stopped. He killed the headlights, radioed for a backup car, then swung back to within 300 or 400 yards of the quarry. We got out of the car and sneaked over to within some 50 feet of where Mother Lewis and the driver were half carrying, half dragging the heavy laundry bag. Madeline was carrying the suitcase. We listened and watched.
Be careful where you step down. And don't get too close to the edge of when we dump this in the pit.
Don't worry, Mother Lewis. I'll be careful.
Good. Okay, Izzy.
Yeah.
Just a few more steps.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mother Lewis.
Who are you?
Detective Willis, ma'am.
That's a pretty heavy bag. You better set it down.
Who's she?
I'm a police officer, too, Mr.
I knew I shouldn't trust you the first time I laid eyes on you.
By the way, Mrs. Lewis, don't get any ideas. I just got your purse out of the car. I've got your gun as well as my own.
Chris, see what's in the laundry bag. And you, driver. Easy, Madison. Get your hands up. You too, young lady.
How'd you know my name?
Got a make on your car license, wise guy. Now then, all three of you, turn around.
Captain,
Yes, Chris?
there's a body in this bag.
Okay, Mrs. Lewis. Whose?
It's Mrs. Reynolds.
Shut up, you jerk!
Officers McCready and Owens, Captain. Got your call for a backup. What can we do for you?
Nice timing. Take the three of them in. Put the older woman and the girl on suspicion of robbery and murder. Put the guy on suspicion of being an accomplice.
Yes, sir. Okay, you three. Hands behind your backs.
Believe me, I was glad that day was over. We called the coroner to pick up Rose's body. The officers in the black and white backup car left with the three prisoners, and Captain Willis drove me back to 12th and Pine where I'd parked my car. On the way, he said,
You're quite a gal, Chris. Your assignment today took a lot of guts. You must be tired.
Yeah.
How about relaxing over a couple of drinks and a good meal?
Oh, Captain, you are a mind reader. I'll take you up on that, providing...
Providing what?
Oh, providing that after dinner you'll come up to my place for a nightcap.
Officer Modica, you're a mind reader's mind reader.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sinoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Signoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Sisters of Satan was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Lee Merriweather was heard as Christina Monica. Featured in the cast were Marty Baguettes, Jay Webb, Lou Patson, Jim Bowles, and Herb Ellis. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Shel Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weiscott's unmasking of a consumer fraud. The Mannequin Sham. Starring Lee Merriweather. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, also by Sign-Off, tablets and spray, Beechnut chewing tobacco, and International Harvester.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial-ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Today, the story of the Quinns, a likable couple who love each other. However, at the moment, they're living apart. 2 people on the outs, looking for a way back in. And the route they're about to take is highly dangerous. More than a marriage, it could cost them their lives. Our story is called The Mannequin Sham.
I'm sorry I'm so busy, Lloyd, but you know how it is. You should know.
Honey, I want you to come home. As far as I'm concerned, our trial separation is over. I'll change. I love you.
Oh, Lloyd, you can't change. You're a detective. It's your work. Listen, I still love you. We just never should have gotten married.
Jay, how can you say that?
You were never home. Now I'm never home. We're like the proverbial 2 ships.
But I love you. Doesn't that mean anything?
Oh, Lloyd, you're so handsome when you get angry.
Oh, EJ.
Yes, Sarah.
Pamela Covington to see you, Mrs. Quinn.
Send her in. You want to watch the girl you married at work?
No. When you're free.
Are you asking for a date?
EJ, this is cruel.
Dinner tomorrow at Archie's, 8 o'clock.
I'll make the reservation. What time should I call for you?
Come in, Miss Covington.
EJ, what time?
This is Mr. Quinn, my husband. He's a detective.
How'd you do?
Lloyd, I'll meet you at the restaurant, okay?
All right.
Goodbye. Well, Miss Covington, you're here about the modeling service, right?
That's right, Mrs. Quinn. I don't think they're on the level, and I was told that your organization checked into this type of thing.
Well, we're a consumer protection agency. If someone sold you a product or service and didn't deliver, then you came to the right place.
Well, that's what happened.
Tell me about it.
Well, one day, about 3 months ago, a woman came by my apartment and told me about the Margot Mandel modeling service and how they found jobs for models.
Were you a model?
No, I'm a bookkeeper. But anyway, she showed me all the literature about their courses on how to become a model and how anyone could be one if you signed up with them.
And you signed up?
Yeah.
How much was the tuition?
I paid $300 for classes in posture development and poise and movement.
You're not satisfied with the result?
Well, the trouble is that the classes haven't started yet. I've written to them, but they say they're waiting until the enrollment's better.
How much better?
They didn't say. Mrs. Quinn, up till now I've been able to get by on what I've saved. I'm not married, so my income was limited.
Was?
Yeah, I quit my job 2 months ago so I could devote full time to modeling.
I see. Well, Pamela, I think you have a case. We single gals have got to stick together, you know.
But Mrs. Quinn, wasn't that your husband I just met?
We're separated.
Oh.
Now, before we start, I need some information from you. Would you care for more coffee, Miss Wolf?
No, thank you, but I do have a few questions about your application. We need your full name for our records.
Oh, well, if you have to know, it's Elizabeth Jane, but everyone calls me E.J., even my husband.
Uh-huh. And you didn't put down your husband's occupation?
Oh, he's a salesman.
What does he sell? Does he work for a company?
I don't know.
You don't know?
He's a traveling salesman. He's always out of town. That's why we're separated.
I see.
My check is good. It's my own account.
I'm sure it is. And just as soon as it clears, we'll be in touch to let you know when classes start.
Oh, good. Oh, I can't wait.
You won't regret it, Mrs. Quinn. We at Margot Mandel have a reputation for being the best. I must be running along now. Oh, one last thing.
Yes, Miss Wolf?
It's a little unusual that we're asked to come up to someone's home. How did you hear about us?
Oh, a dear friend of mine told me about you. I signed up for the same class as she did.
And who would she be?
Pamela Covington.
Margot.
Back so soon, Kirsten?
I have to see you about the woman who called Mrs. Quinn.
Oh, I'll meet you in the office. All right, girls, everybody out of the water. It's time to go to work.
She's a cop, Margot. I just know it. That Covington girl's been talking.
Let her talk.
But the classes Mrs. Quinn signed up and paid.
Kirsten, we're going to have those classes.
We are?
Jim can arrange for them. He might even do the teaching. And you know that when Jim is the teacher, you don't forget your lessons.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Ooh, these flowers for me shouldn't have.
They were alive an hour ago. You could have called.
Oh, honey, I completely lost track of time. I had to get these pictures developed.
What pictures? May I see them?
I don't want to bore you. They're for my work.
Ah, good evening, Jay.
Oh, hi, Archie.
Lloyd was afraid that you stood him up.
I'll lay off, will you, Arch?
Things just aren't the same around here since you two broke up.
Hey, what are you, a marriage counselor? Just take the order.
Okay. The Dover Soul is excellent tonight.
Lloyd, I want you to hear something.
2 Dover Souls,
Honey,
Arch.
listen.
Mrs. Quinn, modeling is really a state of mind. That's our philosophy at Margot Mandel. We've placed hundreds of girls throughout the country in fashion shows, commercials, magazine layouts.
Why did you turn it off?
Honey, you don't play a tape recorder in a restaurant.
It goes with the photographs.
What?
Remember that girl who came into my office the other day, just as you were leaving?
Vaguely. She was heavy set.
Yes, that's right. Pamela Covington.
Let me see those pictures.
I'm doing some investigating for her. She signed up with the Margot Mandel modeling service.
Well, this isn't the girl I saw in your office.
Oh, I know. That's Miss Wolf, the same girl that's on the tape. She solicits for Margot Mandel. You know how it works, the door-to-door bit. They butter up unsuspecting women, then get them to sign up for the service. It doesn't even exist.
Where did you get these pictures?
I took them when Miss Wolf came to my apartment. I have the whole thing on tape. Of course, she doesn't know.
Jay, you can't do that.
Well, why not? You do.
Yeah, but that's different. I'm a detective. EJ, this isn't good. This tape business especially. You know what kind of trouble that could get you into?
It's an obvious case of consumer fraud. Lloyd, I'm going to expose them.
Honey, there are other ways.
Don't try to talk me out of it.
Let me help. I don't want you risking your beautiful neck.
Lloyd, it's part of my job. Besides, you don't have time.
I'll make time. Starting right now.
Excuse me, you lovebirds. Telephone for you, Lloyd.
Here we go again.
Hello. Oh, it's you. Oh. Nazarian's in town? Are you sure?
Archie, you better make that one Dover Soul.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks for the tip. Right. Arch.
You better make that one Dover Soul.
Oh, what? I'm sorry, honey, but...
Don't apologize.
Well, this one's the biggest fish in the ocean. Diamond Jim Nazarian's been underground for months.
You mean underwater, don't you?
Well, please don't be angry with me.
I'm too busy to be angry, Lloyd. I've got my work.
EJ, don't go through with this scheme of yours.
If you try to stop me, Lloyd, I swear I will sue you for divorce.
EJ?
What?
You're beautiful when you get angry.
Yes, sir.
Pamela Covington to see you, Mrs. Quinn.
Send her in.
Mrs. Quinn, you're wonderful.
Come on in, Pamela. Why, you look chipper today.
Oh, I am. I was just on my way to go shopping. I'm buying a new outfit that'll last of my money.
But how can you afford it?
I got a job, thanks to you.
Thanks to me?
Well, you saw the people at Margot Mandel, didn't you?
Yes, but I...
Well, they called me. I thought it was about the classes, but it's even better than that. They want me for a picture session tomorrow morning at the beach. Margot Mandel is going to be there in person.
Well, that's wonderful.
I'd love to stay and talk, Mrs. Quinn, but the stores will be closing soon, and I need a red bathing suit for tomorrow.
A red bathing suit?
Well, they said ox blood, but I looked it up, and it means red.
Well, I know just the place.
Mrs. Quinn?
Come on, I'm going with you.
Quinn here. What do you mean you lost Nazarian? He didn't just vanish. Oh, that's great. So we got the car he abandoned. Big deal. I don't suppose you got the registration there. What's the name on it? Margot Mandel? The address. Meet me there in 15 minutes.
Listen, Margot, forget this Quinn dame. The heat's on.
You're telling me? That was my car you were seen in. Well, you're safe out here. There's not another house around for miles.
You don't seem to understand. I'm wanted for murder.
I understand our deal, Jim. I pay you for muscle. Tomorrow morning, those two women will be out here expecting to have their picture taken. All you've got to do is shoot them. Hello?
Margot, this is Kirsten. 2 detectives were here looking for you. I told them the car was stolen, like you said to.
Well, then what's the problem?
As they were leaving, one of them called the other by his name.
So?
It was Quinn.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard and beach nuts with the tobacco you chew. Them times we go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything you ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank and beach nuts with the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win. Evil women drink gin and beech nuts with the tobacco you chew.
Consumer Guardians, may I help you?
Is E.J. Quinn there?
Mrs. Quinn left for the day.
You know where she went? This is her husband.
She didn't say. Did you try her apartment?
There's no answer.
She left several hours ago with Miss Covington.
Did you say Covington?
Yes. I think they were going shopping for bathing suits.
Well, if you hear from her, have her call me. No, wait. She's mad at me. Tell her that Margot Mandel works with Diamond Jim Nazarian and to stay away from both of them. Did you say bathing suits?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Margot, I still don't like it.
You don't have to like it, just do it. No one will see or hear a thing. Disposing of the bodies won't be a problem.
You got it all figured out, don't you?
What has to be, has to be.
Remember, I'm the one who sets you up with this operation, madam.
Don't be cute.
You had a good thing going. Why did you have to get greedy?
I needed more girls. We were expanding. The phony classes were an afterthought. You know, that Quinn woman isn't bad looking. Too bad she had to get nosy. Well, they should be changed into their swimsuits by now. I'll get them.
I'm almost dressed, Mrs. Quinn.
Oh, just take your time, Pamela.
Looking for something, Mrs. Quinn?
Yes, a safety pin. I'm not quite as big as my top.
I have one. Turn around. I'll do it for you.
Oh!
How do I look? Magnifique, Miss Covington. I'm sorry, Mrs. Quinn. Did I stick you?
Is this yours, Mrs. Quinn? I found it in the dressing room. Must have fallen out of your purse.
Bring it here, dear. Oh, how cute. A teeny little camera.
Is that what it is?
Miss Covington, the photographer is waiting down the beach. Why don't you go on ahead? Mrs. Quinn and I will be along shortly. Where did you get this adorable little camera? Let's see. How does it work? Oh, my. I seem to have broken it. Oh, well, I can have it repaired. I'll put it in the drawer for safekeeping. Goodness, a tape recorder.
Miss Mandel, I can explain.
All right, lady, who are you?
All right. I'm a consumer advocate. You people are duping the public.
Is that so?
I don't think you're really a modeling agency.
Does your husband know you're here, the detective?
No, he doesn't, because... How did you know he's a detective?
It's a crying shame he doesn't know, Mrs. Quinn, because when we're through with you, you're going to wish he did.
That's it, ladies. Back up a little more. Go, fighter.
But we're in the water as it is.
Just do as he says, Fatty.
Fatty.
I'm sorry I got you into this, Pamela. By any chance, can you swim?
Hey, what's going on? What's he doing? What is that? A gun?
Oh, rats, it is.
Marco, I can't go through with this.
Go on, Jim. Shoot them.
What's that? There's a motorboat coming.
Give me the gun.
Come on, Pamela, let's swim for it.
I'm getting out of here.
Jim, come back here.
Give up, Nazarian. You're surrounded. Throw down the gun.
It's Lloyd.
That's far enough, Miss Mandel.
Archie was right about the Dover Soul. It was great.
Have you noticed he's been beaming all night?
He likes us, honey. And we did come in together. Maybe now that Nazarian and the Mandel woman are behind bars, we can come here more often?
Maybe.
If you're through playing detective, you might even consider moving back in. I want you to.
You know, I didn't do too badly for my first time. I had the goods on them. If Margot hadn't found the camera and the tape recorder, I could have brought them in myself. Actually, Lloyd, you know, you butted in.
DJ, if I hadn't butted in, I might be a widower.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Well, you're lucky. Nazarian abandoned the car registered to Margot Mandel. If there hadn't been sand in it and a receipt for repairs, I wouldn't have found the service station, the beach house, or you in time.
Oh, I would have gotten away somehow.
EJ, come home, please. I miss you.
Oh, Lloyd.
Hate to break this up, but you got a phone call.
Oh, tell him I'm not here.
Sorry, Lloyd, it's not for you.
What?
Oh, thank you, Archie. Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Quinn. Well, of course I'd be interested. That's my job. Tell me, Mrs. Cummings, is this company guaranteed what? Oh, and they didn't. Oh, and you think they ought to be investigated?
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a 1.5 foot shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
The Mannequin Sham is an original radio drama by Kim Wisecoff. Lee Merriweather was heard as E.J. Quinn. Featured in the cast were Les Tremaine, Catherine Brody, Rhoda Williams, Joe DeSantis, and Ann Whitfield. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's chilling story of assassination. Double Date Destiny. Starring Lee Merriweather. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation, the 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, also by Sign-Off, Tablets and Spray, Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco, and International Harvester.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are 3 important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The political assassination is an age-old tool used by the forces of evil to gain the upper hand in all forms of government. But nowhere in history has the art been refined with such Machiavellian care as in the modern democracies. The story you're about to participate in has its roots only in the educated speculation of the writer. Still, it is possible.
Here they come, Mrs. Hughes.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Hughes, and I'm running for senator. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, I'm Kate Hughes. I'd like to shake your hand, man.
Glad to meet you, man. You got my vote.
Oh, listen, thank you. Good morning, I'm running for senator.
Hey, hi, Congressman. I like the noise you've been making in the Capitol. Oh, watch out for that one, Kate.
Yeah, right. Hi, I'm Kate Hughes. I'm running...
Out of my way. Ain't no broad telling me what to do.
Thank you. I am sure Senator Waller, my distinguished colleague sharing the platform, would agree with all of us that there is much to be done in the areas of welfare and conservation. And with your vote... I promise you that if you elect me, I will make it my business to trim the fat from the proposed $85 billion defense budget.
Congresswoman Kate Hughes commenting on the recent economic report that the Pentagon will be ordered to trim almost $11 billion in waste from its new budget. Winding up a strenuous schedule of speeches, the Congresswoman leaned heavily on the budget wherever she spoke, promising to go after the sacred cows of military spending. In other news around the world, today saw another...
Did you see the latest polls, Randolph?
Dribble. I don't know why anybody would listen to a freshman congresswoman. Plus, she's already putting out rumors the presidency's next.
Well, someone is listening.
What about Senator Waller? You know as well as I do the party won't dump the old duffer. Something will just have to be done to help his campaign along. Does that mean you want me to do something? Not directly. But why don't you see if you can't hire a busload of scruffy hippies to follow the dame around? That always turns the old folks off. All right. Also, a little equipment trouble might be warranted. Yes, anything you can think of. But be discreet, Roger. Oh, I will, Mr. Mallory. You can count on me. No one will know.
Kate. Not too late for 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 Kate.
It looks like this microphone belongs to the opposition. Listen, I know you've heard this before, but I am grateful to you all. I could not have done it without your loyalty. We've addressed ourselves to the issues, and we've called for change in our system. Change that must come now. Thank you. You all deserve a good night's rest. Tomorrow we'll tell the tale. Just remember all the people who have come to us asking why. Why must Social Security be so small? Why inflation? Why must we fight wars of attrition in other lands? Why can't these problems be corrected? I think we can find solutions. To borrow from a great American, I say, why
not? Get some rest, Kate. You deserve it more than anyone.
I couldn't have got through the campaign without you.
Come on. I'll see you to the car.
Kate! Are you okay?
Yeah, take off, Kate.
I can't leave you.
Go! I'm going to chase him. Now where? Come out of there.
Don't come any closer. I'll shoot.
No, you don't.
This is Robert Morton with late news. In just a few hours, the polls will close, and this key race for the Senate will be decided. In a way, it was almost decided last night when an attempt was made to assassinate Kate Hughes. Only the quick thinking of a campaign aide, Baxter Madden, saved the Congresswoman's life. Madden was slightly wounded in a struggle with the killer, and the man was able to make good his escape before the police could arrive. More news after this word.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, when you buy the other pickup from International, you get four...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are two pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity, the one with great handling and stability. The other pickup from International.
Okay.
All right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right. Go ahead.
I
know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
Too bad about last night. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. It made things much simpler if that crackpot had gotten her. Your drink. Thank you. Do you have time, sir? I know you have guests.
The gentleman can wait. You didn't have anything to do with that, did you?
No.
All right. What have you accomplished?
2 things. First, she has teams out hanging sample ballots on doorknobs. We have teams following and switching them for ours. Secondly, we've arranged a little surprise at their main campaign headquarters.
Fire! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Here's a bulletin just handed me. Fire struck the main campaign headquarters of Congresswoman Hughes just minutes ago. No one was hurt, although about 50 people were telephoning to get out those last-minute voters. A spokesman for the fire department...
I'm glad to see you. How does it look?
Kate, you shouldn't have that long face.
I can't help it. This campaign has been plagued with trouble.
Well, it certainly seems to help with the votes. The precincts are reporting good numbers for you throughout the state.
Well, that sounds hopeful. What do you think?
I think we should start calling you Senator. Madden. Right. Okay, good. Get everybody assembled and make sure the press have their cameras set up. We'll be right down. Okay. Everybody hold it down. May I present Senator-elect Kathleen Hughes?
Thank you. Your applause is heartwarming, and I am grateful. But I remind you, it is not I who won tonight. It is we who have won. By votes alone. The votes represent people, and the people want change.
New views with Senator Hughes. New views with Senator Hughes. New views with Senator Hughes.
We can't bring some of that new frontierism back to this country.
Roger, turn the stupid female off.
If the reported vote count is accurate, I think we have big trouble.
Bigger trouble in 2 years when they get to the convention.
I think you should read this report.
I read it. Can we be sure of the content?
Absolutely. Our man has been on our payroll for the last 3 years.
It's clever, I'll admit that. Still, how can we be sure that he can manipulate the crackpot?
Oh, our man has a lot of political savvy. If he says he can do it, he can do it.
All right. Call him and arrange it.
Who's there? I said, who's out there? Hey, what's this? He left this envelope. P.S. Kristen. Now, who would know my name? Well. Little drawing of just where the senator will be exiting that fancy town hall. How nice.
Reception follows her speech at the town hall. We'll be back with more on the local scene after these messages.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
There have been a lot of rumors about you and the presidency. Would you care to comment?
Oh, there are always a lot of rumors, sir.
I see. Well, last question, Senator. The attempt on your life the other night, have there been any further threats?
Oh, none, except for a few crank letters.
Thank you. You've been listening to Senator-elect Kathleen Hughes.
From a shy little girl to one that handles commentators like they were silly putty.
Dad, you always were a big flatterer.
What about those crank letters? Anything to them?
Well, Bax didn't think so. Besides, there weren't that many. Maybe half a dozen out of the 8,000 that have come in so far.
Well, this country gets crazier all the time.
Dad, maybe we have driven them crazy. Between crooked government, 50% taxes to the middle class, energy shortage.
Okay, I get the point. That's why I voted for you. But I'll tell you one thing. I can't understand why some think assassination will change history.
Oh, some figure it did in 1963, Dad.
Yes, maybe so. Well, it's time I was leaving. What's your schedule for tonight?
A short speech and a reception with the ladies for voter privilege, and that's about it.
Good. I'm flying to New York, but I'll look forward to seeing you when I get to Washington.
Oh, me too. Give my love to Mom and tell her not to leave. You can count on me to hold your trust. It's been said that if women ran the world, there'd be no war. Well, we haven't had the chance to prove that yet, but we do have the responsibility to join the men in trying to keep the peace all over this world. The phrase, balance of power, now belongs to us as well. We will maintain that balance. Thank you.
Senator, this way. I've got the car waiting. We can just make your plane if we hurry.
Oh, thanks. Looks like we have a mandate, at least from this side of the fence.
I'll agree.
Oh.
Excuse us.
Good night.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Terrific speech,
Oh,
Senator.
thank you. Thank you.
Sure, Senator.
Heartbreaker! I kill you in the name of the big ball! Watch out, a gun!
T.S. Kirsten is now in custody for the alleged attempt on Senator Hughes' life. Reports from Memorial Hospital indicate that the 6-hour operation on the senator was a success. However, her condition remains grave. Doctors still hold out hope that the senator will regain consciousness.
I think we have
We will
some
continue
reason
to bring you
be pleased,
updates
Roger.
as they occur.
I agree, sir, although she's still hanging on. I wouldn't think for very long, despite the reports. However, to protect our flank, I trust you've made certain contingency plans, that is, with regard to our man inside.
Oh, absolutely. Kirsten, of course, knows nothing, but arrangements have been tentatively set up for that man. That is, if the congresswoman lives.
Katie? Katie, it's Dad. Can you hear me?
Dad?
Easy, honey. Just lie still.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I'm sorry to say someone took a shot at you.
Dad, no. Not someone. Two people.
What?
I can't remember who, but I know there was someone behind me.
Kate? Behind you?
Sir, I think she's unconscious again.
You heard, Lieutenant?
I did. I think I'd better make some calls.
This is Robert Morton. Tonight, a series of startling new developments in the attempted assassination of Senator Hughes. Unofficial sources report that for a brief moment, the senator regained consciousness long enough to tell her father, the Honorable Judge Hughes, that 2 people were involved in the shooting. Stay tuned for all the late-breaking developments.
Mr. Mallory? Roger, the unforeseen has happened. I think you'd better institute those arrangements.
Get out of here, cop! Nothing! I don't talk to pigs!
Listen, you crumb. You don't deserve an even break. But unless you're stupid, you better get it through your skull. You're staring a death sentence in the face if she dies. Now, how did you find out she was leaving the reception through the rear? Come on.
Lieutenant, this just came in.
Thanks. Listen, Kirsten, I just got a note.
So?
It says Baxter Madden was killed tonight. That name mean anything to you?
Why should it?
Because Madden was one of Senator Hughes' advisors.
And?
Kirsten, for God's sakes, Madden's death wasn't an accident. That means that somebody deliberately killed him. And it wasn't you. Now, what does that suggest?
I got a note on my door when I got home the other night.
What did it say?
Just the broad schedule and a little drawing of the reception hall and the rear exit. Madden. Could he have been with her the night I took a shot the first time?
One and the same.
Well, I'll be.
Probably. Why?
Because, you dumb pig. Madden fought me that night. He tore my pocket and got my wallet. He was the only one who knew me.
This is Robert Morton, and tonight's news is good news. The latest medical bulletin on Senator Hughes reports her condition greatly improved. The doctors all predict rapid recovery. Also in the case, the police aren't talking officially, but unofficial sources say that maybe the attempt on the senator's life was part of a conspiracy.
Yes? Police. Is Mr. Mallory at home? Kate, you shouldn't be sitting up like that.
Oh, you can't keep a United States Senator down there.
Have you heard the news?
Yes. I couldn't believe it. Back's working for the opposition all those years.
And it's good he kept records, or the police would never have gotten out on Roger Elmore.
Yes, I suppose. Still, it's Machiavellian, isn't it? Back shooting me at the same time as the assassin. All the attention would be focused on the gunman, and he figured that.
Yes. Who would think to look the other way?
Teach a man what he can't when he can. No mind makes exceptions for you. You learn to stay on your guard, looking out for your part. You learn boots nuts that are back of you, Jew. Like my daddy told, when you go after cold, you're not down there to take in the view. You keep respect for the mind, concentrate all the time. Of course, boots nuts that are back of you, Jew. Beech nut such a traditional favorite. It's because beech nut just keeps on getting better. It's a moister, more satisfying chew. Next time you're buying chewing tobacco, try beech nut. You won't be disappointed. Then when your shift's done, you come back to the sun. You and the boys hoist a few. It ain't such a bad life. She ain't such a bad wife. You got your beech nut tobacco to chew.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Double Date to Destiny is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Lee Merriweather was heard as Kate Hughes. Featured in the cast were Johnny Gunn, Ron Fortner, Byron Kane, Jim Bowles, and Jock Denver. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood. The Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's study of cinema murder comes to life. Play Pigeons. Starring Lee Merriweather. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation, The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company, also by Sign-Off, Tablets and Spray, Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco, and International Harvester.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Today, a story set in the make-believe world of movies. That gray area where reality wavers between fact and fiction. Actors are a strange lot. We tend to view them in two ways. As the characters they portray on celluloid and as real people. But in both cases, they seem larger than life. We're about to meet Millie Clay, a woman whose job it is to funnel our interest into the personal phase of actors' lives. Millie Clay is a gossip columnist. She calls her column, and we call our story, Clay Pigeons.
When dear friend Norman Sharnoff invited me on location for his new picture, little did I dream how much action I would see both on and off camera. Norman's directing Bees in a Bonnet here in the Mojave Desert, and his co-stars, luscious Paul Helms and sultry Robin Albright, have been doing their best to render the title an understatement. Well, today, for the first day in 5, shooting ran according to schedule. But the moment the cast and crew broke for supper, the buzzing began in earnest.
Norman, you've got to send her home. Millie plays poison on a picture. She thrives on our agony.
Look, Herb, we need the publicity.
We don't need the kind she'll give us. The way Paul and Robin are carrying on, she'll kill us. We'll never get the picture finished.
Yeah, we'll only be here 5 more days. I can handle Millie Clay. Come on. Let's get a drink before our star taps us out.
Go get me another bottle, will you, Mitch?
You're not through with that one yet. Come on, Paul, lay off that stuff. You're juice.
I want to go unconscious. It's the only way I can stand making these rotten pictures.
Let's go over your lines for tomorrow.
What are you, my fairy godmother? Mitch, all you've got to do is fall down when I'm supposed to and take a punch now and then. You're not being paid to give advice.
You're the star.
You bet I am. Now go get me another bottle.
I'm telling you, the studio's not going to be happy with Paul's performance. He's got to dry out.
Look, Herb, you're the link in the pipeline, huh? And tell them what they want to hear. They'll scream about the budget anyway. Why cause them further upset over something so trivial as a personality clash on the set? Can I help it if their stars hate each other's guts?
Don't look now, but Miss Happiness just walked in, and she's breathing fire.
Norman, I have to talk to you. Alone.
Oh, yes, I was just leaving. See you when the sun comes up.
Yes, Robin, dear, what is it?
You know perfectly well what it is. Paul Helms. Now, how do you expect me to play the lover of a man I despise?
You're an actress. Think of it as a challenge, honey.
I signed for this picture because you were directing. I wanted to work with you.
And you are doing just marvelously. I know how Paul can be.
I'm a professional, and I demand to be treated as one.
But just ignore him, honey.
You try ignoring somebody who's constantly pawing at you, making snide remarks. It's affecting my performance.
Now, Robin, you are perfect for the part. I've said that all along.
Norman, I don't know how I can go on.
Oh, well, your show is both in the morning, honey. Now, you try to get some sleep. I'll talk to Paul.
And please keep Millie Clay away from me.
Yes, I will. You know, Robin, after we finish the picture and the critics tell us what geniuses we are, you'll laugh at how serious this all seems right now. Bees in a Bonnet is going to be a super movie in spite of Paul Helms and Millie Clay and everything else.
Oh, Norman, do you really think so?
No, I don't think so. I know it will.
Well, it was another eventful day in the making of what will probably be one of the most uneventful movies of the year. For Norman Sharnoff's sake, the dear man, I hope the filming is concluded briskly and without further incident. More Clay Pigeons tomorrow. M.C.
All right, Cat. That's it for today. On a close day. Let's get ready for the stunt. We still have the light.
Thank you, Robin. You were sensational.
Oh, thank you, love. It was easy playing that scene without the added burden of my leading man.
Robin, darling.
Oh, hello, Millie.
Norman, you don't mind if I pick your star's brains, do you?
You better ask her. They're her brains. Is Mitch up on the second floor yet?
Tell me, darling. A dear friend of mine tells me that your ex is about to remarry. Would you care to comment? Something I can quote, of course.
Move those booms. We need this area clear.
Norman, I can't find Paul. We got revised pages for him.
Yeah, try the trailer, Herb, the one with the booze.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's move it. Last shot of the day.
Now, please, Millie, can't it wait?
Darling, I'm offering you equal time.
Well, I'd rather not comment for publication. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to change.
Oh, just one question.
Oh, all right.
A little bird told me that some Someone on the set has been carrying a torch for you for a long time. I take it that it's not Paul Helms.
You'd better change the newspaper in your bird's cage, sweetheart.
All right, Lenny, now get it in one take if you can. It's a straight drop. He'll be coming through the open window, hit the awning, which will collapse. Then he jumps to his feet. He takes a few steps towards the door, and that's all we need.
Norman, your starlet is not very cooperative today.
Please, Millie, not now.
Quiet, everybody. Take it. These are about that window, full exterior insert. Take one. Rolling. Action. Who closed that window? Please read it.
Looks like your stuntman's shaken up.
What's the matter with you, Mitch? You missed the awning.
Norman, he's hurt.
Oh, no. Mitch, you all right? Mitch. What the devil's going on? Paul? This is Paul Helms. He's dead.
Oh, my goodness, he's dead.
Now I work dig and ditch, and I'll never get rich, but I've learned me a lesson or two. You judge a good man by the dirt on his hands and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Since I was a kid, each thing that I did helped teach me what I'm telling you. When you fight, it's to win. When you're right, don't give in. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Great thing about being raised around here is they raise you on beech nut chewing tobacco. Like they say, beech nuts the tobacco to chew because it just keeps on getting better, moister, and more satisfying. Beech nuts all you ever need to learn about chewing tobacco. Now, Poppy might yell, but he taught us kids well, and most things he said I still do. I live by my word, don't repeat what I've heard, and beech nuts the tobacco I chew.
Before the fall.
Are you sure, Sergeant Taylor?
Positive. Death was caused by a blow to the left temporal bone. He hit the ground on his right side and broke his shoulder.
So somebody threw Paul out the window?
That's right. What's the stuntman's name?
Vargas. Mitchell Vargas. You haven't seen him?
No.
Do you think he did it?
Can't say. You said the Helms wouldn't win any popularity contests.
You have to wait in line to hate him. The public loved him, though.
Well, somebody hated him bad. Somebody here. The area's sealed off. We've already questioned the crew. Anybody else see it happen?
Yeah. Gossip columnist, Millie Clay.
Oh, is she here?
That's her typing.
No fooling. Hey, my wife reads her column all the time.
You want to talk to her?
Sure do.
I've never hated a man more, Robin said to me not 5 minutes before Paul Helms plunged to his death. Director Norman Sharnoff was visibly shaken. Oh, yes.
Millie, the police are here.
They want to talk to me?
Miss Clay, I'm Sergeant Rich Taylor. I'm heading up the investigation here. Maybe you could throw some light on the situation.
I'll be glad to do anything I can, Sergeant Taylor.
My wife, Yvonne, reads your column all the time.
Well, I'm glad.
Now, Millie, you're not going to print this, are you?
Well, why not?
Oh, you can't. That's why not.
Norman, I'm surprised at you.
Well, I'm afraid you can't print this, Miss Clay. Not until we're through with the investigation, anyway. It could get you in trouble.
Well, I'll be in bigger trouble with my editor if I don't phone this in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. We've got to keep the lid on this thing for now.
Well, we'll see.
Millie? Miss Clay, you saw the man fall?
Yes, I did.
Did you happen to notice anyone in the window before or after Mr. Helms came through it?
No, sir, I didn't.
Have you seen Mitchell Vargas since that time?
No, again.
Do you have any idea who might have killed Mr. Helms?
I have lots of ideas, but I'm saving them until you're through with your investigation.
Now, Millie, please. Well, thanks for your trouble, Miss Clay.
No trouble, Sergeant Taylor. Norman.
What?
Wasn't there a camera going when it happened? I mean, wouldn't the whole thing be on film?
Yeah, you're right. We did shoot the scene.
Oh, well, could we see it?
Yeah, come on. I'll see if the dailies were processed.
Director Norman Sharnoff was visibly shaken and came to this reporter for comfort and advice. Mother said there'd be days like this. Tomorrow I'll have an exclusive interview with the elusive Robin Albright, and wouldn't it be just like a Hollywood movie if her secret admirer and the mystery man in the window were one and the same? More clay pigeons to come. MC.
Norman, can I see you a minute? Oh, sure, I got all good. We saw the rushes last night. They didn't show a thing.
We got trouble. There's a leak.
What are you talking about?
Your friend with the typewriter got through to the papers. I just got word from the studio. They're going crazy back there with phone calls. They want to know if it's true that Robin had something to do with Helm's death.
Oh, brother. Does Taylor know about this?
I don't know.
Well, I better go find Millie before Taylor does.
You better find her before Robin does.
I mean to sue you and your editor for every penny you could ever hope to make.
Robin, darling, you're talking gibberish. Your career will skyrocket from the publicity.
Oh, you're so full of beans. Now get out of my sight.
I've put down fresh newspaper in my birdcage, Robin dear. The little sparrow's hungry. Would you like to feed her the name of your
Get
turtle dove?
out of here.
Millie, what have you done?
Norman, I'm quitting.
Oh, look, you're just tense.
Get her away from me before I kill her.
You don't have to threaten me, dear. Well, it's Sergeant Taylor.
I suppose you read the newspapers.
Yep. We're going to have a little talk, Miss Clay.
You can't stop me from printing the truth.
I don't know about that, but I have some bad news for everyone. We found Mitchell Varga. He's dead.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, would you buy the other pickup from International, you get four...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are two pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity, the one with great handling and stability. The other pickup from International.
Okay.
All right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right.
Go ahead.
I know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
I realize you're under emotional strain, Miss Albright, but could you please answer the question?
Oh, it's so terrible. It's like a nightmare.
You knew Mitchell Varga.
Yes, we were almost married once. I married someone else. And it's my fault that he's dead.
Oh, there, Miss Albright. It'll all be over soon. Have you been seeing Mr. Varga lately?
No, I didn't know he would be here. I didn't even know he doubled for Paul Helms. They were so different. Mitch was so sensitive.
You didn't like Mr. Helms?
How could I? How could anybody? He was the most arrogant man I ever met.
You didn't kill him?
What?
That was a statement, not a question.
Of course I didn't kill him. I hated him, but I wouldn't kill him.
Miss Clay referred to a secret admirer in her latest column. That would be Mitchell Varga?
Don't tell me you believe that woman.
Well, personally, I can't stand her. My wife, on the other hand...
Are you saying that Mitch pushed Paul Helms out that window?
He couldn't have. Mitch was dead before it happened.
What? Oh, can't you stop Millie Clay from writing those lies?
Oh, I could, but I've let her do it up till now.
You knew she called in that story?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Professional reasons. There's something you should understand, Miss Albright. The very first thing I did when I was assigned to this case was hire Millie Clay. She's working for me.
We're finished, Norman. You know that, don't you?
And in the studio junking the picture?
Yep, and write it off. We'll still get our money.
If we ever get out of this desert. What do you make of this latest development?
You mean about Mitch?
Yeah.
Beats me. I thought he killed Helms. Now I don't know what to think. Taylor talked to the studio, told him he'd see to it that Millie was muzzled.
No, it's a little late for that, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you ever feel like a nightcap?
No, thanks. I'm drained. I think I'll turn in.
Okay, I'll see you in the morning, Ed.
Good night, Norman.
heavy sleeper, Millie Clay. If you're not, this is going to hurt. Otherwise, you won't feel a thing.
She's not there, Herb.
What? How did you...
Drop the pipe. Drop it.
Oh, I didn't mean to, but...
Oh, the Paul, I couldn't stand the way he treated Robin, always calling her names and touching her. She hated him, and so did I. So I... And Millie, what a terrible woman. She was on to me. I had to get rid of her. It was Mitch I didn't mean to kill. I just tapped him, just a little tap. I didn't want him to die. I did it for her, for Robin. I loved her, only I never told her, but I had to prove it to her. I had to show her.
Well, you chose the wrong way, I'm afraid. Herbert Griffin?
Yes?
I'm placing you under arrest on 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Had lunch today at Salvino's with the stunning Robin Albright, just back from 2 weeks in sunny Acapulco. She told me between bites of pasta of her new 3-picture deal with Upaskin's Productions. How the lady stays so trim, I'll never know. This reporter pushed her leafy salad around the plate throughout the entire meal. Dear Norman Shawnoff writes from Kyoto, where he's scouting locations for his upcoming thriller, The Velvet Scepter. Oh, I wish I were there too, Norman. A special CP to Yvonne and Rich Taylor of Mojave. You have a standing invitation to my humble canyon digs if and when you can stand my cooking. I promise not to serve any clay pigeons, you beautiful people. At least until tomorrow. M.C.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Clay Pigeons is an original radio drama by Kim Weisgott. Lee Merriweather was heard as Millie Clay. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Maggie Malooly, Olin Soul, Byron Kane, and Joe DeSantis. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Coates, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's suspenseful drama, The Hidden Drama. The past is always present. Starring Peter Loomis. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank that's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The past shapes the present. On occasion, it may destroy the present. The young man in our story has learned to live with his past. The young lady, his fiancée, has not learned of his past. Thus it is that these two people must face a crisis spawned by a past of which one of them is unaware, and which the other has long presumed to have been forgotten. Tonight they've enjoyed attending their weekly movie. As our story starts to unfold, they have come from the theater's auditorium to walk blinking into the brightness of the crystal chandeliered lobby.
Let me help you on with your jacket, Marion.
Thanks.
A good movie, huh?
Oh, I loved it.
Can I have my handkerchief back now?
Oh, I'm sorry, here.
Thanks. And next week I'll bring an extra one.
Next week I won't need one. It's a Woody Allen picture, remember?
Oh, you cry anyway. By the way, how can you cry and eat popcorn at the same time?
It's strictly a feminine trick. Oh, wait a minute, Larry. I'll be right back. I'll wipe out my nose.
Okay. I'll wait right over there near the exit.
Don't turn around. That's a gun in my pocket.
Well, who are you?
Never mind. Now start walking.
What's the idea? Where are you taking me?
To that car at the curb.
But my girl expects me to be...
She's just gonna have to wait.
Why are you doing this?
Frankie Gordon wants to see you. Now get in. Okay, Smitty, take off.
When I came to, I was still in the car under which I'd been tumbled with that caulk on my head. It was throbbing as though it were being alternately blown up and deflated like a kid's balloon. My first thought was, where in the heck am I? And my second was a panicky one, wondering what had happened to Marion. Floyd, the creep who had knocked me out, was watching me suspiciously. Well, I don't know why, because I couldn't have done a thing if I tried. He had me on the floor in the rear of the car with the heels of his elevator shoes resting on my ribs. He must have looked through that hole I felt in my head and read my mind. Because the first thing he said when I looked up at him was...
Don't worry about that little broad of yours. She's going to be okay if you behave yourself.
Where are we going?
Never mind. Just enjoy the ride.
Oh, whew. Did you have to slug me so hard?
Yeah, I like to be sure the first time.
Oh, aren't you afraid that when Marion can't find me, she'll contact the police?
Nah, I sure figured it was a mistake. You should check out your pad before she reports you missing. By that time, we'll have things under control.
What's Frankie want to see me about? I already told him I couldn't help him on that store job. Man, I work there. I have a legitimate job. I live a legitimate life.
Yeah, I got news for you, lover boy. We knocked over that store already. Tonight.
You did? Oh, my head hurts like my brains were leaking out. Let me set up, will you?
Better watch that guy, Floyd. Could be a trick.
Don't worry, I can handle him. You just keep your mind on your driving. Okay, punk, you can get up, but don't try nothing funny or I'll fill you full of 38s.
Oh, man. I thought I'd never get my back straightened out. I should have worn a do not fold, spindle, or mutilate sign. If you knocked over the store already, why does Frankie want to see me?
The cops give us some trouble tonight. Frankie's brother got shot real bad. The only one that could have tipped him off was you.
No way, man. That's a lie, and you know it.
I don't know nothing. Frankie's the one who knows.
Oh, my head. You You got a cigarette?
You're lucky you're in my left-hand pocket, because I'm not about to let go of this gun. Guess I can reach him. Hey, Smitty, he jumped. Slow down.
Hello?
Marion?
Oh, Larry, what happened to you? I looked all over the lobby, and I waited, and I didn't know...
I'm in trouble.
Trouble?
Big trouble. I can't explain over the phone. Look, do me a favor.
Anything, darling. Now, what is it? Just tell me.
There's a suitcase in the hall closet. Get a pair of slacks, a coat, some shirts and socks and handkerchiefs, and my shaving things, toothbrush and stuff. Throw them all in a suitcase and take them to your place.
Can I stay here until morning?
No, they'll be snooping around my pants.
Who?
Never mind. You stay at your own place tonight. Pack my things and get out of my apartment as soon as you can. Bring the suitcase and stuff over to me tomorrow morning.
Where are you?
I'm at a dump called the Terminal Hotel, 1st Avenue, near the railroad tracks. Room 51.
Okay, see you in the morning.
Hi, Roy. You just coming on duty?
Yeah, had to stop off at impounds to identify an abandoned car I ticketed last night. Hey, what's this I hear about a robbery at Morgan's department store?
Yeah, about 9 o'clock tonight. 2 policemen happened to be passing the store, and they recognized Frankie Gordon and his brother Charlie.
Oh.
2 other guys were also involved. The night watchman identified them from mugshots. And there was some gunplay, and Charlie got hit badly.
How'd they get in, Tate? By hitting at closing time?
No, both of them flashed false police department IDs on the watchman. So they were on assignment to trap some thieves who were due to hit the store. And the watchman fell for the story, let them in, and got slugged for his cooperation. It was a slick safe job, too. Not a tool mark or a fingerprint on it.
Yeah. How much loot did they get?
Oh, a good hunk of the day, I guess. A couple of grand, probably. And several trays of jewelry and expensive watches.
Nice haul. Now, what about the other 2 guys?
Nothing definite other than what the watchman told us, and he was kind of woozy. The 2 officers were lucky enough to get the license number of the car they used. We got out a pickup order on the Gordon brothers and the car.
Well, that's good. And maybe the watchman will come to enough to give us a fix on the other 2 guys.
Even though I knew Marion would keep her word, I spent a restless night wondering if anyone might have seen her leaving my pad with the suitcase. I watched the dawn come up, wished I had some toothpaste and a brush because my mouth tasted like an ecological disaster. The flea trap I had checked into didn't even have a bellhop to send for coffee, and I didn't dare go out on my own. Then, just as I looked in the mirror at my bloodshot eyes for the 5th time, I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound. I went to the door, but was afraid to open it for even a little peek. Who is it?
Me, Marion. Oh, Larry.
Darling, where's the suitcase?
Oh, right there. I dropped it when you gave me that bear hug. Tell me, what on earth is this all about?
Oh, wait till I close the door. Look, I don't mean to scare you, but I'm scared already. Someone wants to kill me.
Who?
Well, his name is Frankie Gordon. One of his men was waiting in the theater lobby last night. Came up behind me with a gun in his pocket and forced me to go with him in a car.
Well, so that's what happened. Well, how'd you get away?
Took a chance and jumped out of the car. Well, outside of a skinned knee and a ruined pair of jeans, I made it okay. Then I hot-footed it right over here, figuring they wouldn't be looking for me in this part of town.
Well, who is this Gordon? And why would they want to kill you?
He's a crook, real heavy and safe robbing. Last night they knocked over Morgan's department store. They were surprised by the police, and Frankie's brother was shot. Now, Frankie thinks I tipped off the police, double-crossed him.
You mean you knew they were going to rob the store?
Well, Frankie came to see me there yesterday. When I came back from lunch, he was waiting for me. Wanted me to get the combination of the jewelry department safe. Well, I refused.
But you can't hide forever. Go to the police.
I can't.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because they'd asked me how I knew Frankie.
Well, I don't dig. What's wrong with that? How did you happen to know him?
I knew him in prison. I'm still wanted by the police.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates.
State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value.
But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
A processing center in New York City, where clothing and goods are collected, packaged, and stored should disaster strike.
The Nicaraguan earthquake, for instance, then you get an upsurge of clothing. Or the Peruvian earthquake, or Bangladesh, or any crisis like that.
The warehouse is operated by Catholic Relief Services.
The concept is that we get staff, we get food and water for the disaster team, and then we get supplies. We get it all out at once. We have shortwave radio equipment, transceivers to communicate among the team.
The center functions on a daily basis, sending food, clothing, and medicines where they're needed.
That's the fastest way to get it there. We'll ship it commercially to...
Catholic Relief Services responds quickly to the needs of people through disaster relief activities and helps the overseas poor the year round. Supports CRS through the American Catholic Overseas Aid Fund, the Empire State Building, New York 10001.
Oh, we're ready to go on a moment's notice.
When I told Marion I was still wanted by the police, the expression on her face gave my heart such a stab, I'll bet there's still a scar on it. But being the kind of gal she is, she listened patiently as I explained. You see, it happened when I was a kid of 17. At that age, I thought it was real far out to drink, gamble, and even carry a gun. 2 other guys and I held up a gas station. It netted us $13 and a 5-year sentence in a southern prison. I suppose in some other prison we might have stuck it out longer, hoping to get time off for good behavior, but, you know, they still use chain gangs for road work, and we just couldn't hack it.
Chain gangs? I thought that sort of thing went out.
I hope so. Maybe some states still have them. At any rate, the 3 of us saw a chance to escape and took it. Mary and I still owe them 4 big, long years.
But you've been an honest, law-abiding guy for all the years since. Well, that should count for something. Oh, Larry, you sweet idiot. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I should have known she'd be on my team no matter what. When I finished explaining, she was full of love and understanding, and suddenly my arms were full of her. She stayed there for a long, long time, and while we clung to each other, she convinced me I really should go to the police, no matter what the outcome. What really convinced me, I guess, was when she said she'd go with me.
Hi, Tay. Uncover anything at the department store?
Yeah, I got a new angle. I think it was a 5-man job, even though the watchman saw only 4.
Oh?
I showed pictures of Frankie and Charlie Gordon to all the personnel who work in or near the jewelry department. A couple of them positively identified Gordon as the man they saw talking with a store employee yesterday. His name's Larry Webster.
Oh, did you question him?
He didn't show up for work today.
Well, that's 2 marks against him. Any leads on where he might be?
I got his home address from the store and drove over there, but he was gone. The landlady showed me through his apartment, and, well, his bed hadn't been slept in, and some of his clothes seemed to be missing.
Oh, chalk up 3 marks. Does the store know anything about this Webster guy?
Nothing that helps. He'd been with them 9 years, worked his way up from shipping clerk. His co-workers apparently liked him, and he was considered a valuable employee.
Hey, where are you going now?
I'm going to teletype Washington to see if the FBI has anything on Webster. Then I'm going to see if the lab has anything conclusive on that blood sample they scraped up at the store.
Hey, good hunting.
All ready, Larry?
As soon as I put on my coat. I'll leave my suitcase and stuff here. I'll get it later if the police will let me. Otherwise, you can pick it up. Okay, all set. Now, let's get out of here before anybody sees us.
Going someplace?
Floyd, how did you find out?
That's easy, punk. One of the boys was watching your pad in case I missed you at the theater. We tailed the broad from there to her place, staked out on her overnight, and followed her here this morning.
Why, you...
Call it, Larry. Floyd's not only pretty good with the artillery, but I can handle anything he can. I'm back in there. Watch him, Floyd.
Sure, boss.
What do you want with me?
I'm sure Floyd made that clear last night.
Well, he told me you thought I double-crossed you, but I didn't.
I don't believe you.
Well, you...
Larry, darling!
My brother got shot in that heist. Well, he died this afternoon. So no matter what you say, I'm going to even things up. And with his silencer on the gun, we can do it nice and quiet. Right here.
You can't shoot him in cold blood.
It's the efficient way. And I guess you know, lady, we can't have no witnesses.
Hey, my gun, Frankie. Police, freeze. Almost.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, when you buy the other pickup from International, you get 4...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are 2 pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity, the one with great handling and stability. The other pickup...
Okay.
All right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right. Go
ahead.
I know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
American Lung Association, emphysema spot. Take 1.
Hold it before we start recording. Let me get a cigarette, huh? A cigarette? Yeah, only take a second. And look, man, we're doing an emphysema spot. So? Well, couldn't you at least wait till we're through? What for? I can smoke and talk. Yeah, well, that's not the point. Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you buy all that stuff. You mean the correlation between cigarette smoking and emphysema? Yeah, you really believe that? Yeah, as a matter of fact. Well, that's fine. But I've been smoking for over 15 years now, and you don't hear me gasping for breath, do you? Well, it's your life. Thanks. Okay, anytime you're ready.
Emphysema spot. Take 1.
Emphysema. Now, just what does that mean to you? Well, sorry.
Take 2.
An emphysema victim doesn't always get a second chance, particularly if he's a heavy smoker. Remember, see your doctor at the first sign of shortness of breath, and give up the cigarettes. This reminder from your lung association is a matter of life and breath.
Even though I still had 4 years of prison hanging over my head, I was never in my whole life so glad to see a pair of cops. Both officers seemed to feel I was telling the truth, and the fact that my boss at Morgan's department store said I was a valuable employee didn't hurt. And the cops talked with Marion. I could see they liked and believed her, which didn't hurt either. My boss made bail for me, and of course they didn't hold Marion. Before we left police headquarters, the 2 officers and Marion and I, we rapped over paper cups of coffee. How did you tie me in with the Gordon brothers, that is? I mean, outside of finding out Frankie had talked to me at the store.
The FBI answer to our teletype reported the prison break you and the Gordon brothers made down south years ago.
But how did you trace Frankie and Floyd to the hotel?
Well, that was the scientific part of our bloodhound work.
It sure was. The lab report on Charlie Gordon's blood gave us not only his blood type, but the agglutination test showed he was a very sick man even before he stopped the officer's bullet.
Sick?
Mm-hmm. The lab found he was infected with psittacosis.
That's a disease transmitted by parrots, isn't it?
Right.
Which meant that we had to check out every pet store in town that had recently sold parrots. Finally, after showing the pictures of the Gordon brothers to all those pet store people, we did find a guy who'd sold the parrot to Charlie. Fortunately, he'd asked to have it delivered.
We got the home address and lucked out. As we approached the apartment building, we saw Frankie just getting into a car driven by a guy known as Smithy.
Yeah, I heard Floyd call him by name just as I got zapped and fell on the floor of that car.
So we followed them to the hotel where Floyd cornered you. As you probably guessed, after Floyd had followed you there, he phoned Frankie to join him.
Well, I thank you all for your help.
And for the coffee, too.
You're welcome. Oh, and Webster, we think you've got a good chance of remaining free on probation.
Yeah, and we'll help all we can.
You sure have been great. Come on, darling. We got to move along. So long, officers.
So long. See you in court, as the saying goes.
Good luck, folks.
Oh, Larry, it was all so frightening.
That, my darling Marion, is probably the understatement of the century. Well, thank God for you and your persuasive ways. Going to the police was the right thing to do.
Well, it's all behind us now.
You're wrong, baby. It's all ahead of us. A whole new life together.
After we get your suitcase, let's go to my place. I want to feel your arms around me again.
What's the matter with right here?
Oh, Larry. No. Please, not in the lobby in front of all these people.
Why not? I mean, after all, it's not as though we're married.
We're going to take a lot of trips this season. To stores.
To school.
Out to the swimming pool. To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
Short trips never give your car a chance to warm up and eliminate engine-damaging deposits. Short trips call for Quaker State Motor Oil. It gives quality protection against these harmful deposits. And now when we need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever.
Quaker State, your car. To keep it running young.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
The Past is Always Present is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Peter Lucas was heard as Larry Webster. Featured in the cast were Ruth Anson, Jack Crucian, Lou Krugman, Jack Edwards, and Alan Bergman. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. The music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. The day is soon dawning post-mortem of a vicious cycle. The Woman in Black. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Today, a story of revenge unsweet. A family history, so to speak. The rise and fall of a man doomed to a violent end. A tale of bitterness told by a woman driven by vengeance. We will soon come to know her as the Woman in Black.
Barbara, I got the search warrant. Now we can pay that visit to our neighbor, Mr. Logan. Is he home?
He's not alone, Kyle. That woman's there again.
The young girl?
No, she came by earlier. Now it's the other one, the woman in black.
That's her second visit this week. I wonder who she is.
Do you think Logan suspects us?
Why should he? We don't appear different than the other people on the block.
Neither does he.
That's why he's been able to operate so successfully for so long. Roger Logan, Mr. Average Suburban Resident. Even the IRS can't nail him. But now I think we can.
That came from next door. Logan's in pretty bad shape. She opened him up pretty good.
Yeah. She doesn't seem too broken up about it either.
The police want to question her.
Oh, they'll have to wait their turn. We've got priority. Logan's a very felonious fellow.
They're taking him to County General. He's going to need surgery.
You better go with the ambulance.
All right.
Keep me posted on Logan's condition.
Where will you be?
Here. I've got the feeling there's a lot we can learn about Logan from the woman in black. I don't want to be disturbed unless it's a call from the Bureau or County General. Got it?
Yes, Inspector.
Are you from the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. Inspector Kyle Whitaker. I'd like to ask you a few questions, beginning with your name.
Meredith Logan.
Any relation to the man you shot?
Roger Logan and my husband were first cousins.
Your husband's name?
Randy Logan. He passed away 6 months ago.
I'm sorry.
Roger was delighted.
How's that?
Well, I'm sure the FBI knows about Roger Logan's business activities over the past years.
We know a little.
I know a lot. You want to listen? It's a long story.
I've got time.
Well, it all started back in the early 50s. I was young and wild. Just 20 years old and already married.
To Randy Logan?
No. To George Overstreet.
The racketeer?
That's right. George was old enough to be my father, and sometimes he acted like he was. Like the very first day I met the Logans, Randy and Roger. It was late summer. Hot.
Get that, will you, Meredith?
Yeah?
We want to see Mr. Overstreet.
Who are you?
Name's Logan, both of us.
Who sent you?
Hey, I hope this ain't 20 questions, doll, because I'm kind of in a rush. Now, is Mr. Overstreet here, isn't he?
George, there's a couple of punk kids here to see you.
Let them in.
Thanks for the intro, sister. What are you, the maid?
Guess again, little boy.
You want to see me?
Remember us, Mr. Overstreet? We were shooting pool at Willie's last Saturday. I'm Roger Logan. This is my cousin Randy.
Yeah, sure, but what do you want?
Well, we got a proposition, sort of business-like, you know.
Like what?
Well, could we talk in private?
Give me some money, George. I'm going out.
All right, here. Buy us some supper while you're at it, eh?
You kids going to be here long? I'll bring you both back a popsicle.
Get lost.
You better watch your mouth. My husband might not like it.
So you see, Roger and me weren't exactly best of friends right from the start.
What happened after that, Mrs. Logan? What was Roger's proposition to Overstreet?
Well, George was moving dope around the ghetto at that time. Roger had the idea to expand the operation, and he and Randy were the ones to do it, he said. Well, George didn't like it at first, but he did like Roger. It figured, I guess. They were both creeps. Before long, Roger was coming around all the time, acting like a big shot. Randy would come with him once in a while. He was different. Sensitive, you know. I guess that's when I started liking him.
Inspector.
Pardon me, Mrs. Logan.
It's the hospital calling.
Thanks. Hello, Barbara.
How are things there, Carl?
Oh, coming along. The woman in black was married to Logan's cousin.
Does she know anything about the list?
I don't know. We haven't got that far yet.
Well, let's hope she knows where the list is.
Why?
Logan just died.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Agent Gabe Franco explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
As the value of your home increases,
the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value. Would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's done automatically.
And like a good neighbor,
This is Bill Wendell saying, do not pity blind people. Give them your understanding and kindness. You can help provide second sight guide dogs for the unsighted by contributing to the Guide Dog Foundation for the Blind. Your help will enable them to travel safely and independently. These blind people can become active members of their community. Go to work or school, shop, visit friends and their places of worship with a faithful second sight guide dog at their side. The dog, 4 weeks of training in its use and care, board and lodging at the Second Sight Training Center in Smithtown, Long Island, New York, are provided free of charge for qualified applicants regardless of race or creed. These services can only be made possible through your generosity. If you know of a blind person who is in need of our services, please have him contact us. And please send your contribution today to Second Sight, Forest Hills, New York. All right, Mrs. Logan. Go on with the story.
Well, a lot happened in the next few years. All bad for me. I got strung out on junk. There was so much of it around. Instead of trying to straighten me out, George threw me away.
You little fool. I leave you alone for 2 hours. You use up all the merchandise.
I can't help it. I'll die without it.
Well, go off and die somewhere else.
Oh, George, don't leave me.
Oh, no, honey. You got it all wrong. I'm not leaving. You are.
I have nowhere to go. No, you can't.
Now, find yourself another connection.
George had a lot of people working for him. He kept a list, but I couldn't get my hands on it. The Logans were the main source of distribution, but I couldn't go to Randy. I was too ashamed. There was no other choice. I had to go to Roger.
Hey, Randy, when'd you get here?
A couple of minutes ago. Who's in the other room?
Make the sale? Yeah, but things are getting hot. Between the mob and the FBI, we got a lot of company out there. Roger, I'm for getting out.
Oh, come on. What's the matter, cuz? No guts?
Come on. You know me better than that. We've got enough money to go legit. So why don't we?
What, and open up a candy store? Come on, get with it. I worked too hard getting Overstreet to do what he...
I'm thirsty.
Meredith, get back in a room.
Randy?
What did you do to her, Roger?
She came to me. She's a junkie. What do you want?
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're coming with me. Roger, we're finished. And if I ever catch you within a mile of this girl again, I'm going to kill you.
Cousin, you are making a mistake. Don't be a jerk.
So Randy took me away. He got me cleaned up. Saved my life, really. We fell in love, but we weren't together for long. George was getting too big, and the mob moved in.
All that we know. It's too bad we weren't able to convict the ones who had him killed.
Well, the law swooped in on the operation, and Randy was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Somehow, Roger got off, and his luck didn't stop there. Roger made a lot of money in investments. He took poor Randy's advice and went straight, or so I thought. He kept calling, saying that he wanted to see me. Finally, I gave in. We met right here in this house.
Can I fix you something?
No, thank you. I don't drink anymore either.
Well, how you been? I mean, it's been a long time.
Oh, you've never cared about how I've been in the past.
Not so, not so. I've always liked you, Meredith. I mean, you're a sharp dame. You got spirit.
What do you want, Roger?
Hey, why should I want anything? I got it made. Money, a house, big cars. I own a factory now, machine parts, you know?
So I've heard. Randy wrote and told me.
Ah, forget Randy.
Why should I?
Because I can offer you more. Half of all this.
Did I hear you right?
Look, Meredith, I'm a man with everything. Everything but a wife.
I don't believe this.
What's past is past.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
Don't make up your mind right away, okay?
Roger, I thought you were alone. Oh, what's this? The maid? I think you said that to me once.
Come in, Lisa. Meet Meredith.
No, I was just leaving.
This is Lisa Romano.
Roger, can I talk to you for a minute? It's business.
Well, go ahead, honey. I mean, Meredith's an old friend.
Now, wait a minute.
Where'd you get that book?
Roger?
That belonged to George.
I inherited it.
Machine parts, huh, Roger?
I better go.
No, you better stay. A pretty young girl like you should hear this. I know what's in that book. A list. I was interested in it once. It's got the names of all the pushers who work for George Overstreet.
She knows.
Oh, you bet I know, honey. And you better wise up to your friend here, or you'll end up like I almost did. A hopeless addict. I've made up my mind, Roger. Lisa, get out of my way.
Let it go. Hey, Meredith, I wouldn't mention any of this to the law. I mean, seeing as your name is on this list, and so is Randy.
I'll get even with you, Roger. It may take me the rest of my life, but I'll get even.
And that's exactly what I did today. I just hope that Roger dies. But with his luck...
Inspector.
Mrs. Logan, do you know what happened to that list? Do you know where it is now?
No.
Inspector, there's a call from Barbara. She says it's urgent.
Yeah. Barbara?
Got some bad news for you, Carl.
So do I. Mrs. Logan doesn't know where the list is.
Maybe she does know who killed Logan.
What?
The coroner hasn't told the police yet, but Logan didn't die of gunshot wounds. He was poisoned.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage.
Oh,
yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a foot and a half shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
You're 17, 18. You've graduated from high school. You want to make something of yourself, but you don't have that something to make it with, like money for 4 years of college. What do? Well, you don't need 4 years of college to get a good job. Today, there's a crying need for technicians in exciting fields like oceanography, electronic data processing, health service, environmental control, forestry, and many others. Technicians earn twice the salary of the average high school graduate. Some even make more than 4-year college graduates. All you need is a year or 2 of technical training. To learn how you can become a technician, send for our free booklet. It's called 25 Technical Careers. Write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202. If you can't afford 4 years of college, write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202, and make something of yourself.
I guess the police want to talk to me now.
Not just yet, Mrs. Logan. I have a few more questions.
All right.
You jumped way ahead in your story. When did you marry Randy Logan?
5 years ago. He was still in prison at the time.
When did he get out?
He didn't. Randy died in prison. Cancer. He would have been released this month.
Did you ever discuss the list with him?
No, there was nothing either of us could do. Roger held all the cards.
And you weren't seeing Roger?
No. Not until after Randy died.
Whatever happened to Lisa Romano?
Oh, she stopped seeing Roger, I guess.
And you never saw her again?
No.
Mrs. Logan, did you plan to kill Roger Logan when you came here today?
Yes.
Would you mind telling me exactly how it happened?
Well, all right. I came up to walk and rang the doorbell. Roger was surprised to see me.
Why, Meredith, what a pleasant surprise.
May I come in, Roger?
Well, sure. Well, what brings you to see me after all this time?
You made me an offer a few years ago. Does it still stand?
You're joking.
Oh, I've never been more serious in my life.
Oh, really, Meredith? Why the sudden change of heart now? You're still mourning Randy.
Now that my feelings haven't changed. Let's just say there's something in it for me that I want.
Name it.
That list of names.
You drive a hard bargain. You won't settle for a life of luxury and the pleasure of my company?
Yeah, if it goes along with the list.
Well, maybe I can change your mind.
Maybe I can change yours.
I've waited a long time for you, Meredith. I'm not a patient man, usually. I mean, I know what I want and I know how to get it, right? But you were always out of reach. There was always someone else. First there was George, then there was Randy, and, well, now they're both dead, right? I wonder if that's a lesson for me.
Don't you trust me?
Ooh, not with my list, I don't. One thing I've learned over the years is caution. And I remember what you said the last time you were here. If it takes me the rest of my life, I will get even. Now, that's what you said.
And that's what I meant. Give me the list, Roger.
Oh, come on. Hold on, girl. Put down that gun.
I'm not patient either. I want that list.
It's not here. I destroyed it.
I don't believe you.
Hey, I swear it. Meredith. No. Hey, no.
That's when you found me. I didn't get the list, but I got even.
Who are you protecting, Mrs. Logan? We've had this house under surveillance for months. You've made more than one visit. The younger woman's been here, too, several times. Maybe you've seen her.
I told you what happened.
Tell me what really happened. Your revenge is complete. Roger Logan died in the hospital.
Oh, then it's finally over.
Not quite. We don't have that list.
He said he destroyed it.
And you said you didn't believe him. The list exists, Mrs. Logan. We know that. It was in this house and somebody took it.
No.
And that same somebody poisoned Roger Logan before you got here. That's what killed him, not the bullets you fired.
That's not fair. I did come here to kill Roger.
Please tell me what really happened. With that list, we can shut down Logan's drug empire for good. And without it, well, you know for yourself about a junkie's life.
Well, Roger didn't answer when I rang. The door was unlocked, so I came in. Hello? Anybody?
Meredith.
Lisa! What are you doing here? You promised to stay away.
Oh, cold turkey. Meredith, look at me.
What happened? Where's Roger?
I got what I came for. The list.
Oh, that's not the way, Lisa. I said I'd help you.
No, it's too late.
Oh, come on now. Give yourself a chance.
Oh, like he did. He's going to die. I poisoned him.
Oh, this can't be happening. Lisa, give me that list.
No!
Well, at least get yourself to a hospital. They can help you. Go out the back way. Lisa, don't lose the list. As soon as she left, I shot Roger. I thought I killed him. I wish I had.
Where's Lisa Romano now?
Oh, poor girl. I honestly don't know.
Barbara, I got here as soon as I could. What's the story on the girl who checked in?
Story's over. She made a connection and checked out. For good. OD'd. She had the book with a list of dealers on her. Here it is. When do we start rounding them up?
Well, the chief will let us know. Pretty sick, this whole thing.
It always is, Kyle. You know that.
Yeah, but in this case, more than usual.
What do you mean?
We might have been able to stop Logan years ago. Somehow, he had the woman in black convinced that she was on this list. She's not.
Morning, Mr. Green. Say, haven't seen this big car in a spell.
Nowadays, Caleb, we use our small car mostly.
You know, this big engine might not be getting the exercise it needs.
Exercise?
Yup, to get rid of harmful engine deposits. Make sure you're using Quaker State motor oil. It's fortified to fight deposit buildup.
Is Quaker State still available in most places?
Yup, but people need it now more than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
The Woman in Black is an original radio drama adapted by Sue Donham. Peter Lucas was heard as Kyle Whitaker. Featured in the cast were Lorraine Tuttle, Casey Kasem, Julie Bennett, Hans Conried, and Tommy Cook. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's offbeat story of people who play with matches and death. Come light my fire. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation, The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are 3 important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
At one time, under common law, the willful and malicious burning of another person's house was considered to be a crime as heinous as that of murder, a felony punishable by death. Today's story is about both arson and murder. It begins in a modestly impressive home in a respectable middle-class neighborhood, where David and Eleanor Scott have resided for the past few years. But the man who has successfully posed as a retired insurance consultant doesn't consult in the manner in which his neighbors might anticipate. Listen.
Come in. We're expecting you.
Hi, Mr. Scott.
Hello, Mr. Porter. Well, I take it this is the gentleman you telephoned about.
Yes, it's Mr. Gilpin.
Glad to know you, Mr. Gilpin.
How do you do?
Have a chair, gentlemen.
Mrs. Scott and Mr. Gilpin.
Oh,
hello.
how do you
do?
Well, let's get down to business. Mr. Porter tells me you have a problem. May I ask what it is?
Well, I think I'd rather have Mr. Porter explain it. Yeah, well, I'd be glad to. See, Mr. Gilpin owns a tenement house on the other side of town. Well, pretty soon the building will create big losses because it needs new plumbing, wiring throughout, replacement of dry rotted timbers, and so on.
Well, as an insurance consultant, I'm interested in your coverage. Do you have enough insurance to be in the market for a successful fire?
Yes, but I hesitate.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yes, Mr. Gilpin, I told you these were okay folks.
It's nice of you to say that.
Do they guarantee results and confidentiality?
Oh, Mr. Gilpin, we've been doing this nearly all our lives.
And I might add, we're not pyromaniacs. We merely set a fire and walk away.
You see, with us, it's a profession.
Well, that makes me feel a little better about it. I'm a respectable businessman, and nothing must go wrong so that I become involved.
We protect all our clients. Now, please don't worry.
Well, I guess that about sums everything up. I presume Mr. Porter told you about our fee?
Yes, it's quite satisfactory.
Good. We appreciate your business, Mr. Gilpin.
Yes, miss. May I help you?
I think so. Are you the arson investigator, Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
I heard on the radio that you were in charge of investigating that tenement fire in the north side of town.
You know something about it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think so. See, I lived in an apartment in that building, shared it with a girlfriend. We lost everything.
Were you in the building at the time of the fire?
No, sir. I was at work. But yesterday afternoon, I was leaving for the factory, and I noticed something that I thought I should report to you.
What was that?
Well, there were two old people, a man and a woman down in the lower hall. I'd never seen either of them before.
Were they acting suspicious?
I didn't think so at the time, but later I began to wonder about what they were doing.
What were they doing?
Well, she was on her knees under the staircase. I stopped to see what was wrong, and she told me she'd lost her key. Now, just as I asked if I could help her look for it, she said she'd found it, so I left.
Anything else?
Yeah, as I went out the front door, I noticed a car parked at the curb. A man was sitting at the wheel and the motor was running.
That could be a coincidence.
I know, but when I got to the corner where I wait for my bus, I happened to look back and saw the old couple getting into the car, and it took off kind of fast.
About what time was that?
3, almost exactly. See, I work the 4 to midnight shift at the factory, and I leave the house every day at 3. That was another reason I thought maybe it tied in. The radio report said that the fire broke out a little after 3.
Right. Can you describe the people you saw yesterday?
I didn't get a good look at the old couple. It was pretty dark in that hall.
How about the driver of the car?
I got a pretty good look at him.
Do you know who owned the apartment?
I heard his name was Gilpin, but we always paid our rent to Mr. Brown, the manager. And he and his wife lived in the building, too. I don't know where they've gone since the fire.
Anything else you think would be of help?
Afraid not.
Well, thank you for contacting me. Your concern is very much appreciated. Now then, let me fill in this report on the description of that driver, and I'll let you go. Okay, your name, please? This will be kept confidential.
Carol Kent. 2 R's and 2 L's in Carol.
And believe me, Miss Kent, we'll investigate this thoroughly. Arson, Investigator Atherton. Oh, sure, Chief. Yeah, I showed that Carol Kent the mugshots I got from police headquarters, and she made a positive identification of a guy named Porter. He's the guy she saw sitting in the car. Yeah. As a matter of fact, he's been mixed up in half a dozen arson cases. I sent word out to have him picked up. Yeah, meantime, I dropped by that guy Gilpin's office and laid Miss Kent's story right on him. He was scared, I can tell you. And I tipped off the insurance company. Okay, Chief. Right. I'll stay on it. Talk to you later.
Well, come right in, Mr. Gilpin.
Thank you.
Who's that, David?
It's Mr. Gilpin, Ellie.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
No, Mrs. Scott, I'm afraid it's not pleasant. An investigator from the arson squad called on me.
Are they suspicious?
Oh, plenty.
I don't understand. The fire we set under that rickety old staircase wouldn't have left any evidence, and what remained of it couldn't have been separated from the rest of the ashes.
No. It wasn't your technique. Someone saw you.
I wonder who
it
it
was
could
that
have...
nice young lady who offered to help me find the key I told her I'd lost.
Well, she didn't identify you two, but she described Porter, and they're after him.
Oh, now, isn't that provoking?
Provoking? Is that your only reaction? This could be the ruination of all of us if Porter talks.
I don't think there's much chance of that, Mr. Gilpin. Once Porter gets wind of it, he'll be out of town before you can wink an eye.
Oh, so that's why.
That's why. What, Mr. Gilpin?
Well, it just struck me. I mean, that's probably why I haven't been able to contact him since this morning. When he came to my office and I paid him for the job.
Now, just a second, Mr. Gilpin. You paid Mr. Porter?
Yes.
Our share, too?
Well, of course.
Oh, that's most distressing.
But that was the agreement.
But if he skips town, that means he's going to cut out with our share.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that's no concern of mine.
Oh, we understand that, Mr. Gilpin. It's just that this is a little unexpected.
Mr. Gilpin, if you'll excuse us, I think we'd better call on Mr. Porter.
Well, would it help if I went with you?
I don't think so. He has an apartment he uses for a sort of hideaway, and I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate our letting anyone else know about it.
Well, I hope you settle everything satisfactorily.
Oh, we will, Mr. Gilpin. We will.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
State Farm agent Bill Rich talks about car insurance value.
You know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. We only got there because we were as competitive as anyone and because we're there to serve.
Provide for their college a safe and easy way. It's sure would pay more savings. Yeah, join that plan today. Always remember, it's a proud way to say, take stock in America, by U.S. savings bonds. So always remember, it's a proud way to say, take stock in America, by U.S. savings bonds.
Yes? Who is it?
Dave Scott.
What are you doing here?
Just thought we'd pay you a call, Mr. Porter. Maybe come in?
Yes, of course.
Nice little place you've got here.
Oh, I see you're packing some luggage. Going somewhere?
I told Mr. Gilpin you'd take it on the lam as soon as you found out.
On what?
About the police and the arson investigators looking for you.
How do you know about that?
Mr. Gilpin told us.
What did you come here for?
Well, we were afraid that in the excitement of trying to get away, you might overlook us.
What do you mean?
We thought you might forget to pay us.
Me? You get paid by Mr. Gilpin.
He's told us he's already paid you.
Oh, you're nuts. Gilpin's trying to welch on the deal and not pay any of us.
Mr. Porter, I do believe you're attempting to be dishonest.
Look, I'm hot and I gotta get out of town.
Then give us our money and you can be on your way.
No dice. You old fogies ought to figure you're lucky you weren't spotted in that tenement building yesterday. Getting away with your skin should be enough of a payoff for you.
We took the same chance you did.
And we expect to be paid for it.
What do you want me to do, get picked up? That's what's going to happen if you don't let me get going. And if I do get picked up on account of you stalling me here, I'll blow the whistle on you.
Oh, my. I had no idea you could be so unpleasant, Mr.
I'll
Porter.
get a lot more unpleasant if you two old coots don't get out of my way. Hey, hold up. What's the gun for?
We've been very patient, Mr. Porter, but patience is obviously getting us nowhere. We have now arrived at the moment of truth.
Give me that gun, you old idiot. Oh, can't handle it.
I'm afraid I've killed him, Ellie. I really didn't want to.
Well, now, David, I'll go through his luggage and you search his pockets. It would be a shame not to get our money after going to all this trouble.
Yes, Miss Matthews.
Arson Investigator Atherton to see you, Mr. Gilpin.
Oh, yes. Have him come in, please.
Mr. Gilpin, I'm sorry to bother you again. I have to have another talk with you about the fire that destroyed your property.
Well, I thought I covered all that with the man from your department who was here in my office this morning.
Frankly, I'm not satisfied with the report he brought back from that meeting.
What do you mean?
I mean that we are convinced arson was involved.
Well, have you spoken to the insurance company?
I have.
Didn't they tell you they found no evidence of arson?
Yes, but I wanted to talk with you anyway. Another element has entered the case. Murder.
Murder?
The murder of a man named Porter. The man our deputy questioned you about this morning. The man who was seen in the car outside your building.
Yeah, but I told him I'd never heard of the man.
I don't believe you. We made an extensive investigation of your business operations, Mr. Gilpin.
Oh?
Yes, it uncovered some very interesting facts.
Well, what sort of facts?
Facts concerning the dilapidated condition of some of your buildings.
Really?
The one on 12th Street in particular.
I'll sue you.
It's very evident you could have profited nicely from a fire which would have rendered the structure 100% unsalvageable.
This is a preposterous accusation.
I haven't accused you. Yet. But the only person we had under surveillance who could have linked you to this job was Porter. And he's conveniently dead. You're in a bad spot, Mr. Gilpin. Very bad.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, would you buy the other pickup from International? You get 4...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are 2 pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity. The one with great handling and stability. The other pickup from International.
Okay.
All right. Right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right. Go ahead. I know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
The Veterans Administration helps people in little ways.
A veteran, let's say, is trying to get an apartment. He's filed to go to school under the GI. He's not getting any money, but he's entitled. Well, what's wrong with writing a letter saying that under the law, this man is entitled to receive $220 a month for attending school on a full-time basis? Believe it or not, he can take that letter with the little job, take it to the real estate people, and because he has an additional income of $220, although he isn't receiving it, it makes his chances of getting that apartment much better. And this is what I mean about the little things. Going beyond the duty every once in a while. Just go a little bit out of your way to help someone. That's my philosophy. To me, these are little things. But big things to that person. A big thing to that person.
At VA, we try a little harder to help.
Yes, Chief, we're making some progress. Well, to bring you up to date, I'm convinced Gilpin's guilty. I went to his office and told him that murder had now been added to the crime of arson, and that we suspected a tie-in between Gilpin and the dead man. Well, he was obviously worried. I also spent nearly 2 hours with Carol Kent going through all the mugshots of old people. I struck out completely there. If we can't find that old couple, Gilpin may get away with this thing. I have one wild idea, Chief. It's 1,000 to 1 shot, but it may work. I'll let you know. Thanks. So long. Hello, Sally. Don Atherton. Didn't you tell me a while back that you had a friend with the Civic Repertory Players Theater, a director? Yep, that's the guy. Well, listen. Do me a favor and contact him.
Ask him if he knows of an elderly male and female couple who could do a job for us and keep their mouths shut. Sure, they'll be paid. Well, they won't make the kind of dough Richard and Liz make, but on the other hand, they don't have to be sexy. Just elderly. Good. You get back to me, huh? Thanks, Sally.
May I help you?
Is Mr. Gilpin in?
I'm sorry, he's out at the moment. What was it in regard to?
Well, young lady, it's a personal matter.
Would you like to leave a message?
Well, actually, miss, it's both personal and business. We rendered him a service, a very confidential service, and I'm sure he'd like to talk with us about it.
Would you like to leave your name?
Oh, we'd rather not, would we, darling?
Oh, no, I don't think it's necessary. Just tell him we called and that we're in a little trouble. He'll know where to contact us.
Well, it's a little unusual, but I'll tell him.
Well, the service we rendered was a bit unusual, too. Believe me, miss, Mr. Gilpin will understand. Thank you. We'll be on our way. Sorry to have troubled you.
Yes, Chief. I'm in my car across the street from Gilpin's office building. I'm hoping for some action, but I've already been here for an hour. Although he went in, he hasn't come out yet. Oh, here he comes. He's hailing a cab. One's pulling up now. I'm going to tail him. He's given the driver instructions now. I'll be in touch later. Clear.
Oh, Mr. Gilpin, come right in.
Yes.
What can we do for you?
First of all, why did you come to the office? That could lead to some pretty sticky business. Secondly, what kind of trouble are you in?
Trouble?
Yes. You left word with my secretary you were in some kind of trouble.
What are you talking about? We've never been near your office, ever.
Don't try to hand me a snow job. My secretary told me an elderly couple...
Excuse me a moment.
What's that?
I don't know. I'm going to see. Oh, yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Gilpin,
Athen,
please.
you followed me here.
What is this?
It's a trap, that's what it is. I was followed because you were dumb enough to come to my office, you old fool.
I told you we never went near your office.
And that's the truth.
You're both lying.
No, Mr. Gilpin, they're telling the truth. I purposely chose a time when I knew you'd be out to send another elderly couple to your office.
What?
I figured you'd lead me to the people who set fire to your building.
You can't get away with entrapment.
Maybe by myself I couldn't. But there are 2 uniformed men outside. This house is covered. So I suggest you and your friends come along peacefully.
You can't make this stick, Athen. I'm a respectable businessman.
Don't look now, Mr. Gilpin. But your respectability just went up in smoke.
Just when you need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever. That's Quaker State Motor Oil. Why do you need it more? Because if you're using your car less, that engine just isn't getting the exercise it needs. But Quaker State's quality protection is tailor-made to handle deposits that build up in an underworked engine. Now that you need it more, it's available more places. Nice to know.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Indeed.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Come light
My Fire is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Peter Lucas was heard as Don Atherton. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Paula Winslow, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, Catherine Grody, and Ruth Anson. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Sue Donham's tracked down of a curious caravan. Riders wanted. Share expenses. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of the 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
We are living in a paradoxical time. The jet age slowed by a fuel shortage. We must learn to retain our mobility through group travel. Today, the story of a journey. 5 strangers together in one car. 4 of them are what they appear to be. But there is one among them who is not. That one stranger is a killer. And now, riders wanted. Share expenses.
Is this Leon's diner?
Who's asking?
My name's Dunn. Teddy Dunn. This ad in the paper says riders wanted. Share expenses, destination Florida, inquire Leon's diner.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Nancy!
Don't shout, Leon.
Oh, I didn't know he was right there. This fella here is looking for a ride to Florida.
I don't know how far exactly, but Florida's in the right direction.
Well, we got room for one more. Are you willing to chip in for gas and food and maybe a campsite or two?
As long as my money holds out.
How soon can you be ready?
Right now. Everything I own is right here in this knapsack.
Well, we'll be taking my car. Come on, I'll introduce you to the others. My name's Nancy Etheridge. What's yours?
Teddy Dunn.
Pretty lady, what do you say we hit the road?
Right away. But first I want you all to meet Teddy Dunn. He'll be going with us.
Another passenger? Well, won't it be awful crowded?
Well, Mr. Dunn will be helping out money-wise, so I guess we can bunch up some. Teddy, this is Joe Don Brady.
I didn't mean nothing personal by it.
And this is Albert Moran.
Which do you prefer, Mr. Dunn or Teddy?
I keep to myself mostly, you know.
Oh.
And this here's Lucy Sims.
Howdy do.
Well, I guess we're all acquainted. Let's get started. Goodbye, Leon. And thanks for everything.
Well, now, you have a safe trip now. Nancy, there's a job here waiting for you if you ever decide to come back, you hear?
I hear. Take care now.
Well, here's the Vernon Lipscomb file.
Thanks, Russ.
That's quite a list of aliases for a jewel thief.
Lipscomb's more than that. He's a fugitive. Walked out of prison upstate. He was doing 10 to 20 for armed robbery and attempted murder.
Wow.
Wish we had a more recent photograph of him. Psychiatrist's report calls Lipscomb a borderline mental case.
Sam, why would he head south? He can't be that loony.
Well, the word is Lipscomb's heading for the border. He'll probably work his way east and then try to slip across to El Paso or maybe Brownsville.
You think he's here now?
I don't know, Russ. Better check the bus depots and the flea bag hotels in the Tenderloin district. That seems to be his pattern. Oh, and make a copy of that photograph before you leave.
Right.
Mr. Dunn, would you mind terribly rolling up your window? That wind's blowing mighty hard back here.
It's too hot. Wait till we get out of the desert.
I'm very uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
Hey, fella, the lady asked you nice. Now, why don't you...
Hey, now, Mac, who asked you?
Oh, now, partner, we ain't even left California yet.
Yes, we have. That was the border.
Anyone hungry?
I'm starved.
I could stand a cheeseburger. How about you, Lucy?
Mr. Dunn, the window.
Teddy, please.
There. You satisfied?
Thank you.
We'll stop for gas and food in Kingman. If we're lucky, we can make it as far as Flagstaff by midnight.
McSwain.
Sam, we're in luck, maybe.
What do you mean, Russ?
I found the hotel where Lipscomb's been, but he's gone.
How long?
A day.
That's not too bad.
I got something else. The desk clerk says Lipscomb asked him if he knew anything about those share-the-ride deals leaving town. Bought himself a Sunday paper and checked out.
Good work, Russ. Come on back. By the time you get here, I'll have a list made up from the ads.
I'm on my way.
Hey, why are we stopping?
Can't drive with my eyes closed, and they're closing.
Well, I can drive.
Just what is your hurry, Wendy?
I'm tired.
Be reasonable, Mr. Dunn. Accidents happen at night. What do you say, Nancy?
Well, this here's a rest area. That's what it's for.
Oh, I'm taking for a walk.
He's had a hair up his nose ever since we left.
I don't like him.
Well, Mr. Dunn has the look of a man chasing after something.
You got the right idea there, Albert, except you got it backward. I say Dunn's a man being chased.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Agent Gabe Franco explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
As the value of your home increases, the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value. Would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's automatically.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, national chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
Sam, we've been all morning running down these ads. I sure could use a bite.
Leon's Diner's next on the list. If it doesn't pan out, we'll grab a meal there.
How far away is it?
Oh, about 10 feet.
Oh. Who are we looking for?
The ad doesn't say. How about him?
Hey, Alan, get out here and fill this table now.
Excuse me, I wonder if you could tell me something about this ad in the paper.
Who's asking? Oh, cars.
That's right.
Well, friend, you're a little late. They left yesterday.
Was this man one of them?
Huh? Well, I can't tell for sure. Not much of a picture there, is it? Oh, yeah. Now I recognize him. Hair's longer, but that's him all right. What's he done?
He broke out of prison.
You mean it? Well, that makes it bad for Nancy, doesn't it?
Who's Nancy?
The girl who put that in the paper. Nancy Etheridge, best waitress I ever had.
How many passengers did Miss Etheridge have in her car?
Oh, how many passengers? Now, wait a minute. Let me see. There was him in the picture, and a couple other guys, and the 2 women. That's 5 altogether.
Yeah, well, what kind of a car did they leave in?
Oh, no, I couldn't say that now. The black sedan, though, I know that. I don't know the make of the model. Nancy bought it used, you see, just today.
You know where she bought it?
No, I don't know where she bought it.
Do you know where they're headed?
Well, east as far as Florida. I think her family lives there, you see.
She married?
Well, she was. He died. They got a kid, though. In fact, she said she was going to pick the kid up on the way. The boy lives with her sister-in-law.
Where?
Oh, Texas, someplace.
Texas is a big state.
Yeah, I know. I remember the town if I heard it. No?
Houston, Dallas, El Paso, San Antonio.
No. That's it. El Paso.
Sam, I am really hungry.
Well, you can grab a sandwich around town while you're checking out used car lots.
Used car lots?
Nancy Etheridge bought a black sedan recently. Try to find out where. Get a description and a license number. I'll alert the Border Patrol at El Paso with the information we have so far.
Sam, you don't think Lipscomb's going to do anything to those people in the car, do you?
I'd like to find him before he gets a chance.
You know, Lucy, maybe it was luck that we stopped at this station when we did.
How much do shock absorbers cost?
I have enough.
Hey there, pretty ladies. How we doing?
It'll take an hour, Joe Don.
Where did Mr. Moran and Mr. Dunn go?
They headed into town.
Together?
No, they were even going in different directions. I think I'll head in myself. Any of you ladies care to join me?
I better wait here.
I'll wait with you.
Okay. I'll be back in an hour.
Well, the car's ready. All we need now are the passengers.
Mr. Moran's in the washroom. Oh, wait, here comes Joe Don.
All set?
Just about.
Hope it wasn't too expensive.
Are we ready to push off?
Soon.
We're waiting for Mr. Dunn.
Well, he's not back yet?
Maybe he got restless and run off.
We better wait a bit.
He had his knapsack with him. I saw him in town.
Oh, here he comes now.
Hey, what's everybody looking at me for?
I ain't looking.
There you are. Say it. What's on your mind, cowboy?
Not done? You've been asking for trouble the whole time.
Oh, no, please, friends. Let's just leave.
Good idea. Joe Don, sit up front. Teddy, hop in the back.
Just like children.
Well, I struck out, Sam. I've been to 40 car lots. Nothing sold to Nancy Etheridge. Oh, I'm sorry.
In Gallup. How long ago? Right. Thanks.
What's up?
Plenty. Lipscomb's been in Gallup, New Mexico.
Well, how do you know?
There was a jewelry store robbery and a shooting. The store manager identified Lipscomb by the wire photo, then lapsed into a coma. They think he's going to die.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage.
Oh,
yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a 1.5 feet shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
Thank you.
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
It's a great place.
I don't care. No, I want to go home right now. Now
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
Here's the turnoff, Nancy.
Hey, where are you going?
El Paso.
Pass? Since when?
Well, Nancy's going to pick up her young son. You were asleep when she mentioned it.
You could get out and hitchhike.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Please don't start, you two. I'm trying to concentrate on my driving.
No luck? No time. The car's got to be registered with the state, but by the time we locate the papers, Lipscomb could be halfway to South America. I figure they're somewhere between Albuquerque and El Paso already.
This is pretty tight, Sam.
We got nothing on the car, and not much of a make on Lipscomb either. That guy at the diner had a rough time recognizing him from the picture when... Wait a minute. The diner.
The diner? What about it?
That's a long shot, but we got to try it. You got your pills?
My pills?
For air sickness. We're flying to Texas in half an hour.
Oh, not again. What is it, Nancy?
I'm exhausted. We all are. Lucy's asleep, so's Joe Don.
So I noticed. How far are we from your sister-in-law's?
An hour. 2, maybe.
Boy, look, why don't we switch places? You rest, I'll drive, all right?
Oh, you don't know the way.
Oh, it's a shame to be so close and yet so far. Perhaps we can stop for coffee.
Well, I'm getting out. I need to stretch my legs.
Oh, careful, you wake me up.
What is... You were on my knapsack.
Where are you going?
What's it to you?
You're not in the car, pal. Don't break it up.
Hey, that's my valise. Give it back to me.
What?
Where did all this jewelry come from?
Yeah.
I stole it. And I shot a man who tried to stop me.
Albert, you?
Well, I'm a dangerous criminal, or so I'm told. Nobody move now. You two, back out of the car now, very slowly. Now, that's it.
What are you going to do with us?
Well, I don't want to hurt you ladies. You just do as I say, and everything will work out fine. Nancy, drive.
That's the border up ahead.
What are all those lights?
I don't know.
No, turn the car around. We're going back.
Back where?
Our first destination. We're going to visit your little boy.
after you.
Albert, I'm asking you not to do this.
Well, I haven't done anything yet.
Let us go. We won't tell.
Please don't bring my little boy into this, Albert. I'll drive you anywhere else.
I'm sorry, Nancy. I truly am, but we're all along for the ride, you know. I have to ask you to share the expenses. Get out of the car. Move now, no tricks.
Albert, please.
I'll tell you what. Nancy, if I get out of this, I'm going to give you the jewelry. All of it.
You can give the jewelry back.
Oh, no, I can't. I can't go back. They'll put me away for good. You see, I've been away before. There's no getting out anymore.
Albert.
Enough.
I'm not going any further.
He'll shoot us.
You listen to Lucy now.
I don't care. Not one more step.
All right, I'll make it as painless as...
Let's give him freeze!
You know something, Sam? You'd really make a great gambler. Your long shots always seem to pay off.
I don't like to gamble with people's lives. If Nancy Etheridge hadn't sent that postcard to Leon, well, the gamble would have failed.
Oh, we could have let Lipscomb through at the border.
There was no guarantee the others would have survived. We needed to turn him back. It was the address on the postcard. Oh, we were lucky, all right.
By the way, you got a postcard today from Nancy Etheridge.
What's it say?
Do you think I read your mail? Well, it says she's had enough of Florida and she's coming back.
Wouldn't you know it?
And no riders this trip.
How's that?
She's flying.
Today, we're driving the big family car less as we use our gas-saving small car more. Now, an underused car doesn't always get enough exercise to eliminate harmful engine deposits, so it needs quality protection, like Quaker State Motor Oil, made to protect against harmful deposits. Quaker State is now available more places than ever. It's one good thing we don't have to give up.
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Riders Wanted, Share Expenses is an original radio drama adapted by Sue Donham. Peter Lucas was heard as Sam McSwain. Featured in the cast were Dick Perrin, Julie Bennett, Casey Kasem, Tommy Cook, and Hans Conry. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood with the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Sue Donham's portrait of an artist in trouble. Death on canvas. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal to 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class, evidence that for many it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Have you ever looked carefully at a painting? Within the frame, beyond the image, beneath the paint itself. What you see is the artist. His soul bared before you, his secrets exposed. Today, a portrait in sound. We call it death on canvas. Picture this. A driving rain pelting the sidewalk along Gallery Row, West Hollywood, California. A lone man walking in the night.
I'm sorry, sir, but admission is by invitation only. I'm an old friend of John Duggan's. We used to share a studio. Now, he probably sent me an invitation, but I moved. Well, he must be here. Ask him. My name's Zeno, Gary Zeno. Admission is...
That's the man. Talent of Venice Beach, Zeno?
Hey, Johnny, you really hit the big time, man. Cocktail party, art critics, the whole ball of wax.
It's been a long time coming, pal.
Well, it's been a long time since we set up easels on the boardwalk and drew portraits of the tourists.
Hey, you're still not doing that, are you?
No. Well, you know, I'm silk screening T-shirts and teaching on the side. Or is it the other way around?
I know what you mean.
Looks like your style's changed somewhat. Screaming nude? Hey, is that Marianne in that painting?
Yes.
Well, how is she? And the baby? Linda?
We're divorced.
Oops, sorry.
No, that's cool. We had a falling out. She did, actually. I mean, a nervous breakdown.
Wow.
You know, I almost went off the deep end, too, after she did, but, well, a shrink talked me out of it, you know?
Well, you both always were a little bit high-strung.
Dad, they're running low on champagne.
Linda, look. Under the dark glasses and the beard is an old friend, Gary Zeno. Where's Christine, honey? I want Cedar to meet her anyway.
She went outside for some air. It is awful smoky in here.
Hey, go get her, will you, honey? Huh?
Okay. Nice meeting you, Mr. Zeno.
Likewise. Who's Christine?
My wife. Hey, I've been married for 2 years. She's the other woman in the painting.
Very nice. Oh, I'd have used more purple highlights and spots, but I guess that's why I can't make a living painting.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you're going to love Christine, Zeno. Marvelous girl. Would you excuse me for a minute? I got to go, circulate a little bit.
Pardon me, please. Coming through. Hey, I think I can get a glass of that before it's gone.
Help yourself.
Gracias.
Father!
Linda, what is it? What's wrong?
Where's my father?
I'm here, Linda. What's the matter? Where's Christine?
She's out of the car. She's dead.
Now, don't worry, Johnny. I'll see that Linda gets home.
She lives with her mother, you know.
Marianne? I thought...
Marianne's mother lives there, too. Mrs. Stone, you know.
I think I met her once. Hefty, kind of mean.
You met her all right. Hey, look, this question may take a while. Where can I reach you?
Well, I'm living in my car at the moment. Maybe it'd be better if you'd give me your number.
All right. Here's the number. Here's the address.
Thanks. Do you have any idea who might have done it?
Frankly, I've got a good idea.
Who?
My agent. Or ex-agent. Fritz Emanuel. I fired him last week, the crook.
What do you mean?
Well, he was making more money than I was. And Christine caught him at it. It was right there in the ledger, plain as day.
What's that you're writing, Linda?
Nothing much. Just a poem. Want to hear it?
Sure.
Grandma Stone says I have the makings of a real poet.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
It's called Visions of Marianne, number 4. Behold the shroud above me, descending darkly through night skies. Razor fingernails of doom rain down. I bow to their beck and call. Electric fields of heaven wail, and clouds bleed forever. That's all I have so far.
That's very good.
Thank you.
Visions of Marianne, number 4. Are the first 3 so gloomy?
All my poetry deals with death.
Marianne, your mother.
Yes. I'm like a translator in a way. I'm not sure she understands what I write.
Don't you ever ask her?
I guess you don't know my mother.
Well, I did, but that's been a long time ago.
That must have been before she got sick.
Must have been.
That was 5 years ago. She's been this way ever since.
This way?
When she got out of the hospital, my mother came to live with Grandma Stone and me. I was so happy to see her. She looked strange. She didn't cry or anything like that. Not out loud anyway, but there was a tear like inside of her eye. She didn't say anything at all. She speaks little even now. And she's never left the house. Mr. Zeno, to the rest of the world, my mother died 5 years ago.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
As I often tell my insurers, what good is a $10 a year auto policy if you can't get service when you want it? State Farm agent Bill Gosh talks about car insurance value. This is a very competitive business. Year in and year out, State Farm's rates are very, very competitive. The combination of good rates, excellent service, and good facilities, this is the winning combination that's put us across.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them. Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Thank you for bringing me home, Mr. Zeno. Would you like to come in?
Thanks. I would.
Linda, you're soaking wet. You should have taken... Who are you?
This is Mr. Zeno, Grandma. He brought me home.
Where's your father?
Well, he had some business, Mrs. Stone. I'll explain. May I come in?
Very well. Linda, get out of those wet clothes immediately.
Yes, Grandma.
Wipe your feet on the mat and hang up your wet coat on the rack. When you've done that, come into the parlor.
Yeah.
Explain your presence, Mr. Zeno. Haven't we met before?
Oh, actually, we have. I knew your daughter when we were in school.
Oh, you were the one who used to get drunk and throw beer bottles out of the window. I remember you.
Well, that was a long time ago. I haven't seen John or Marianne in years. I read about John's opening, so I showed up at the gallery tonight.
You must have met Christine then.
No, I didn't.
Grandma, did you hear what happened tonight?
Mr. Zeno can't seem to get to the point.
Somebody killed Christine. strangled her.
Christine is dead?
Mother.
Hello, Marianne.
Oh, you shouldn't be up at this time of night, dear. Go back to your room. Zeno?
Oh, it's all right, Mother.
Now you've upset her. Take her to her room, Linda.
Yes, Grandma.
Mrs. Stone, I'm not here to upset things. I just wanted to tell you what happened and not to be frightened if the police come and ask questions. Your granddaughter found Christine. The police are talking to John now.
They don't know who did it.
No, not yet.
Well, I hope they find him soon. Not safe to walk the streets anymore.
Well, I'd better be going.
Mr. Zeno, wait. I want you to have my poems. They're carbon copies. I still have the original.
Thank you.
You'll come back, won't you?
Sure.
Good. I'll finish Visions of Marianne number 4 and give you a copy.
And I'll look forward to that. Good night, Mrs. Stone. Good night, Linda.
Good night.
I've already talked to the police. I don't see what business this is of yours.
John Duggan's a friend of mine, Mr. Emanuel. You were his agent.
Well, what happened between John and me does not concern you.
Oh, sure it does. John owes me money, and for what I understand, you may have it.
You are a liar.
Well, you're a crook.
Look, I have a plane to catch.
Oh, busy, huh?
Oh, you are a cute one.
Oh, I'm a real doll. Now, look, agent, I was with John last night at the station. I called him at home this morning, and there's no answer. Somebody's wife is strangled to death. The guy doesn't just disappear overnight.
Well, maybe he's in mourning. Why don't you go back to your finger painting? Leave the detective stuff to the police.
Yeah, well, thanks for your time.
Don't mention.
No, I'm sorry I did.
Hello?
Hi, Linda. Is your grandmother home?
Oh, hi, Mr. Zeno. She went to the market.
You haven't heard from your father, have you?
No. Did you read about it in the papers?
Read about what?
The murder weapon. It's not a weapon, really. Christine was strangled with a nylon stocking. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Linda, if your father calls, tell him I'd like to talk to him. Would you do that for me?
Sure. When are you coming by? I'll be done with the poem pretty soon. We can talk.
Well, I'll let you know. You be good now, okay? Bye-bye.
Bye.
Johnny! Johnny!
Oh, Zeno, I thought you were the cops. Come in, hurry.
What are you doing? Why haven't you answered your phone? I've been calling you all day.
Listen, I know what you're thinking. I mean, me packing and all this, but I didn't do it. Somebody's framing me, but good.
Well, what are you talking about?
Hey, you don't know about Fritz Emanuel?
Well, I saw him early this morning. My car broke down. I've been walking in the rain for the past 2 hours. What about Emanuel?
Oh, boy, well, I don't know the details, but, well, I've got to get rid of these letters. They'll burn me for sure. Fritz Emanuel's dead. Somebody strangled him.
Here, honey, this is for you.
Oh, George, what a nice surprise. What is it?
It's a tire gauge.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's a tire gauge?
Well, you check your tire pressure. Well, it helps you get better mileage. Oh, yeah. Well, I got it free from our participating international dealer just for looking at the new international travel-all.
A new international travel-all?
Yeah.
What's a travel-all?
Well, it's something like our old station wagon.
Our old station wagon?
Except the travel-all's a 1.5 shorter, so it's much easier for you to park.
Our old station wagon?
Yeah, and it has 20% more room inside. More room for you and the kids, more room for groceries. We'll get lots more use out of it.
Our old station wagon?
And right now, until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires on most models at no extra cost.
But where is...
And they're worth $290, suggested retail price.
George, where's the new travel-all?
Right outside the window.
Oh, George, it's different.
I know.
I like different.
I know.
It's different, all right.
Good morning, Personnel Department. Just a minute, please. I'll put you on hold. Oh, here's your application, Mr. Smith. Would you please have a seat? Sally, the one on the end that just walked in.
Oh, no, I saw him. He's groovy.
I hope they hire him. He's really gorgeous. Wow.
Pretty ridiculous, isn't it? But do you laugh when a woman is hired for her looks? Both men and women should be hired and promoted on the basis of their qualifications for doing the job. In a changing world where women are now becoming stockbrokers, economists, company presidents, lawyers, and judges, we can't afford to think of a woman as just another pretty face to be cast into the typing pool. Our country needs everyone's best contribution, woman power. It's much too good to waste. This message was brought to you by the Now Legal Defense and Education Fund, 127 East 59th Street, New York, New York. 127 East 59th Street, New York, New York.
I see Borman hasn't been here for quite a while. He lets me stay here when I need a place to work. Nice guy for an alcoholic.
Hey, look, Zeno, I can't ask you to do this for me.
Let me see those papers you want to get rid of. Trust me, Johnny. Duggan, while you're at home painting naked ladies, guess which model is posing for a certain agent? Is it really true that you're the last to know? It's unsigned.
They're all like that.
Well, who does this refer to? Your wife and Emmanuel?
Well, apparently so.
Is it true?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, Christine denied it, and so did he. I confronted them both with it. But that's the real reason I fired Emmanuel.
Now I see what you mean about those letters being incriminating. They give you a motive for both murders.
It's a pretty good frame.
Well, what about the stocking that was used to kill Christine?
Just a plain old nylon. Anyone can buy a pair practically anywhere. It wasn't Christine. She never wore them.
Johnny, burn those letters. Oh, wait a minute. Let me have one.
Where are you going?
To chip away some old paint.
Hi, Mr. Zeno. Guess what? I finished Visions of Marianne number 4. The police were here. They came after you called. They were looking for my father.
Well, what did you tell them?
I told them the truth. I don't know where he is.
Well, neither do I.
Who was that on the phone, Grandma?
Oh, a wrong number. Mr. Zeno, you're wet.
Well, it's raining outside.
I'll get you your copy of the poem.
Mrs. Stone, I wonder if I might ask Marianne a few questions.
She's asleep right now. Perhaps I can answer for her.
All right. Do you know if Marianne ever wears stockings?
Obviously, she has no reason to.
Does she own any?
I don't believe so.
Do you?
Oh, really, Mr. Zeno?
I'm back. Here it is.
Linda, do you wear stockings?
Are you suggesting that Linda might have killed Christine?
Somebody in this house did.
Why, that's preposterous.
Oh, that couldn't be Mr. Zeno.
Well, I think it could.
As long as we're making accusations, sir, my guess is that my ex-son-in-law is the culprit. Or maybe you're the one. You're hiding him, aren't you?
Let me show you something, Mrs. Stone. This is Visions of Marianne number 4, typed by your granddaughter on a machine I assume is in this house. Now, notice how the very top of the tall letters are chopped off. Now, take a look at this. See? It's from the same typewriter.
No, I don't think so.
Well, look at it.
Oh, Mr. Zeno, I should throw you out of my house for speaking in such a tone of voice. But the police are on their way, so I won't.
Grandma, you called the police. Why?
Because they're looking for your father, and Mr. Zeno knows where he is. He drove up in your father's car.
Were you really at the market this afternoon when I called?
I didn't know you called.
Linda, were you here all day today?
You don't have to answer him, dear.
Well, all day except for a few hours this morning. I went to the library.
You left your mother here alone?
No, Grandma was here with her, weren't you, Grandma?
No.
Mother, you're standing up.
Help her, Linda.
No, leave me alone. I'm perfectly all right now. I heard everything. Zeno is right. Somebody here did kill Christine, and Fritz Emanuel, too.
I wrote those letters.
Oh, no, you didn't, Mother. I did. I waited 5 years to get even for what people did to me. Oh, they're coming for me. I'll put on some decent clothes.
Poor Marianne. You know, I don't know what else to say.
My theory is those electric shock treatments she was given 5 years ago had something to do with what happened. To her mind, things got blown out of proportion. She felt betrayed by Christine for replacing her and by Emmanuel for stealing your other love, your work.
Well, I'm just terribly sorry it happened, for everyone's sake, especially Linda's, Zeno.
Well, you'll both be starting out again, together anyway. Right now seems like a good time.
Hey, Zeno, what crazy stunt do you have planned?
No stunt. It's work. I'm teaching a night course at City College in photo silk screening. Linda's already said she'll come. Come on, I came to your opening.
All right, promise me one thing. Not a word about purple highlights.
Right.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind for car owners. Quaker State Motor Oil. They refine it from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then they fortify it to protect your engine against heat and rust and dirt and wear. Quaker State. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running young. To keep it...
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Death on Canvas is an original radio drama written by Sue Donham. Peter Lucas was heard as Tom Crocker. Featured in the cast were Charlie Dugdale, Peggy Walton, Jerry Hausner, Logan Ramsey, and Janet Waldo. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. The music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's hilarious tale of death by error. The house that Clemont built. Starring Shelley Berman. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report on a subject that car buyers are giving serious thought to. The real cost of owning a car, which Ford feels involves three considerations. What you pay for it, how much it costs to operate, and trade-in value. What about purchase price? Well, Ford believes that the 74 LTD offers car buyers who need and want the 6-passenger comfort and quiet ride of a full-size car a real alternative to a big full-size car. The Ford LTD, up to 400 pounds lighter than some medium-priced full-size cars. The LTD is also sticker-priced up to $900 less. And you'll be pleasantly surprised at the luxury and driving peace of mind that the LTD offers. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many people, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
The world of fashion is where you'll be for the next half an hour. It's a strange world filled with strange people. None the least of which is our old friend, Inspector Fouché. Join us now as the inspector leads us a merry but bumbling chase through this world of skinny models and fat designers.
This way, mademoiselle. It's very kind of you. No, I am pleased that I can. I also could not stand the cigar smoke. Voila, 27A. Please, sit. I do not think this funny little man will you disturb.
He certainly seems to be enjoying his dream. Look at that mischievous smile.
Oh, he is strange. Can we not be sat down? He went to sleep.
I think his mustache is adorable, don't you?
Very French.
Oh, please wait me for the approach to Orly.
Oui. Libby? Mademoiselle Man, it is nearly time.
Huh? Oh, thanks, Mimi. I feel marvelous. Oh, my heavens, he's still at it. Should we wake him?
I think yes. But why don't you and I will bring some cafe?
Oh, what's his name?
Monsieur Fouché.
Inspector Fouché, and you are under arrest in the name of the French Republic.
That's incredible. And look, he's still asleep.
Oh, we are very nationalistic, no?
Sir, wake up. Inspector Fouché. We're almost to Paris.
You will come with me. We know what to do with you.
Inspector, are you all right?
Huh? Oh, excuse me. I must have been dreaming. Are you a dream?
I don't think so.
But of course you are. Here, let these sad but wise eyes gaze.
Inspector, are you okay?
Yes. I don't understand why these seats pop up like that.
Voila. You have made the incontents, huh?
Yes. The inspector thinks I'm a dream.
Inspector Emmer Fouché of the Sûreté.
A gendarme.
Oui, but an elegant one, no?
Oh, Libby, watch out. When a Frenchman's mustache switches like that, it means he has the sense.
C'est the angel. May we have our coffee?
Oui. Libby, enjoy your stay in Paris.
Thank you.
As your stay for a holiday?
No, I've come to write an article on Henri Clemont.
Oh, yes, the great designer. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, he's a famous man. You are with a magazine?
Yes, Designer's Daily. And you are with police?
Oui. You see that man across the aisle?
Yes. Is he wanted?
No. I just thought you might like to see me arrest.
Inspector, you are pulling my leg.
Yes, but that is another matter. No, for the truth, I must tell you, I have been in exile.
Really?
Yes. I have been studying the police methods of your country.
Where, New York?
No, Fitzwilliam.
Fitzwilliam? Where's that?
New Hampshire.
Oh, is it a large city?
1,362 people. I confess it was a punishment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have to stay long?
2 years. But I solved a major murder case, and they have let me return to the Sûreté.
That's wonderful.
I will be happy to never look another purple fish in the eye again.
A purple finch? Is that a bird?
Oh, yes. It's a state bird of New Hampshire. Ruined my best suit.
Oh, we'd better fasten our seatbelts, Inspector.
Oh, yes. Do you perhaps need a ride from the airport?
That would be nice. Inspector.
No, chérie.
You fastened your seatbelt to mine. Let's see, number 10, Rue Saint Placide. That's odd. I know I was expected. Maybe it's the wrong address. No, it's number 10. Hey, who... hello? Hello? Anybody home? Oh, talk about spooky. Hello? I'll try the drawing room. Oh, my. Well, there you are, Mr. Clemont. Forgive me for busting in like this, but the front door... Mr. Clemont. Sir, are you all right? Sir, you don't look at all well. Oh!
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates.
State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value.
But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
You're 17, 18. You've graduated from high school. You want to make something of yourself. But you don't have that something to make it with, like money for 4 years of college. What do? Well, you don't need 4 years of college to get a good job. Today, there's a crying need for technicians in exciting fields like oceanography, electronic data processing, health service, environmental control, forestry, and many others. Technicians earn twice the salary of the average high school graduate. Some even make more than 4-year college graduates. All you need is a year or two of technical training. To learn how you can become a technician, send for our free booklet. It's called 25 Technical Careers. Write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202. If you can't afford 4 years of college, write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202, and make something of yourself.
Mademoiselle, wake up. Mademoiselle.
What? Oh, who are you?
I think you had better explain who you are before the police arrive.
Police?
That's right. Monsieur Clemont has been kidnapped.
But he couldn't. I just saw him a few minutes ago. What time is it?
2 in the morning. I must insist. Who are you?
My name is Libby Mann. I've come at the request of Mr. Clemont to do a magazine article. Now, who are you, and what is this about kidnapped?
I am Paul Bouchard. I am an associate of Monsieur Clemont. He did not tell me of your coming. Oh, the police. Pardon. Hello?
Inspector Fouché, Sûreté.
Ah, this way, Inspector Fouché.
Oh!
Is this where you found the note?
Inspector!
Ah, Mademoiselle Mann. How are you?
Bent, but the same.
You know this woman, Inspector?
Oui. And who are you, the butler?
No, I am Monsieur Clement's associate, Bouchard.
Oh, yes, of course.
He said kidnap, Inspector. Did he tell you?
Here is the note they left.
A dozen eggs, 2 chickens.
Sorry. Here you
yes, please do not do that again. It is obstructing justice. May I sit down?
But of course.
So, is this your hat I sat on?
No, I believe it is yours, monsieur.
Oh, yes, of course. When did you receive this?
It was on the desk when I arrived. Miss Mann was on the floor.
You're sure it wasn't the other way around?
What?
Just seeing if you are on your toes.
Inspector, may I speak with you a minute?
Of course.
Outside?
Monsieur Bouchard, please wait in the hall. What is it?
Inspector, when I came in tonight, the door was ajar. I came on in and I found Mr. Clemont sitting at his desk.
Yes?
I think he was dead.
Oh, that cannot be. Why would anyone want to kidnap a dead man?
I don't know, but I swear it's the truth.
I see. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur, I am taking the note. Now, I would advise you not to pay the ransom.
But, Inspector, we must. The full collection is soon due, and Monsieur Clemont must be here.
I insist.
I insist that we must.
I see. Have you received instructions as to what to do with the money?
Not yet, but the note does say they will contact us.
All right. I will post a guard on the house. Tap the telephone, just in case.
That is good thinking, Inspector.
Thank you. Mademoiselle, have you a place to stay?
No, Monsieur Clemont had invited me to stay here while in Paris.
Then by all means you must stay.
Oh, I couldn't.
I insist.
He insists?
If you insist.
I insist.
He insists.
Oh, all right. I get the point. I'll stay.
Good. I will be around tomorrow. And Bouchon, do not leave Paris.
I can't.
Why not?
I live here.
Oh, yes. Good night. I will keep my eye on the house.
Is certainly right about that.
Why, Mr. Bouchard?
Oh!
Because he's in the closet.
Good night again.
Mademoiselle, is he always like that?
I've only known him a short while, but I think so.
I think so, too.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension with front disc brakes standard, and a choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat. I didn't know that. Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor. I didn't know that. Or get 2 facing jump seats optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space. I didn't know that either. Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
This is Bill Wendell saying, do not pity blind people. Give them your understanding and kindness. You can help provide second sight guide dogs for the unsighted by contributing to the Guide Dog Foundation for the Blind. Your help will enable them to travel safely and independently. These blind people can become active members of their community. Go to work or school, shop, visit friends and their places of worship with a faithful second sight guide dog at their side. The dog, 4 weeks of training in its use and care, board and lodging at the Second Sight Training Center in Smithtown, Long Island, New York, are provided free of charge for qualified applicants regardless of race or creed. These services can only be made possible through your generosity. If you know of a blind person who is in need of our services, please have him contact us. And please send your contribution today to Second Sight, Forest Hills, New York.
Who's there? Oh, Libby, old girl, this mystery is getting to you. What's that? Oh, it's terrible. Sounds like someone in pain. Hello? Mr. Bouchard? Sounds like it's coming from the attic.
Please, I did not mean it. You are not
Mr. Bouchard, are you up here? Yoo-hoo! Oh, weird. I don't understand it. These stairs don't lead anyplace.
You can't leave me. What will I do? No one knows the business like you.
That's Bouchard. Now, who's he talking to?
What are you doing spying on me?
Sorry, I just happened to fall in.
You were, didn't you? Shout everything. Shock, tell me what to do.
Mr. Bouchard, who are you talking? Oops! Mr. Clemont.
Stay away from him.
Easy, Bouchard, easy. Put that chair down. I'm not going to hurt you.
You might, Jacques.
It doesn't look as if anything would hurt. Oh, now don't do that. I can't stand to see a grown man cry.
Dead. I know it is dead, Mademoiselle Mab.
That's the first truthful thing you said tonight. How did he die?
I did it, didn't I, Joe?
Oh, there. Now tell Mama Man all about it.
Thank you. Merci. I did not mean to. I am so upset.
Yes, I can see that. Now tell me, how did Monsieur Clemont die? I mean, pass on.
We had a terrible argument. It was because of your visit.
My visit?
Yes. He told me that.
Mademoiselle Mann will come to do the story on behalf of Clemont. That is final, Paul.
But it is time we shared our secret. I'm tired of always being your junior associate.
You will do as I say. The world has come to respect the name of Clemont and his design.
But they are my designs.
Imbecile. I am the brains that makes this house the money.
Oh, you steal. They are mine. The designs are mine.
Fool. To tell the world good air, what their confidence.
Oh, you speak of confidence. It was you who said, Paul, come with me, we will build the greatest fashion reputation together.
And we have.
Then I want what is due me. I wish you to tell this fashion writer who is responsible.
I will not. You cannot speak to the great Clemont. Oh, my heart. Paul, my penis.
Oh, I will not fall for that ruse again.
Oh, no. Here, it's my heart. Paul.
Jacques, it is real. Jacques, no, don't die. I am sorry.
Oh, Paul, forgive me.
No, Jacques, you cannot die. Don't look at me like that. Oh, please, Jacques. I would not know what to do without you, Jacques.
Then it was you who hit me on the head.
Oui, forgive me. I panic.
Why did you hide him? And why the kidnap note?
Because I could not bear to part with him. Besides, all these years, everything has been in Jacques' name. I would not get a franc. He has a terrible son who will destroy the house that Clemont built. I thought if I sent a ransom note, they would pay me what is rightfully mine. Then I would let Jacques be found in the house.
But you must tell the police. It is the only moral thing to do.
You truly believe this?
I do. But I promise you this. I will write an article for the House of Clemont that will preserve the good name of Clemont and still give you your just reward.
Oh, you are a fine woman, Mademoiselle Mann, for an American.
Well, we try, Monsieur Bouchard. Are you ready?
You mean now, tonight?
The sooner we do it, the sooner Jacques Clemont can go to his final rest.
You are right.
Why are you bringing me here?
You will see, mon chéri.
The House of Clemont and Bouchard is proud to present this next election for the new first season.
Oh, Inspector, how wonderful.
And we have you to thank, Mademoiselle Libby. Here, let us go into the office.
But how did this happen?
Inspector, after you. Inspector?
Out here. Sorry, but I was not looking.
Inspector, you are always the same. Tell Libby what happened.
Clement's will left everything to Monsieur Bouchard.
Oh, that's wonderful.
His doctor said that he knew about his art months before we argued.
Then you mustn't blame yourself.
Thank you. I feel that it was inevitable. But I owe you a great deal. Would you and the inspector toast me?
We'll open the champagne. It is my specialty.
Oh, my eye. Inspector Fouché, your aim is formidable.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
When sinus flares up with congestion and pain, insist on Sign-Off tablets. Sign-Off delivers a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Use only as directed.
Signoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hey, hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The House That Clemont Built is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. Shelley Berman was heard as Paul Bouchard. Featured in the cast were Peggy Walton, Luke Krugman, Ben Wright, and Maggie Mullooly. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Kim Weisskopf's bank statement of miscalculations. The joint account. Starring Shelley Berman. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are 3 important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The institution of marriage offers many advantages, ranging from companionship to a tax break. Somewhere in between lies the joint banking account, where either party may deposit or withdraw. Truman and Sally Frost have such an account. It's in the very same bank where he's employed. But now a third party enters the picture, and soon a fourth. Truman Frost has his work cut out for him, just keeping the numbers straight. Today's story, the joint account. Picture this. A tall, dark, well-dressed man is waiting at the front of the line inside the bank.
Next. May I help you, sir?
I'm looking for a man named Frost, Truman Frost.
Oh, Mr. Frost is over in new accounts today.
Is that him?
Yes, the man with the string tie and the horn-rimmed glasses.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
I will.
Yes.
Mr. Frost? Yes, have a seat. First, let me welcome you to Hercules National Bank, Mr. Slaughter. Clyde W. Slaughter. Will you be opening a checking or a savings account, Mr. Slaughter? I'm not sure. Maybe you can help me decide. I'll need some information from you. Would this be for your business or a personal account? Strictly business. I'm a contractor. In fact, my current business concerns you, Mr. Frost. I don't quite understand. Have we met before? No, but it might be in your best interest if we don't meet again. Sir, I've been hired to kill you. You what? There must be some mistake. Who would want to kill me? I've received a bid to perform a service. However, you're entitled to submit a bid of your own. Who are you? Who sent you here? I've been offered $10,000 to arrange a death, Mr. Frost. If you can top that, you can buy a couple of things. First, the identity of my present client. What else? Your life.
Truman, what is it? I've heard you get up 3 times tonight.
Go back to sleep, dear.
Have you been drinking too much coffee?
Sally, I can't tell you.
Can't tell me what?
I don't want to worry you with my problems.
Please, do tell me what's bothering you.
Well, all right. A man came into the bank today with some rather disquieting news. I don't know whether I believe him or not.
What did he say?
He said he'd been hired by someone to...
You?
That's what I said.
Who would have a reason to?
I don't know, but this man knew who I was. He said his client offered him $10,000, and if I could pay him more, he'd leave me alone.
Truman, I think you should go to the police.
They'd think I was crazy. No. And somehow I think I believe that man, Mr. Slaughter. But I have no idea where I could get the money.
You're not going to pay him?
He'll kill me if I don't.
Don't be silly.
I won't dip into our savings, dear. You don't have to worry about that.
Truman.
Now, where could a simple bank employee get his hands on $10,000?
Truman?
That's excellent work, Mrs. Kaufman. You're mastering the brush technique very nicely.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Frost, what have we here?
Greg, may I speak to you alone?
Meet me in the office. Excuse me a moment, class. Sally, you look gorgeous.
Stop it, Greg. You're such a schoolboy.
Look, I'm the teacher, and you're the teacher's pet.
I'm old enough to be your...
My older sister? Is that what's bothering you?
No.
Well, what is it, then? Look, the class will wonder if we're gone too long.
Greg, do you know a man named Slaughter?
Should I?
I don't know. When are you going to open your school?
When I raise the rest of the money.
Where's the $10,000 I gave you?
I have it. Invested.
Greg, did you pay that money to a man named Slaughter? Did you pay him to kill Truman? You did, didn't you? I know you did. Why? I could get a divorce. The money was all we had. It was our life savings.
You told me your husband was a banker.
I exaggerated. He works in a bank. Greg, we have a joint account. I was going to pay it back.
Well, now you won't have to.
Greg, it would be murder.
But it will look like an accident. That was part of the deal.
I won't be part of it. You have to get the money back.
I can't. Slaughter's. How did you know his name?
Truman told me. They talked.
What?
Truman wants to pay him more money to find out who hired him.
Sally, why did you lie to me?
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to? Well, that's great now. Well, I'll do what I can, but hear me good, Mrs. Frost. Whatever happens, we're in this together.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today.
Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will. Year in and year out, State Farm is going to be very competitive. I found that to be true in 16 years with them.
State Farm agent Bob Johnson talks about car insurance savings.
We're selling a good quality product. We're backing it up with service, and we're going to be competitive. And by being competitive, I mean we're going to be among the lower premium companies that you'll find.
Like a good neighbor.
Hi, Jerry David personnel. Have a seat. Your record's terrific. Grades with honors, I see. And you got your degree. Well, great. And summer employment with some really good firms. Learning all the ropes, huh? Well, there's no question about it. We certainly have a job for a bright college grad like you. If your typing's as good as your grades.
This is job discrimination based on sex, and it's against the law. The young women of our country who have worked hard to earn their college degrees deserve the same breaks as young male graduates who often move into executive training jobs straight out of college. Stereotyping women constantly as office workers only is just not fair, and it's a waste. Woman power, it's much too good to waste. This message sponsored by the Now Legal Defense and Education Fund, 127 East 59th Street, New York, New York. 127 East 59th Street, New York, New York.
Come in. Sit down. I'll be right with you. Hello?
Slur?
Speaking.
This is Greg Fontaine. What's the big idea you're meeting with Frost? I paid you to kill him, not talk to him.
In my line of work, you have to dicker to get the best deal. Could you hold it a minute?
Yeah, but hurry it up.
Did you get it?
Yes.
Cash?
Yes, I have it with me.
Now, where were we?
Look, I want to call the deal off. Can I get the money back?
Yes to the first part, no to the second. However, you can make another bid.
Slaughter, this is blackmail.
Strictly business. I'm sorry, but could you hold it again?
Slaughter?
How much did you bring?
$27,500.
Sold.
Mr. Slaughter, I want to change our deal.
You already have. What do you want?
I'm not really interested anymore in who hired you. But for all this money, I think I'm entitled to something extra.
What do you have in mind?
I want that person dead.
Well, to be honest with you, Mr. Frost, I was hired by two people. However, this amount should cover it.
Kill them both, but I don't want to know about it.
Know about what? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hey, I couldn't raise more money if I wanted to, which I can't.
That won't be necessary. And strictly out of the goodness of my heart, I've decided to make a partial refund.
How partial?
Half.
3/4.
60%. Take it or leave it.
I guess I'll have to take it.
Good.
When?
Say this evening.
Where?
Well, let me think. There's a roadhouse on Kings Highway just outside of town. Do you know it?
Tyler's Tavern, kind of a truck stop?
Meet me out front at 7:30. Sharp.
Okay. Now, don't forget the money.
Don't worry. Be on time. Mr. Frost, I go to work for you, starting tonight.
Fine. I must get back to work now. When will it all be over?
Soon. Sooner than you think.
What did he say, Greg?
He'll give us the money back.
Thank goodness.
Most of it, anyway. We'll still be out $4,000.
What?
It's the best I could do. I'm getting it tonight.
What will I tell Truman when he finds our account is short?
Make something up. You're pretty good at that.
More coffee?
No, thanks. Say, do you have the time? I think my watch is fast.
Never known a trucker to be in such a rush.
Well, I am.
It's 7:30, sweetie, and 20 cents for the Java. Thanks, Sport.
Be on time, he says, and he's the one who's late.
Hey, Sport! Thought you'd be halfway to Texas by now. You forgot your cap. Here, catch.
Hey!
Oh, sorry about that. Guess I don't know my own strength. Better pick it up before it gets run over.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Hey, watch out for that car!
Truman, how are your eggs? Truman?
Yes, sir.
Truman, I want to talk to you about money. Our money.
I paid the man, Sally, but not with our money.
You paid him?
Yes. I shouldn't keep it a secret from you. I embezzled the money.
You didn't.
I stole it from the vault. It was criminally easy. Odd I never thought of it before.
Truman, no.
What's the name of that nice young man who teaches the class in painting?
Mr. Fontaine. Why?
Gregory Fontaine.
I think so.
That's a shame. He was killed last night. Be careful, dear. You'll scald yourself.
Greg. Mr. Fontaine dead?
It's in the paper. A hit-and-run accident. The driver got away. That's terrible. He was just a boy. Are you all right, dear?
Truman, that manslaughter. What did you pay him to do?
I'd rather not discuss it.
It's happened. It's really happened.
What's happened?
It was all a mistake. You paid Slaughter to kill those people, the ones who hired him first.
There were two of them. Have I been talking in my sleep again?
Truman, I've been trying to tell you. That $10,000 was ours. I drew it out and loaned it to Greg so he could open his own art school.
I don't quite understand.
Don't you see Greg took our money and gave it to Slaughter to kill you? When he told me I was furious, he was going to get it back.
Then the second person.
I'm the second person. You hired Slaughter to kill me.
Oh, dear.
Look, you don't have to sell me on them. I know all about them.
Oh? You know everything about these Ford pickups I'm selling?
Sure. I know about Ford's twin I-beam front suspension. I know you get front disc brake standard.
But do you know we give you a choice of an economical 6 or one of 3 V8s?
Sure.
You know about Ford's all-new Super Cab? The only two-door pickup with the extra room for a full back seat?
Super Cab?
Ford's Super Cab pickup. It seats a family of 6 in sedan-like comfort.
I didn't know that.
Or did you know that Super Cab's optional full-width rear seat folds flat to make a load floor?
Yeah?
Or that you can get optional facing jump seats that fold out of the way? Or with no rear seat at all, you get a full 44 cubic feet of extra storage space?
I didn't know that either.
That's it. Ford's new Super Cab. And like all Ford pickups, it works like a truck, rides like a car.
That I knew.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
Hello, I'm Dale Evans. The VA directs this special message to holders of GI insurance. Your list of beneficiaries is VA's only way of knowing who is to receive your insurance money in case of death. Now, we all know that times change. Maybe you've married or had a son or a daughter since the last time you checked over your list of insurance beneficiaries. And if there are names you want added to your beneficiary list, you've got to notify the VA. You can get a change of beneficiary form at any VA regional office. Fill it out, sign it, then mail it to the VA office that handles your GI insurance account. Keep your list of beneficiaries current. And when you want to change the list, tell the VA. Help the VA to help you, okay?
Come in.
Mr. Slaughter.
Mr. Frost. I didn't expect to see you again.
Do you have a minute?
For you, 5, but no more. I have to pick up my car from the body shop. I had a little front end damage.
Mr. Slaughter, I'm here to ask you not to kill my wife.
She talked you out of it, huh? Did she beg?
You can keep the money.
I plan to.
Then it's done.
Not quite. We have a contract, Mr. Frost. Of course, we could agree on a new one if you're willing to my terms.
Terms?
There'll be an additional fee required if I'm to ignore our previous agreement. Minimal, of course. Say another $10,000.
But I don't have $10,000.
Ah, sorry. That's my price. You can get the money. A man who works in a bank. You'll find a way.
You'll have to give me some time.
You've got 2 days.
2 days?
47 hours and 55 seconds. You better start looking, Mr. Frost. Time is a-wasting.
Truman, I'm so frightened. Oh, it's my own fault. I should have asked you before I foolishly lent our money. You're not listening. What are you writing?
According to my calculations, we paid Slaughter $37,500. Another 10 makes $47,500. That's a great deal of money, Sally. Do you think it's worth it?
Truman, don't play games. You have to pay him. You said yourself that getting money from the bank is easy for you. For heaven's sake, I'm your wife.
You misunderstand me, dear. I mean to get the money, but why hand it over to Slaughter? He must be a rich man already.
If you don't pay him the money, he'll kill me.
Maybe. 'Maybe. Maybe not.
Truman.
Good night, Miss Warren.
Have a nice weekend, Mr. Frost.
Same to you. Sally, why did you leave the house?
He called. He said he was going to burn the house down, so I left. Oh, pay him the money, Truman, please.
I will, but I don't know who it was that telephoned.
It was Slaughter.
It's impossible. He's here in the bank.
What?
You can come out now, Mr. Slaughter. Dear, this is Mr. Slaughter.
Oh.
Truman?
Did you call our house, Mr. Slaughter?
It's a pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Frost. Live and in person like this. Yeah, I called just before I came to meet you. I wanted Mrs. Frost to be here, just in case. Can we get on with it?
Yes, of course. The vault is over here. If you'll step this way. Mr. Britton, he's the bank president, leaves me in charge on Fridays. He trusts me.
Just open it.
Oh, my children.
Cut the poetry and hurry up in there.
Truman, don't leave me alone with that terrible man.
Wait out there.
No.
Oh, dear. Oh, well.
If I don't have that money in 30 seconds, Mr. Frost, I'll have to honor our contract. The money or your wife.
Could you possibly help, Mr. Slaughter? This cash box is very heavy.
Here, give me that. Now, you clumsy fool. What's that?
There's someone knocking at the door.
I thought you said we'd be alone.
It must be a late customer. I'll send them away. Stay here. Don't make a sound. Mr. Burton.
Oh, hello, Truman. Working late, I see.
I was just getting ready to lock up. What are you doing here?
Well, I bought my wife a little gift this afternoon. It's our anniversary tomorrow. I was nearly home when I remembered that I left it here. Ah, here it is. It's only a fur coat, but it's the thought that counts, right, Truman?
You're right.
Can I give you a lift?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm closing the vault. Time lock is set for Monday at 9:30. That's a great invention, that time lock. But you got to be careful not to lock yourself in, especially on a Friday. You'd suffocate for sure over the weekend.
Mr. Burton.
Yes.
Nothing.
Uh-huh. Well, can I give you a lift, Truman?
Yes. Take me away.
What do you tell a husband who comes home and says, I just don't know about a vacation this year? Well, you tell him about Ramada Inn's family plan, where your kids 18 and under share your room free. And you tell him about the toll-free Ramada Inn's reservation number, 800-228-2828. At least that's what I tell him.
At Ramada Inns, you're always welcome home.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Joint Account is an original radio drama adapted by Kim Weisskopf. Shelley Berman was heard as Truman Frost. Featured in the cast were Peggy Weber, Dick Ryle, Scott Ellsworth, Ben Wright, and Jenny Tyler. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's nasty tale of political chicanery. The tiger cages. Starring Shelley Bergen. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Today, more than ever, what an automobile costs you is important. But what you should know is that the total cost of ownership involves three basic considerations: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. So when you're looking at cars today, use all three in making your comparison. You'll be amply rewarded by what you find. Consider the purchase price of Ford's midsize Torino. Ford thinks you'll be surprised when you discover a four-door, 8-cylinder Gran Torino with automatic transmission is sticker priced less than its comparably equipped sales competition. And Torino is even sticker priced less than some compacts, comparably equipped with V8s, automatic transmissions, and steel-belted radial ply tires. So compare not only the cars, but the total cost of ownership, purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Everyone says compare. Ford tells you how.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The role of a foreign correspondent is to report the day-to-day problems of another country to his readers. When this job is complicated by official censorship and obstruction, the job becomes dangerous and difficult. You're about to meet Sam Albertson, an investigative reporter of the first rank. Sam's problem is to unravel the lies and half-truths of the official handouts of governments in order to uncover the existence of a concentration camp for political prisoners.
No, Archie. I don't want to leave this wonderful bar.
Come on, Sam, let's go home.
You agree, don't you? Old David Halbert, Sam, finest reporter this crummy country ever saw.
Oh, sure, I agree. Now, let's go.
You like my story on the black market? Government deny no black market. No black market, just black magic.
Sam, the world's had ears.
A nose and two eyes. Whee! Right you are, Sergeant. Archibald McIntyre.
All right, come on. Put your arm around my shoulder.
Yep. Got it. File my copy before the embassy issues their rebuttal. It wouldn't look nice for them to do their rebuttal before I could do my copy.
Come on in the Jeep, old friend.
Mr. Albertson?
Who's that? Come out into the light so I can see.
What do you want, lady?
Is this American correspondent Albertson?
Sure. Who's a lovely thing like you, Albertson? Sleigh.
I must talk with you. Please, we go somewhere private.
Don't! Both of you! Behind the Jeep!
What is
it? Everybody okay?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I'm afraid it was for me, Mr. Albertson. Only I did not think they were so close. I am sorry to put you and the sergeant in danger. I will go.
Whoa, all right there, lassie. With that initiation to the club, I think you owe us an explanation.
All right. May we go somewhere and talk?
Sure, but who are you?
My name is Lee Van Rijn.
Would that be old Trot Van Nuyen's daughter?
Yes.
Well...
Will you safe here, Mr. Albertson?
Sure. Belongs to a friend with wire service. He's in Japan for a week.
Here, drinks. Lee, I've always admired your father. He's one of the main hopes for this country.
Thank you, but I think it is no more.
Why?
My father is missing. I think kidnapped by the palace secret police.
No, it can't be. I just spoke with him 2 nights ago at reception.
That is why I came to you. My father and many countrymen have great respect for your stories. Also, you are not afraid to speak out when my country or yours is wrong.
Well, you'd better fill me in quick. I'm afraid I'm not long for this country.
I understand. I read your stories on the pacification program. Does not your country get upset?
Oh, just a few of them, honey. Why do you think he's been kidnapped?
He has spoken out for a coalition government.
Coalition government?
It means it includes communists, Archie. Lee, are you sure it was the palace? Couldn't it have been the Liberation Front?
No, they do not like my father, but it is their policy to let him alone. They feel that although he is not a friend, neither is he an enemy.
So the great democracy strikes again. When did it happen?
Last night, a squad broke into our house. Then they took my father.
Have you been to the palace?
No, I was afraid for my own life. If I had been home, I think they would have also taken me. But there is one man, Phom Tak Tao.
Sounds like an American game.
Archie.
Oh, sorry.
He is a minor clerk at the palace and an old family friend. He sent a note telling me he had information of my father.
Have you seen him yet?
No. He asked that you be with me.
Can you reach him now?
I will try. There is a phone?
Oh, yes, in the bedroom.
If she gets him, you want to go along, Archie?
I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
What is this place, Lee?
It is the old pagoda where the Buddhists made their stand. I do not understand why Phom is not here. The person who took the message said he would come.
Sam, Lee, there's someone behind the columns. You stay put.
I am afraid, Sam.
Let the old Scottish Indian look around.
Sam, quick. Back here.
Mr. Tao. Oh, Sam.
Mr. Tao, Mr. Tao, can you hear us? What happened?
Mr. Albertson?
Sam, we should get him to a hospital. He's been tortured pretty bad.
No, Ian. Hurt your father. Great man. Roxanne.
Oh, no. No, please don't die.
Sam, Lee, anybody hurt?
I'm getting very tired of being shot at.
Why would they try to kill us, Sam?
They're not trying to kill us, Lee. They're just trying to frighten me off.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Exactly right. When sinus flares up with congestion and pain, insist on Sign-Off tablets. Sign-Off delivers a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off helps sinus pain while you drain. Use only as directed.
Signeoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
I'd like you to ask yourself a personal question. What do you feel when you meet a handicapped person? Pity? Admiration? Fear? Are you from the school that teaches a stiff upper lip, try harder, fight, don't let anything stand in your way, do it? Do what? Learn a skill? Go to school? Develop confidence, self-respect? Then get turned down by a landlord who doesn't believe you'll pay the rent? By an employer who never hired the handicapped before and who isn't going to risk it now? If we don't believe in the handicapped, then how are they going to believe in themselves? Unless we recognize that they're human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, and we're adding a handicap that they can't overcome. Let's stop handicapping the handicapped. This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hello, beautiful beautiful and sexy.
Oh, Sam Albertson, you'll scare me to death sneaking up on me like that.
Where's our
In his office, but he won't see you.
How'd you like the best dinner this town has to offer?
The best dinner this city can offer is the one Pan Am serves on their nightly flight home.
The city of pleasure is getting to you.
No, but I wish you would.
Hey, Louise, call upstairs and have him hold the diplomatic pouch for an insert. Hello, Albertson.
Just the man I want to see.
Nothing doing. You get the handout at 5 as usual.
Benton, I'm doing a story on Roxanne.
Come in. Now, you forget Roxanne.
Oh, that's the sore spot, huh?
Listen, I don't give a darn about your readership. We're fighting a war out here, and I'm sick of your muckraking.
Well, I can't think of a better place to do it.
Listen, Sam, we've got to get along with the palace. You know that. So maybe there's a few things we don't like.
Like the war? Listen, there's a nice little man who got himself all sliced apart last night, so I want some answers. The last thing he said was Roxanne.
I don't know a thing.
You took too long.
You know, you're skating on thin ice with the ambassador.
Sure, but I skate a mean line.
Any more stories like the one on the troops in the Delta, you'll find yourself on the way home.
I've been discredited by better governments, but I'll tell you this. Everything's been done by this administration to cover for the inept and corrupt government of this country. And it's my job to point it out. You want to throw me out, do it. Till then, don't get in the way of the truth. Now, what is Roxanne?
Forget it, Sam. You'll get us all in trouble. Wait. Look, sometimes I don't like it any more than you do, Sam.
Roxanne.
All right, talk to Aaron Rosen.
Yeah, okay, but I thought he was spooking it in Cambodia.
That's it, Sam.
Thanks.
McIntyre.
Albertson, what's the password?
Rings at 7.
You got it. And Archie, bring your spook captain along.
Well, how do you know he was back?
There's a banner at the airport. Tell him I have a friend I want him to meet.
Oh, you mean the Bonnie Lass? He'll love it.
Check 7 at Duck Cuyans.
Sam, over here.
Where's Lee?
I thought she'd come with you.
No, she said she'd meet us here. Funny, it's already after 7.
She'll get here. Oh, Sam.
Aaron Rosen. Captain, thanks for coming. Try Aaron.
What are you drinking, Sam?
Gin that kills anything that lands in it.
Right. Look, Ginny Tom. Sam, I told Aaron about the other night.
What do you make of it?
I think you're climbing on a limb that'll drop you. Archie says you want to know about Roxanne.
Yep.
You'll have to wipe me as your source.
Understood.
There's a rumor going around among the spooks that the current regime has built themselves a miniature Devil's Island for political prisoners. Roxanne's an island about 140 miles south, about 60 off the coast.
Far enough away so you can't hear their screams.
That's the stand. Duck gets crazier all the time.
But we love him.
Do you think this Troc Van Noyen is out there?
That's the only thing I can figure. They kidnap him, torture him, and get some sort of confession he's working for the enemy. Makes it easier for them to execute him.
Is that kind of evidence admissible?
In their courts it is. Excuse me, I'm going to give the girl a call. Be right back.
Aaron, when do you go back into Com? I'm due for a couple of days' rest. But the brass think they've spotted a small bamboo prison camp where the enemy's keeping some of our guys. If they get confirmation, we'll try and bring them out.
There. That means us. Good.
I'm getting tired of headquarters.
Archie, Aaron, we got troubles. I called Lee. Someone answered the phone, then nothing but silence. Then I thought I heard a scream.
How far's the house?
5 minutes.
Okay, let's go.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension with front disc brakes standard, and a choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat. I didn't know that. Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor. I didn't know that. Or get 2 facing jump seats optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space. I didn't know that either. Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, national chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
Lights upstairs. Give me a boost up. Archie, around back. Try and get in. Sam, stand on my shoulders.
Okay. I got hold of the veranda. Aaron, 2 men inside. They've got Lee stripped and tied to a chair.
It's that. Catch.
A gun. What am I going to do with this?
Use it if you have to. I'm going around front. Create a diversion and should bring one of them downstairs.
Hang on, Lee. Freeze. Easy, Lee. Sammy'll get you inside.
Sam, you okay?
Yeah, help me untie Lee.
Sam, thank you. They do terrible things to me.
Yeah, here, put this on. What do they want?
Easy, Sergeant. It's me.
They torture me, Sam. They want to know how much I tell you. Who is Captain?
A friend, Captain Aaron Rosen.
Captain, I heard a grenade. Yeah, mine. I got one guy. Looks like Sam here completed the job.
Lee, did they say anything about your father?
They were special police. They say he at Roxanne. Very bad place. They torture me to find out how much I tell you. Oh, Sam, I think they will kill my father.
Aaron, how could we get our father out?
It wouldn't be easy.
I didn't ask that.
I know. Maybe a small raiding party on a chopper.
Aaron, they'll break us all the way back to our recruits.
Us? You thinking of going along?
Always on your team, Captain.
And I'm in. I want to see what they're doing at Roxanne.
I am going too.
You can't.
No, you must understand. It might be possible to bribe my father out.
Yeah. I forgot about the way things are done here. Aaron, how'd you manage this jolly green giant?
That, my son, is a spook secret. Suffice to say that this is a rescue helicopter and this is a rescue, right?
Captain Aaron, why you do this?
Because, lovely lady, your father has said some fine things that make a lot of sense to this gnarled believer of freedom.
Bravo. The best speech I've heard you make.
Aaron, how are you going to get us down onto the island?
Simple. You just watch. I figure we're about there. You got the money, Miss Lee?
Yes.
Smart, Aaron.
Nothing to it. We're down. Here comes a guard. Remember, stay out of sight until we've gone to Parley, then take a look around. Archie, I'll take the pilot with me. You stay with the civilians.
Come on! No trespass! You arrest! Come on!
All right, we heard you. Take us to your commander.
You come out! No trespass!
Let's go, Shorty. See your captain.
No trespass! You come! No trespass!
All clear. Come on.
That is terrible.
I know. Sounds like hundreds of people.
Sam, Lee, over this way. Looks like they got the place lit up like Coney Island. Here, climb up this hill.
Oh, Sam, look!
Oh, well, I not believed it. It's like something out of Dante.
Yeah. Looks like buried tiger cages.
I feel so helpless.
Hang in there.
That is what's called penal reform.
Down there, look. They've got 10 people jammed into those cages. Can't be more than 5 by 9 feet.
The government is pigs.
You under arrest!
Good. They found you.
What's going on?
like the lady said, bribery. They got a sweet system here. $2 or $3 for a nobody. For truck, the whole grand. Lee, give me the money.
You got to somebody.
Yeah. Truck's being brought by an obliging captain of the guard.
Oh, Father!
Nice, Captain. Remind me to put you up for a promotion.
Shirt tail. As I sit and write this, I know that at any moment a messenger will arrive to inform this reporter that he is persona non grata. In a way, I am unhappy to leave this country. There is still a large and human story to be told about these tough and valiant people who are fighting despite the obstacles for an end to the years of war. But we have accomplished something. The tiger cages of Roxanne stand condemned before the world as inhumane. We have brought the whole sordid story to the American people. The tales of atrocities of Roxanne are difficult for a civilized society to accept. One prisoner, a 26-year-old social worker, was kept in the pit cages for 60 days. His crime, a mutilated ID card. A woman crammed with 25 others into the pits showed her burn scars to the press. Scars, she said, came when they asked for water and the guards threw lime into the pits. The American embassy here commented today that they are aware of the shortcomings of this country's penal system. Perhaps something has been learned. It remains to be seen. That's 30. Sam Albertson, July 7th, 1970.
This season, to stores, to school, out to the swimming pool, to the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
Short trips never give your car a chance to warm up and eliminate engine-damaging deposits. Short trips call for Quaker State Motor Oil. It gives quality protection against these harmful deposits. And now when we need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Tiger Cages is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. Shelley Berman was heard as Sam Albertson. Featured in the cast were Pat Lee, Alan Bergman, Paul Sorensen, Barney Phillips, and Peggy Weber. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's tragedy of murder in a theater. Violence takes a curtain call. Starring Shelley Berman. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
On the outskirts of a middle western metropolis lies a city dump. Here and there, shacks, improvised from scrap lumber and other materials, offer dubious shelter to hangers-on of the human race. Today, as we watch, we see a gaunt, ragged man standing atop a rusting oil drum. With tar paper and strips of wood, he's repairing a hole in the roof of his dismal abode.
And all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages.
Hey,
at first, the infant mewling and puking in the nurse's arms.
You with the hammer.
That's as you like it.
Yeah? Who said I liked it?
Obviously, you haven't attended the theater a great deal.
No, but I got a great deal for you. That is, if you're interested.
Deal, sir? You mean you wish to negotiate with me?
Well, that's one way of putting it. You see this 10 spot?
Truly a sight for these old eyes. Though at one time I was quite familiar with the engraved portraits of several famous Americans, at the moment, however, I'll gladly settle for Alexander Hamilton. What role am I to play in return for your beneficence?
What do you mean, role?
I am a thespian, sir. A professional actor. Barnaby Duke is the name.
Oh, hiya, Duke. Just call me Tony.
The circumstances to which I am temporarily reduced is a sad commentary on the state of our country's dramatic arts. As for television, it is a most undiscerning medium. Would you believe, sir, that the only welcome extended to me was by one of its upstart David Belasco's, who expected me to perform in a role which would have been as demeaning as that of a busboy at the Last Supper.
Hey, you want to earn some bread?
Sir, I am a true laborer. I earn that I eat, get that I wear, owe no man hate, envy no man's happiness, glad of other men's good. In short, I'm open to a deal.
Okay, the deal is this. I gave you the 10 spot now, so you'll keep your bright and shinies open for a skinny little dude about 5'6", weighing in at about 110 pounds. He's got a gimp in his left leg and a scar on his left cheek. Now, as soon as I'm sure you've spotted the right guy, I'll top this with a $50 bill.
I accept. 5'6", 110 pounds, left leg lame, and a scar on the left cheek.
Right on.
I always was a quick study.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, I think you're also nuts.
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. That's from Hamlet.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Now, here's my phone number, and don't lose it. I'll expect to hear from you.
Goodbye, sir. I appreciate your largesse.
Hey, what do you mean large? My shorts are only 36s.
Robbery detail, Captain Hollenbeck. Yes, sir? When? Oh, he did, huh? Yes, sir. Both Sergeant Diego and I are familiar with the case. We'll get right on it. Yes, sir. That was a state penitentiary. George Cook died about half an hour ago.
Well, that blows our chance to find out where he stashed all that loot from the last job.
Well, not necessarily. George's brother was with him when he tossed in the towel.
Well, that may mean something. Gus Cook scrammed out of this town right after his brother was sent up.
Yeah, 3 months ago. If Gus shows up here now, it may mean George tipped him off to the hiding place.
Something tells me my home life's going to be shorted again until we track him down. This is a big city.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
At Monroe, we named our load leveler stabilizing units accurately. Load leveler for the steel coil spring that carries a lot of weight, like towing, small cars with big car loads, or any car with front or rear end sag. Stabilizing unit for the heavy-duty Monroe shock, working with the coil spring to deliver a smooth, more stable ride. Monroe's load leveler stabilizing unit. We named it so you'd know what it does.
Monroe automatic ride and roll between you and the road.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them.
Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Yeah. It's me, Frankie. Tony.
Hey, Tony. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, I spread a few green ones among half a dozen bums who got pads around the city dump. Gave him a description of Cook's brother.
Does Gus Cook look anything like his brother?
Sort of. George was a big guy, but Gus is only a little over 5 feet. If you saw them together, though, you'd figure they could be brothers. That's how come my connection up in the slammer passed the word through the outside. George was dying, and when Gus paid him a visit up there, the little guy looked so much like George, the connection figured him for the brother. The connection heard George tell Gus the loot's buried at the city dump.
The dump's a big place.
That's why I want to tail Gus if he shows up there. If he snoops around and one of those bums reports him to us, he could lead us right to the payoff.
Sounds good. I'll get it. Hello?
This is Barnaby Duke calling.
Just a second. It's some guy who talks like he's holding out his pinky. Says he's some kind of a duke.
Hey, Barnaby Duke. Good. Give me the phone. Hello, Duke. This is Tony.
While strolling about my domain this afternoon, I was certain I spotted your man. He strolled about a bit, kicking here and kicking there, then left.
Well, where did he spend most of his time?
I would say within 50 feet or so of my modest abode.
Thanks, old-timer. I'll check him out later. If it's the dude I'm looking for, I owe you 50.
The city enjoyed delightful weather today with clear sunny skies and a high of 73. Tonight will also be clear with a predicted low of 58.
Barkeep, draw me a flagon of your finest amber brew.
By the looks of those threads you're wearing, you must expect someone to pay for it.
Who? A valid question, but unnecessary. This, sir, is United States currency, recently tendered me for services rendered. It will more than suffice, I am sure.
Today he died. This picture, taken at the time of Cook's trial, shows him entering the courthouse with his police escort and his brother Gus. Gus Cook was not under indictment.
Wait, fella.
Never mind. It's nothing. Barkeep, don't draw the beer until I return. I have a most important telephone message to transmit.
State penitentiary authorities reveal Gus Cook had visited his brother shortly.
Robbery detail, Captain Hollenbeck.
Good evening, Captain. My name is Barnaby Duke. I've been watching the TV news. The station just showed a photograph of the convict, George Cook, and his brother, Gus.
Yes, sir?
I thought you might be interested to know Gus Cook is the man I saw wandering about my neighborhood. Therefore, my good Captain, it struck me that it might be more than coincidence that Mr. Gus Cook was back in our fair city so soon after visiting his brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you. May be worth looking into. Now, your name again?
Barnaby Duke.
Where can you be reached? I guess our hunch was right. Some guy on the phone said he'd seen Gus Cook wandering around town.
Where around town?
That's what I didn't get a chance to find out. When I asked for his address, he hung up. I'd like to see that guy in person and find out how much he really knows.
Look, you don't have to sell me on them. I know all about them.
Oh? You know everything about these Ford pickups I'm selling?
Sure. I know about Ford's twin I-beam front suspension.
Uh-huh.
I know you get front disc brake standard.
But do you know we give you a choice of an economical 6 or one of 3 V8s?
Sure.
You know about Ford's all-new Super Cab? The only 2-door pickup with the extra room for a full back seat?
Super Cab?
Ford's Super Cab pickup. It seats a family of 6 in sedan-like comfort.
I didn't know that.
Or did you know that Super Cab's optional full-width rear seat folds flat to make a load floor?
Yeah?
Or that you can get optional facing jump seats that fold out of the way? Or with no rear seat at all, you get a full 44 cubic feet of extra storage space?
I didn't know that either.
That's it. Ford's new Super Cab. And like all Ford pickups, it works like a truck, rides like a car.
That I knew.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help, and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. VISTA is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. VISTA gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for VISTA. VISTA is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Watch it, Frankie. We gotta stay quiet. I know, but it's gonna be tough finding our way through all this crud and junk in the dark. I wish I could use the flashlight. Or maybe later. Darn those bottles. I told you it'd be tough going. I can't even see far enough ahead. Oh. Hey, hold it. Look up ahead there. Someone's digging. It's Gus. Just as I figured, he led us right to it. We're gonna take him? No. Let him bring it up for us first. There. He's got it. It's a flight bag. Let's move in.
Hello, Gus.
Who are you?
Turn the flashlight on us, Frankie. Let him see.
Yo, why, you dirty... Man, this is some husky flash. The light didn't even go out.
Yeah, swing the beam this way. Let's see what's in the bag.
Bingo. This is it, all right. Oh, some whore. No wonder Georgie wasn't going to let no one know where he'd stashed it.
Who's there?
Where's the light?
I know you're there, gentlemen. Who are you?
It's that two-bit hand that called me about Gus. Hiya, Duke.
Oh, it's you. You gave me quite a start. I was in my tar paper Taj Mahal on the verge of slumber when I heard you out here. And, what's this? Soak's a man. His head's laid wide open. It's your friend. It's Gus Cook. You murdered.
We can't leave him here. The cops will swarm around like flies.
I had a plan for Gus. There's no reason it won't work for two as well as one.
What'll work?
Making it look like an accident. Gus's car is parked just ahead of ours back there on the road. Let's get him into it. You drive and I'll follow you. We'll push him off the cliff at the hairpin curve. Oh, and frisk Duke. He may have that slip of paper with my phone number. Get it back.
Why do I gotta go so fast, Greg?
Because we want to get there before the old guy dies. The highway patrol says the driver of the car's already dead, Gus. And this other guy had some old theatrical clippings in his pocket. His name's Barnaby Duke. That's the guy that called about Gus.
He was brought in last night. I didn't think he'd make it. But he's a stubborn old mule. You can talk with him, but please don't make it too long.
Thanks, Doc. Mr. Duke, how'd you happen to be riding in a car with Gus Cook?
It was most certainly not of my choosing. The last thing I remember was looking down at his body and talking to two men. One of them was the man who'd given me the $10 bill to let him know if Mr. Cook showed up. The other man conked me with a flashlight, I think.
Did you recognize the other man?
No. Between the flashlight in my eyes and the darkness, it was like standing in a spotlight in a darkened auditorium. Oh, to hear the applause and to smell the grease paint once more. Ouch. It still hurts.
Tell me, do you still have that piece of paper the fella called Tony gave you? You know, the one with the phone number on it?
No, I'm afraid not.
You don't remember it, do you?
Gadzooks, man. My head even hurts when I try to remember who I am.
Okay. For now, we're going to keep you in this private room until you're well enough to make it on your own. We're going to let the killers believe you're as dead as Gus Cook. If they think the witnesses are out of the way, they might get careless. I hope you feel better, and thanks for helping.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Duke.
The niceties of a private room.
Hello?
Is this Tony?
Yeah, this is Tony. Who's this?
This is Barnaby Duke. It didn't do you any good to steal the paper with your phone number on it. I told you I was a quick study.
You're alive.
Very much so. I thought perhaps you'd be so kind as to deliver my $50 to room 707 Doctor's Hospital.
Why, of course. I'd be delighted. Frankie and I'll be right over.
I thought you'd like to see me again. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, old-timer. I'll hurry. Believe me.
Don't drive any faster. All we have to do to blow this chance is to get picked up for a traffic violation.
Don't worry.
Hey, I know how we can get in to see him, even if the fuzz is watching. I've been in that hospital before. There's a parking lot near the emergency entrance. Inside the door, there's a desk and a couple of those white coat guys in a wheelchair and... There's two of them in there. Get your gun out. You take one, I'll take the other.
Okay. Up with him, you bunk.
Hey, what's going on?
What is this?
Shut up. Get in that storage closet and get those uniforms off.
Captain Hollenbeck, please. Hurry. Barnaby Duke here, sir. I called our friend Tony. He's on his way over here right now. I suggest you hurry. Thank you very much.
Where are you two Vaderns going with that wheelchair?
It's an emergency.
There he is.
Hey, let's get out of here. These must be their cars.
Well, we know it's not that sport job or that convertible.
Or that limousine with a guy in a monkey suit. We all set?
Everything's covered. Staircases, elevators, all entrances, exits.
Get down. Here they come. Freeze!
You fool. Suppose we hadn't made it in time. Even stuffing pillows under the bedclothes might not have worked. Why, just set yourself up like that.
First, they're killers. Second, that dastardly Tony owes me $50. And third...
Third?
It was a scene I'd always wanted to play. Oh, it was beautiful right out of the harem sequence in the Arabian Nights. I was hiding in the nurse's lounge.
Dear Aunt Rose and Uncle Jack, the Kodak X15 color outfit was a perfect surprise, and we thank you. Mark loaded the camera and took these pictures of me and my daughter. My daughter.
The Kodak Instamatic X15 color outfit. An X15 camera for flash without batteries, magic cube, and color film. All for less than $19. It's a way to remember. They'll never forget.
And I hope you enjoy the snapshots as much as we enjoy the camera. Love, Cindy.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Violence Takes a Curtain Call is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Shelley Berman was heard as Barnaby Duke. Featured in the cast were Jacques Denbo, Dick Ryle, Ben Wright, Scott Ellsworth, and Barney Phillips. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Coates, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's hellish tales of heroin on the streets. The children are dying. Starring Shelley Berman. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report on a subject that car buyers are giving serious thought to. The real cost of owning a car, which Ford feels involves three considerations: what you pay for it, how much it costs to operate, and trade-in value. What about purchase price? Well, Ford believes that the 74 LTD offers car buyers who need and want the 6-passenger comfort and quiet ride of a full-size car a real alternative to a big full-size car. The Ford LTD, up to 400 pounds lighter than some medium-priced full-size cars. The LTD is also sticker-priced up to $900 less. And you'll be pleasantly surprised at the luxury and driving peace of mind that the LTD offers. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many people, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Each year, thousands of people become addicted to heroin. Many of these are children, and many of them die. The streets of our cities are filled with those seeking a few moments of respite from the ills of the world. It is on these that organized crime preys. Join us now for The children are dying.
Richo! Anybody seen Richo? He's in the property room, Captain. Well, don't stand there, Walensky. Get him. Hey, Carter, get Richo. Right. So 9, yell at Richo. Hey, Richo, the captain wants you.
All right, I heard all of you. Doesn't anybody ever get up around here?
Now go out to here.
Hey, just that.
Plant it. All right, cowboy. Explain.
Explain
before I tear that lousy badge off your chest and throw it clear up to the park.
Walt, I am hearing you, but I don't know what you're talking about.
The horse race on the streets. You know I got a kid lying up at Bellevue on the edge of dying. What are you doing about it?
I got stringers all over this town. I've been up 48 hours trying to chase the connection down. Marty's on stakeout right now, and I'm tired of you blowing your buttons every time the commissioner sneezes. What's so funny?
I haven't heard you talk so much since they swore you in.
Terrific. I'm a comedian. Now that you're finished being entertained...
Sit. Okay. Maybe I'm a little rough, but if you'd seen the faces of that kid's family...
I saw them. I got there right after you left.
I wasn't told. Okay. You get anything?
No. The girl was still unconscious. Doctors don't have much hope for her.
Jelly called in. She'd only talk to you.
I'll go dig her up.
Do that. And then get some sleep.
Yeah, sure. While the children are dying. Apple pie, this is Mother. Do you read?
Yeah, Mother, I got you.
How's the spying going?
Rotten. I watched the school so long, some of the parents are going to call the cops soon.
Nothing, huh? Okay, go home and sack out. I'm going down to the Bowery and see a friendly wharf rat.
Tell Jelly hello from me. See you in the AM.
Right, Mother clear.
Hey, buddy, can you spare a buck?
Yeah, getting a little ritzy, aren't you, Jelly?
Hey, Petey, good to see you. Hey, come on, buy me one for a little info.
One will never do you. Come on.
Petey, you're a real prince. A real prince. Shame about that kid.
How'd you hear about that?
Oh, gets around, Petey. I got big ears. I never did go with that hard stuff. Joey, a bottle! I never did. Besides, you get all the highs you want out of this. Pete, do you think the syndicate's in on all this?
I don't know. In this town, there's more than one. Why?
Well, I hear these little guys talking with the tug captain. They're going to charter his tug tomorrow night to make a pickup.
Where?
Is it worth another bottle?
Here. That will keep you warm through the winter.
Gee, thanks, Peter. Pier 12. Sometime after midnight.
Thanks, Jelly baby. You hear other things, you call.
You bet. You be careful, Petey. These are the big boys.
So am I, Jelly. Yeah, this is Mother. Go ahead.
Marty. Bad news, Pete. The girl just died.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
No pain's a little one when it happens to your child. Campho-Phenique instantly stops pain of minor cuts, scrapes, or burns.
What about infection?
Campho-Phenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs that can cause infection, so injuries can heal nature's way.
Janie, feel better now?
It stopped hurting, Mommy.
For minor cuts, scrapes, burns, Campho-Phenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly, helps prevent infection. Campho-Phenique.
There was a time when you were counted, when you knew it really counted, when you had to stand up for the things you believed in. There was a time you gave all you got, because your country meant a lot. Be proud of what you were. Be counted again. Be counted again. And stand up tall. You served your country. You answered the call. Be counted again. And stand up tall. When one man stands for truth and honor, he speaks for us all. Be counted again and stand up tall. You served your country. You answered the call.
Ah, cop, nobody invited you.
Lenny, move, or I'll wrap your ears so far around your head your nose will be smelling backwards.
Tough little Italian cop.
Where's Mr. Ross?
Here, I see it.
It is all right, Benny. Let the man come in.
Okay, Mr. Ross.
Pete, it is good to see you.
And you, Mr. Rossi, you are looking well.
I'm glad to say I feel well. And you, Pete, how's your mama?
She sends her love. A birthday party?
As always, a good woman. Yes, a party for the grandchild. It is a birthday and confirmation. Is there something you would like?
A few words.
Certainly. Come. I am getting old. It is good to watch the young.
Unless they die.
What is that?
A 13-year-old girl just died of an overdose laced with strychnine at Bellevue.
Sorry to hear that.
If I thought you had anything to do with it, I would bring much sorrow to you.
Is it good manners to threaten an old friend in his house?
No. I apologize. I'm angry and I let it show.
How may I help you?
Signora Rossi, Oh, excuse me. I did not know you had...
And an old friend, Victoria. It is Pete Riccio.
Hello, Mr. Riccio.
Hello. And it can be Pete.
And it can be Victoria. Forgive me for the intrusion. I will join the party.
Grazie. Un momento.
A beautiful friend, Mr. Rossi.
Yes, she's the daughter of Franco Priatelli.
Oh, the New Jersey family.
Yes. Now, the child is not my area, you understand.
I do. But I thought as a favor you could look into the matter.
I will do what I can, if that is your request.
Thank you.
Go outside. Let the laughter of children living wash away your sorrow.
I can't.
Yes, do as I wish. As an old friend of your family.
All right. A moment, anyway.
A little wine, Pete?
Where? Oh, Victoria. Yes, if you will join me.
I already poured.
Thanks.
You are sad.
It is good wine.
I see. You have asked Mr. Rossi for help?
He's an old friend. Our families have been together since the old country.
You are Italian?
And American.
Ah, then a toast to an American-Italian.
And to a lovely senora.
A signorina. Oh, the time has slipped from me. I must go. I only stayed to say goodbye to Signore Rossi.
And to sip wine with me.
Perhaps.
Perhaps then we could do it again.
I think I would like that. I live in the city.
Then tomorrow, if we both have the time.
Yes, I would like that. If you do not come as a policeman.
How did you know?
Benny.
I see. I'll try.
Good. Then why not 7 at Graziella?
I look forward to it.
Pete, over here.
What do you got?
Follow me. Under the blanket.
Oh, that's it. That's it, man. That's the last straw.
Yeah, I know. But this time we got a witness. Here in the ambulance. Rosie, this is a friend. Pete Riccio.
Hello.
That your friend?
Yes. She died. She was my only friend in the world.
Oh, easy, Rosie, easy. Maybe we can be too. What happened? Tell Pete.
You won't hurt me.
Not at all, honey.
A man told us we could make money. Just sell other kids' horse.
How'd you get this stuff?
A van. A guy in a van to drop it off to us.
Was there a name on the van?
No, just a bunch of colors.
When would you get more?
I I don't know. They only let us do it twice, and then we have to find others. Kathy was going to help. We needed the money.
You got a home, Rosie?
No, me and Kathy live on the street.
Okay, Marty, see that Juvenile takes good care of it.
Okay. See you tonight at the pier.
Right.
Pete, we're in position.
Roger, I can hear him coming. Let's hope it's our Tug.
Gotcha.
Marty, we got company coming. Cover him. Police, up there on deck. Freeze.
Pete, it's a van getting away.
Go after him. Don't do that. You're covered.
The van got away. Too quick for us.
Rio Harbor Patrol. 2 went over the side. I got one of them.
Yeah, I can see. Well, I'll be.
Yeah, Mr. Rossi's soldier, Benny.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension with front disc brakes standard, and a choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only 2-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat.
I didn't know that.
Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor.
I didn't know that.
Or get 2 facing jump seats optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space.
I didn't know that either.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
American Lung Association, emphysema spot. Take one.
Hold it before we start recording. Let me get a cigarette, huh?
A cigarette?
Yeah, only take a second.
Hey, look, man, we're doing an emphysema spot.
So?
Well, couldn't you at least wait till we're through?
What for? I can smoke and talk.
Yeah, well, that's not the point.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you buy all that stuff.
You mean the correlation between cigarette smoking and emphysema?
Yeah, you really believe that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
Well, that's fine. But I've been smoking for over 15 years now, and you don't hear me gasping for breath, do you?
Well, it's your life.
Thanks. Okay, anytime you're ready.
Emphysema spot. Take one.
Emphysema. Now, just what does that mean to you? Well, sorry.
Take two.
An emphysema victim doesn't always get a second chance, particularly if he's a heavy smoker. Remember, see your doctor at the first sign of shortness of breath, then give us the cigarettes. This reminder from your lung association is a matter of life and breath.
Nothing from the hospital. Penny's still in a coma.
I filed our reports. If we can find the 2 that jumped ship, we find our score.
Yeah, if. Looks like dead end.
Maybe, but I've got a date.
Check on Rossi?
Maybe see it.
You ever sleep?
You ever sleep?
A friend asked me that same question earlier today. Only when I collapse.
That's what it looked like all through dinner. But you know, I can't remember when I've enjoyed someone more, despite the head nodding. Too bad you're a cop.
Sorry, but not about being a cop.
Strange. I would have thought your dad...
My dad wanted me to grow up outside the families. He felt it was time someone tried to make the streets golden.
A lovely thought. Even if it could never come true.
Victoria, what do you know about the drug traffic?
That it should be stopped, but who's going to do that?
Me. Is your father mixed up in it?
I thought this was to be a romantic dinner for 2. Pete, listen to me. I like you. No, wait. Let me go on. I think you're a good cop. Rossi thinks so too. But what the families do, well, it is their business. You could get hurt.
Maybe.
It is the maybe I do not like. I would like us to grow fonder of each other. Please. For me. Forget this business.
Victoria, I can't deny a feeling for you, but I think I'll do my job. Let me take you home.
No, I will take myself home, Pete. Believe me, I am not saying I am involved. Just that it is the business of others. Give it up. And if you do, I would like to see you again.
Good night, Victoria.
Good night, Pete.
Mr. Riccio.
Yes?
Telephone, sir. In the hall by the cashier.
Thanks. Give me the check.
Well, there is no check, Mr. Riccio. Compliments of the owner, Signora Priatelli.
Great. I should have guessed. Riccio.
Marty, I got a message.
Shoot.
Jelly called. Has to see you now. Same place.
I'm on my way. Marty, I want a tail on Victoria Priatelli. Where are you?
Office. But I'll have a unit do it. She's still with you?
Probably in the garage getting her car, a black Mercedes.
Got it. See you later.
Jelly. Jelly, it's Pete Riccio.
Is it back here?
What's wrong? You okay?
I think so. Sodded, old PD cop.
Come here on the line. Jelly, who beat you up like that?
Couple of kids. Would you believe it?
What happened?
I was sleeping, minding my own sweet dreams, and suddenly I'm upside down, and two big kids are shaking me for change. But you'd have been proud of me. I got one in the eye. Did you ever throw a punch upside down? Anyway, they dropped me, and I tore the coat of one of them. Here.
Out of the light. Come on, Jelly. Jelly.
Oh. Jelly. It's like the movies. They got me.
Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'll get you to a hospital.
Take this.
What? All right. I know where you are. Come on out. Jelly. Thanks, baby. This is Mother Queen.
Go ahead, Mother Queen.
Need an ambulance at 12 West 2nd. Also, do you know location on Marty Kendall?
10-4 in the ambulance. No location since last check-in on Kendall.
Roger, out.
Please, Riccio.
Ah, the friendly waiter.
Inside, cop. Mr. Rossi, like you said, here he is.
Come in, Pete. I'm sorry it has to be this way.
Me too. Where's the rest of your business?
Behind you, Pete.
Well, that wraps it up.
For you, it does.
How, Pete?
A friend took a miniature jelly container off a couple of your punks. They're the same name as the restaurant chain.
Yes, that was unfortunate.
Neat.
I would agree. Now, hold it.
Albert.
Forget it. Your waiter's sleeping on the job.
Mr. Rossi, Victoria, let's go.
Pete, it would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, it was. Just short, that's all.
Riccio, Kendall, get in here.
Somebody ought to buy Walt a muffler.
He'd just blow it out.
Plant it.
You need to expand your vocabulary.
Listen, wise guy, just because you broke the case. Anyway, we picked up the kids from the list Rossi had.
Terrific. The streets are safe again.
No, they are not. Here.
What's that?
Somebody started a service to do away with wives.
Yeah?
Quit it, Kendall. You're not even married. The two of you. Look into it.
Right.
Agent Gabe Franco explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
As the value of your home increases, the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value, would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's automatically.
And like a good neighbor,
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Children Are Dying is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. Shelley Berman was heard as Pete Rocho. Featured in the cast were Paul Sorensen, Peggy Weber, Peggy Walton, Jim Bowles, and Vic Perrin. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Sue Donham's computer readout of automated murder. Ben Spindle and Mutilate. Starring Bob Crane. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report on a subject that car buyers are giving serious thought to. The real cost of owning a car, which Ford feels involves three considerations. What you pay for it, how much it costs to operate, and trade-in value. What about purchase price? Well, Ford believes that the 74 LTD offers car buyers who need and want the six-passenger comfort and quiet ride of a full-size car a real alternative to a big full-size car. The Ford LTD, up to 400 pounds lighter than some medium-priced full-size cars. The LTD is also sticker-priced up to $900 less. And you'll be pleasantly surprised at the luxury and driving peace of mind that the LTD offers. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class. Evidence that for many people, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Technology has brought us many things. Machines are now capable of performing services that we as people once had to do. Electronic brains, when programmed, can do our thinking for us. Today, Bend, Spindle, and Mutilate. A story about a computer. A machine designed to ease the burden of man's work. But this computer is special. It's been programmed for murder.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Dick. How you doing?
Reggie, how have you been?
Lots better since I left this place. Don't say hello, Debbie. What's with her?
Oh, she and Louis are having a lover's quarrel.
Debbie and Louis?
They've got a give-and-take relationship. He gives, she takes.
They're made for each other. Hey, where's everyone?
Mr. Waxman got a new computer that does most of the work now. Louis, Debbie, Olga, and me are the only ones left. Waxman fired everyone else.
Yeah, that figures. By the way, where's the old Kraut?
In there, with Henry.
Who's Henry?
The new computer.
Where is Louis Bacon?
Oh, hi, Mr. Waxman.
Reginald, what have you done to your hair?
I let it grow. You know, it's, pretty long, huh? What's happening?
Still not making yourself clear, I see. What's happening? Another phrase coined by illiterate adolescents like yourself. Dick Cutsy, go find me Louis.
Yes, Mr. Waxman.
You're not here on business, I take it?
No.
Then I suggest you pay your social visits during non-working hours.
Hey, can't you knock when you come in here, Dick? Oh, I didn't know Debbie was here with you.
No, we weren't doing anything.
Mr. Waxman wants to see you, Louis.
What about?
Henry, I think.
Hey, can I see the new computer?
No, you cannot. Well?
Louis will be right out.
Why are you standing there, Dick Cutsy? Get back to work.
Yeah, see you, Reggie.
Goodbye, Reginald.
Yeah, well, look, will you tell Olga I'm sorry I missed her, and I hope Louis and Debbie lived happily ever after?
Goodbye, Reginald.
Auf Wiedersehen.
And that's the last time you saw Klaus Waxman, 3 weeks ago Friday.
Look, shouldn't we be down at headquarters or some office of Yale?
Reggie, I told you I'm not a police officer. I'm a private investigator.
Don't you have an office? I mean, why a coffee shop? I don't even drink coffee.
Reggie, Klaus Waxman left on his vacation later that same day you were there. Nobody's heard from him since.
You mean I'm a suspect? Are you with missing persons?
Reggie.
I'm sorry. It's just, well, cops are my thing, you know. Not cops, actually, but they're seen. You know, like handcuffs and badges and shiny shoes or radios that go...
Reggie, let's go to my office, huh? We can talk there.
Yeah.
Louis Bacon contacted me earlier this week. I've spoken to everyone at the office. Mr. Kotze mentioned your name.
You know, Yale, I'm glad Dick turned you on to me. Together we can solve this thing. I say that someone did the old man in.
Reggie, Klaus Waxman is missing. That's all we know.
Oh, that's what they said about his wife, too.
Whose wife?
Waxman's. Right when I started working there, the cops came and everything.
What's this?
They didn't tell you? Well, look, Waxman's wife didn't come home one night, or so he said, and everyone at the office figured she'd have split on him, but he freaked out and called the cops.
Did she come back?
Well, it took him a week to find her.
Where was she?
Oh, bottom of some canyon. She went through the guardrail on a sharp turn, and the car probably did a million flips on the way down, and boom. Only way they knew it was her was, like from her teeth.
Well, car accidents happen all the time.
Yeah, I know. Everyone said it was just a coincidence.
A coincidence?
Well, the Waxmans weren't getting along, and, well, it wasn't much of a secret. She wanted to move back to the old country, and he was for staying. And things weren't going too well then with the business, and after she died, he took over. He bought a computer, and suddenly rare sheet music was happening. I got to hand it to Waxman. The guy had a sense of timing.
Did you say he took over? From whom?
From his wife. See, up till then, she called the shots. It was her right. The business belonged to her.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
Ramada Inns announce kids that cost less. Your kids 18 and under stay free when they share your room. Now that's a real family plan. And Ramada Inns serve you up great family restaurants with everything from hot dogs and hamburgers to your favorite steak. Dial 800-228-2828, toll free for reservations.
At Ramada Inns, you're always welcome home.
Hi, I'm David Steinberg. In my act, I use a great deal of biblical material. The Bible is full of fascinating characters, folks like Noah, Elisha the prophet, Jezebel, that whole crowd. The Bible also talks about plagues, disease, and pestilence, which I never, frankly, found to be a rich source of humor. Many of the diseases of biblical and more recent times have disappeared. Some are still with us. Cancer is one of them. Yet now, after thousands of years of recorded history, the American Cancer Society believes cancer can be wiped out in our lifetime. But the American Cancer Society needs your help to win a victory over a disease that's been with us for every generation since Adam and Eve. Support vital research and life-saving education and services for cancer patients and their families. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls. Thank you.
Debbie, how do you like your new stereo set?
Oh, it's really far out, Louis. Thanks. It was a nice present. You're spoiling me.
Well, is it worth a dinner to you?
What does the computer say?
Oh, Debbie, can I ever get a straight answer from you?
Louis, you're just like Henry. Temperamental. If you're not programmed right, you go on the blink. There. You see?
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You have to treat Henry delicately. What's the matter, Henry? Is it something you ate?
I'll call for repairman.
Olga, can't you stop for just like a scant minute?
No, my work. If I don't finish, the computer takes my job.
Sounds like you've been listening to Waxman.
Well, when he comes back, if I'm behind in my work...
Yeah, but what if he doesn't come back?
Huh. What are you doing here?
I would like to buy Beethoven's 10th Symphony.
Then fill out an order form.
Wouldn't do any good. He only wrote 9.
Oh, Reggie, go take a hike.
Where's Dick?
How should I know? Olga, would you call the repair service? Henry's broken again.
But if I don't finish my work...
Don't worry. Louis won't fire you.
Has Louis taken over?
Well, he's running things until Mr. Waxman gets back. What's it to you?
I'm on the case. It's, a good practice.
What case?
That's it. Play it cool, Debbie.
Oh, hello there, Reggie.
Oh, hi, Louis. What's happening?
Business as usual. What's, happening with you?
Excuse me. They're sending a man out to fix the computer.
Oh, thank you, Olga.
Well, Reggie's here looking for trouble. That's all I can get out of him.
Hi, Reg. What's happening? Yes, what is happening?
Gee, I'm glad everybody's here. Now I can say what I had to say only once.
Reggie, did a man named Yale talk to you? Dominic Yale. Yeah, I called him.
Sure, that's right. We're working together. Well, sort of, he told me about Waxman disappearing. What? It's so funny.
Sorry to have to end your new career so soon, Reggie. Apparently your partner didn't pass along the latest information to you.
You little snot.
Don't tease him. Tell him.
Tell me what?
We heard from Waxman. He called. That's right. The old man's alive and well in sunny Mexico. He's taking off an extra 2 weeks. Sorry to disappoint you, Reggie.
Sure.
All right, now, what's everyone standing around for? Come on, there's work to be done. Oh, that poor Reggie.
Reggie, don't break the door.
Hey, thanks a lot for letting me know you found Waxman. I just made a fool out of myself.
We haven't found Waxman. There was a telephone call, but it could have been from anyone.
You mean you're not off the case?
Officially, I am, but sit down, Reggie.
Okay. About what?
I was intrigued by what you said about Waxman's wife, her untimely death.
Yeah, so?
Legwork, Reggie. It's part of the job. I turned up something you might find interesting. Did you know that Mrs. Waxman was a diabetic?
A what?
She had diabetes, sugar in the blood. You didn't know that?
No.
I spoke to the coroner today. Technically, Mrs. Waxman died of burns suffered in the car accident. But she might have died even if she hadn't gone over the cliff. There was no trace of insulin in the body or anywhere in the car. Mrs. Waxman passed out at the wheel. Yale here.
Reggie here. What's happening?
Reggie, I've been trying to reach you. Where you been?
Here.
Where's here?
In Waxman's house.
How did you get in?
Through a window. I found something.
You broke in?
There's a box here full of Mrs. Waxman's personal stuff. Pictures and letters mostly.
Reggie, get out of that house.
No needles or medicine or anything like that, but I found some false teeth. Now, look, I know that sounds weird.
Look, leave now and get over here. I'll wait for you.
I'll bring all this junk.
Reggie, hang up the phone.
10-4?
Yes, 10-4.
10-4. Did you ever see so much junk in your life? Look at this stupid stuff. Look at these. Computer punch cards. Do not bend, spindle, or mutilate.
These dentures. Does Claus Waxman have his teeth, his real teeth?
I guess so. I've never seen him take them out.
These were in the box?
Yeah. You know, these computer cards look funny. Different, I mean. We always used another kind at the store.
Let me see those.
Yeah.
And they're punched. I wonder what machine they go to.
I wonder what they say.
You know something, Reggie?
No, what?
Something else you said the other day is starting to intrigue me.
What'd I say?
You said someone did the old man in.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
The time is 6:45 a.m.
Oh, boy, already? Well, this ought to get me going.
The time is 7:15 a.m.
Breakfast is ready, Henry.
Okay, I'll be right down.
The time is 7:30 a.m.
More coffee, dear.
It's maybe half a cup. I'm running a little late this morning.
The time is 7:45 a.m.
How do you like that? Nothing but shortages of this and shortages of that.
Well, I noticed there's no shortage of tobacco.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Did my cigarette bother you?
Yes. Doesn't it bother you?
The time is 8:05 a.m.
Hello? Oh, hi, Bill. Hey, hang on a second, will you? Let me grab a cigarette. Now, what's happening?
If this sounds like a typical day in your life must not mean much to you, does it? Kick the habit. Join the unhooked generation. This reminder from your lung association is a matter of life and breath.
John, did you find the computers and macros I gave you?
Sure did. The Tiara 650.
Good. Yeah, incidentally, this is the kid I was telling you about. Reggie, meet John Jortha. He's a computer expert.
Hello, Reggie.
What's happening?
What?
That's the way he says hello.
What's happening to you, too?
John, what's in the cards?
I can't tell you that, Dominic.
Why not?
Tiara don't make the 650 no more. Phased it out a year ago. They go with the 2000 now. She really moves.
That's no help.
I got the catalog. Here's a picture of the 650. She was a good one, but slow.
Recognize it, Reggie?
We never had one that looked like that.
You sure?
Positive.
John, won't the newer model process these cards?
No way. Unless I can dig up an old 650, it won't do you no good at all.
Well, then start digging. Reggie, I'm going to see what I can find out about the dentures. I want you to get some information from me about the computer they have in the office right now.
Henry? But how? They won't let me near it.
You'll find a way.
Hey, Dick, what's happening? What are you doing here? Why didn't you use the door? It's locked, isn't it? You're lucky that Lewis isn't working late. Look at all this broken glass. Listen, Dick, you gotta help me. I broke the wrong window. I thought I'd be in the room with the computer. I have a key, but what do you want to get in there for? Police work, Dick. It's very secret. Reggie, I think you've been watching too much television. No, Dick, honest, this is for real. I can't let you in without a reason. If I tell you what it's for, will you? Maybe. Well, look, it's against regulations, but okay. Remember when Waxman's wife disappeared? Everyone said it was just a coincidence.
John, turn off the machines.
Greetings, Dominic.
Where's Reggie?
Right here. What took you so long? Mr. Jordan's been showing me how these things work, and that's pretty neat.
Where's the 650? You said you found one.
Right over here. And we'll let her warm up.
You got anything on those teeth?
Waxman had his own. It could mean nothing, but I think they're crucial to this case.
Well, I hope so, but if they're not, can I keep them?
I won't even ask why.
She's ready.
All right, let's see what we got.
What do you make of this?
This is a dosage.
For insulin, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. They match with the prescription I got from Mrs. Waxman's pharmacist.
You think somebody used this to knock off the old lady?
That's what I think. Where's the rundown you got on the new computer?
It's right here.
John, would it be possible to program this type of machine to say something we wanted to?
I'd need the right cards.
Like these?
Like those.
Good. Here's what I want them to say.
Nobody move.
Easy, Reggie.
Hi, Dick. How's the window?
Is Lewis here?
He's in with Henry.
Olga, would you please... Oh, it's you again.
Hi, Princess.
Hello, messieurs.
We've come to feed Henry.
Please, I cannot work with all this commotion.
Take a break, Olga.
But my work.
Look, why don't we all go into the computer room? Huh?
What for?
Henry's got something to tell us, and I'd like you all to be there.
Mr. Yale, Henry is very sensitive, and I think I should be the one to feed him.
Well, I hope Henry doesn't have diabetes.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
All right, Henry. Open up. I know what happened that day when Mrs. Waxman went over the cliff. It was no accident like everyone thinks. It was murder. Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Keep reading.
Klaus Waxman and his accomplice conspired to kill her, and it almost worked.
Who's playing games?
I know who killed Mrs. Waxman. I know, and I'm going to tell.
No, you can't tell. You're just a machine.
Olga?
Klaus won't tell. He can't.
Shut it off. Klaus can't tell because you killed him, didn't you, Mrs. Worcester?
Yeah, he had it coming. He lied to me. Without her, we could be together, he said. He showed me how to use the computer to devise the perfect crime, and I did. Klaus Waxman was an evil man. An evil man.
You want to come downtown, Olga?
That's enough, Reggie. Mrs. Worcester, the police would like to hear your story. Yale here.
Reggie here. What's happening?
Olga confessed to both killings. They dug up Waxman's body.
Hey, did you find out whose false teeth those were?
Olga's. Waxman was keeping them around with the punch cards to stop her from telling the police about their little plot.
Hey, weird.
Murder's always weird, Reggie.
Yeah. Well, look, let me know if you need any help on your next case, Yale.
Yeah, I'll do that. In the meantime, try to stay out of trouble.
Okay. 10-4?
10-4. Over and out.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension, front disc brakes standard, choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat.
I didn't know that.
Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor.
I didn't know that.
Or get 2 facing jump seats. Optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space.
I didn't know that either.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Ben, Spindle, and Mutilate is an original radio drama by Sue Donna. Bob Crane was heard as Dominic Yale. Featured in the cast were Dawes Butler, Jane Webb, Jerry Dexter, Johnny Gunn, and Byron Kane. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's eerie drama of mummies and revenge. Murder is a work of art. Starring Bob Crane. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels that if you compare mid-size cars, you will choose Ford Torino. Take operating economy. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its leading sales competitor. And to compare some scheduled maintenance costs, you'll find that in the course of 50,000 miles, compared to its closest sales competitor, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
It is night. The city sleeps. In the darkened Civic Art Museum, the cardinals, warriors, princes, and Madonnas of Rembrandt, Van Dyck, Vermeer, and Picasso peer down from the walls in the dim light, while Remington's cast-in-bronze Indians ride in the shadows. An aged watchman's footsteps echo through the main corridor. Arriving at the end of a long marble hall, he pauses, preparatory to retracing his steps, when suddenly, as he looks idly about,
Who are you?
Oh, thank heaven you're here.
What's the matter, young lady?
In there. In that room.
What is it? What's in there?
A mummy.
Naturally. That's the Egyptian room.
But this mummy, at least her figure wrapped in cloth, it came walking toward me.
Oh, I'm afraid you're imagining things. Come on, let's take a look.
Oh, no, you mustn't. It might be a ghost.
Oh, come along, young lady. I'll show you there are no ghosts in this museum. Come on.
Well, all right, but...
How did you get in here at this hour of the night?
I was doing some research work. I must have fallen asleep.
Nobody came into the room to warn you we were closing?
No. When I awakened, it was dark. I gathered up my papers and things and started to leave when I saw that figure.
Is this the room here?
Yes. Oh, but please be careful.
Why, mummies are very friendly as far as I'm concerned. Never give me any trouble. Here, I'll flip the wall switch. You just stay there if you're scared.
Do you see anything?
No ghosts in here, young lady. But there's a dead man on the floor. Oh, there, young lady. Now don't faint on me. So I fetched her a glass of water, and as soon as she seemed to have herself under control, I called the police.
Glad you did. I'm Inspector Ostro. This is my partner, Detective Wendover.
My name's Abington.
How do you do, sir?
The body's right in there, gentlemen.
Thanks. You'll be around when we need you.
Oh, sure will.
What's it look like to you, Ted? Judging by the blood on his shirt, the wounds in his back. Yeah, wait till I pull his shirt up. Yeah, there.
Sure doesn't look like a bullet wound. A knife, maybe.
Yeah, let's turn him over.
You need any help?
No. Let me get this shirt open in front.
Whatever it was, it went right clean through him.
It looks like it, Barney.
Hey, Ted, there's a wallet sticking out of his inside coat pocket. Hand it to me, will you? I'll take a gander in it while you're looking him over.
Sure. Here.
Thanks. What do you suppose the weapon was?
I don't know. The hole looks too small for a sword or a spear. You know something? His face looks familiar.
Yeah, kind of vaguely. Hey, Ted, here's some things. They're guild membership cards, Actors Equity, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, Screen Actors Guild. Hey, his name's Bruno Carnes, sure.
That's why he looked familiar. He stars in those horror movies that are so popular nowadays.
Yeah, you never know whether he's going to play a guy with two heads or a robot in a spaceship.
Call the watchman, will you, Barney? Abington, I think his name is.
Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Abington? Will you come here a moment, please?
Yeah, right away, sir. Well, what can I do for you?
No word about the coroner yet?
No, sir. By the way, there are several newspapermen outside.
They didn't lose any time.
Well, they didn't come because of the murder. They claim that about 8:30 they were tipped off that a girl was locked in here and that she said she'd seen a ghost. Now, that'd be the girl waiting in the curator's office.
8:30, That's before the body was found.
That's right.
We better have a talk with that girl right now. Show us to the curator's office, will you please, Mr. Abington?
Oh, glad to. Just follow me.
My name is Grace. Grace Phillips. Phillips is spelled with 2 L's.
Yes, ma'am. How about your address, please?
Oh, it's 207 Christopher Street.
As I understand it, you were locked in the museum after hours. You fell asleep and you woke up. Isn't that what you told the watchman?
Yes, but it wasn't the truth. Why did I ever let myself get tangled up in this thing?
Now might be a good time to tell the truth, Miss Phillips.
Yes, of course. I was hired to come here tonight.
Hired?
I'm an actress. I was paid $150 to come here.
What for?
I don't know exactly. My agent called me, asked me if I'd like to work tonight, and I said yes, and he sent me to a man named Freeland who works for a motion picture company.
What's the name of the company, ma'am?
Avon Jewel.
Freeland hired you to come here?
Yes. I was told to report to the basement entrance of the museum at 8 o'clock and to ring the night bell. A man met me. I don't know his name. I've never seen him before. And he brought me to the Egyptian section.
Then what?
He told me to wait until I heard the watchman approach. He said he was due at 9. Then as soon as the watchman showed up, I was to scream, which I did.
Yeah, so the watchman said.
Then I was to run to him and say that I'd just seen a mummy walking toward me.
Which you also did.
Yes.
Did you know there was a dead man in that Egyptian room?
Oh, I didn't even go into that room. I'd been waiting in the corridor as the man told me to.
That man, what happened to him?
I don't know. He left me standing there.
I just thought of something, Ted. It seems to me I remember that Bruno Carnes also worked for Avon Jewel Studios.
Avon Jewel made a whole series of horror pictures with Bruno Carnes. But what's he got to do with this?
That's his body in the Egyptian room.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor guy. He was so nice to me once when I did a bit part in one of his pictures. For a big star, he wasn't the least bit stuck up. Everybody liked him.
Well, at least one person didn't. Barney, with Bruno Carnes and Freeland tied in with the same studio, plus the story this young lady has told us, this just might be some sort of a publicity stunt that backfired.
Could be.
Barney, get on the horn, call homicide.
Okay.
Tell them to pick up Freeland and get him in here as fast as they can.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there.
He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
Listen to a tough summer wash. The machine's loaded with sweat socks, beach towels. These things aren't just dirty, they smell. If you want to make sure it comes out clean and fresh, pour Lysol brand disinfectant in your washing machine. Lysol cuts way down on germs, eliminates odors. Especially important if you wash in cold water. Lysol, the brown bottle in the red and yellow box. The fast, easy, effective way to cut down on germs. Make your whole wash smell fresh and clean every time you wash.
You're 17, 18. You've graduated from high school. You want to make something of yourself. But you don't have that something to make it with, like money for 4 years of college. What do? Well, you don't need 4 years of college to get a good job. Today, there's a crying need for technicians in exciting fields like oceanography, electronic data processing, health service, environmental control, forestry, and many others. Technicians earn twice the salary of the average high school graduate. Some even make more than 4-year college graduates. All you need is a year or two of technical training. To learn how you can become a technician, send for our free booklet. It's called 25 Technical Careers. Write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202. If you can't afford 4 years of college, write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202, and make something of yourself.
Yes?
The police just arrived with Mr. Freeland. I brought him in.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Remington. Come on in, Mr. Freeland. I'm Detective Wendover. This is Inspector Ostro. Miss Phillips, I believe you know.
Yes. Look, what is this all about? On the way over, the officer in the squad car told me Carnes had been murdered, but I don't know anything about it.
We thought you might be able to help us.
Well, I don't know.
Is this the man who hired you, Miss Phillips?
Yes.
Now, was it for a publicity stunt, Mr. Freeland?
Yes, Bruno Carnes had just finished making a picture called The Mummy Murders. It opens here in town tomorrow. My story was going to be that she gets locked in, and by a strange coincidence, Bruno Carnes gets locked in, too. She meets him, he wants her for a part in his next picture, and instead of being an item in a movie column, it gets a front-page spread.
I didn't know, Inspector.
That's right. I thought it would play better if she didn't know. I had to tell Carnes, of course.
Did you meet her here tonight?
No, I had to cover a sneak preview. My assistant met her.
Was he a tall, red-headed man?
Yes.
Can you prove that you were at that preview?
Yes, Sherlock, I can.
Where's your assistant now?
I don't know. He might still be in the basement.
Miss Phillips, you say you didn't see Mr. Carnes?
No, never.
Do you know how to get to this basement, Mr. Freeland?
Yes, I got the business manager of the museum to show me around after I got his permission to stage this stunt.
Would you mind showing me around down there?
Not at all.
Good. Barney, stay here with Miss Phillips. I'm going to check out the basement.
Freeland, you scared me bursting in like that.
What's the matter?
Wait, did he come back here?
Who?
The inspector.
No, what happened?
I lost him down in the basement. It's dark down there. It was right after he found my assistant's hat and he saw the blood on the floor.
Blood?
Well, there were blood stains just inside the basement door. The inspector said there were marks that looked like a body had been dragged along the floor. He was following the marks. I had my back to him and I heard him call out.
What do you mean, call out?
Like he was calling for help.
You dope. Why didn't you say so right away? Come on, take me down there. Sure is dark down here. Wait a second. Let me turn on my flashlight. You see anything?
Just an empty room.
Ted? Ted?
How about this corridor here?
That's worth a try.
Maybe he found his way out of this maze of rooms.
Yeah, maybe. But what about that call for help?
Maybe he was just calling out to locate me.
Maybe. But...
Oh, what's that on the floor at the end of the corridor? Throw the light down there.
Looks like a body. Come on.
It is a body.
Oh, no. It's Ted. I'm still trying to reconstruct what happened to you. Well, I was following those marks along the floor in the basement because I was positive someone had dragged a body along there. I followed them to the end of the corridor, and sure enough, the body was there. A tall, red-headed guy.
My assistant. Was he dead?
I'm fairly certain he was. I thought so when I bent over to examine him, but before I could be positive, I got it on the back of the head. Who is it?
Edmington, the watchman.
Come on in.
The doctor you phoned for is down at the main entrance.
I don't think I'll need him, but you'd better tell the doctor to stick around, Abington. Even if I don't need him, Mr. Freeland's assistant may when we find him. I think he's still alive.
Okay, sir.
Now, what was that about Freeland's assistant being alive?
I thought you said earlier that you were pretty sure he was dead.
Hey, you did, Ted. Now, what about the remark you made to Abington just now?
Well, when I was trailing the dragged body, the marks indicated that whoever was dragging it had stopped and gone into a room on the left-hand side of the corridor. After I'd recovered from that wallop on the head and you fellows came back upstairs here, I returned and checked that room.
You find anything?
It turned out to be Abington's living quarters. In snooping around, I found an old scrapbook. Seems the old boy was a prominent actor in his youth. In fact, he'd worked with Bruno Carn's father, also a well-known actor.
Yes, incidentally, you may not know it, but the museum has quite a theatrical collection. Carn's father contributed a lot of its artifacts, his personal belongings.
I know. And I noticed, too, that the Carn's items, costumes, wigs, manuscripts, so forth, had on more than one occasion been vandalized.
That's right. The newspapers made quite a thing of it at the time.
Mm-hmm. Which didn't hurt the box office of the younger Carn's films, right?
Well, if you're hinting that anything like that would be deliberate on the part of...
I wasn't implying anything like that, Freeland. What I thought was more interesting was the fact that Abington seemed so preoccupied with news items devoted to the vandalizing of the Carn's artifacts.
What are you getting at? That remark you made to Abington about Mr. Freeland's assistant being alive. It was bait, wasn't it?
Bait? Bait. The watchman is tied into this in some way.
You suspect him of the murder of Bruno Carnes and Freeland's assistant?
I might, if I knew he had a motive. So, let's see if we can find one.
Are you sure you want to take a sloppy Joe for lunch, Bobby?
Yes, Mom.
No, Bobby. Not unless you take a soap and water to go, too.
Soap and water? In my lunch pail? It'll ruin everything.
When you want soap and water to go, you want wash and dry. They refresh while you scrub, get you clean like soap and water, and they don't fall apart like napkins can.
You mean wash and dry can do anything soap and water can do?
That's right.
Let me see you blow bubbles with it.
Wash and dry. Soap and water to go.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime. A Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
All right, today we're going to make applesauce. All right?
Okay, keep your head back, Deidre. Don't depend on Deidre. You pin them. This...
To how to make it?
Dan, she gives you there's a book that has
it. I can't keep the space and stuff straight.
Yes, you can. Lisa, you've got 12 feet of water. Are you all right?
No.
People working with girls' clubs can make a difference. This is Carol Burnett asking you to help your local girls' club or write to Girls Clubs of America, Box 35, Grand Central Station, New York 10017, to help get one started. You can make a difference.
Want to be a physical education? You know what you have to do? Good luck. All that science, all that forget. Don't get me down.
No chance of the watchman being down here in the basement already, is there?
No, Freeland will keep him occupied for a few minutes asking more questions about what happened tonight.
You said you found the body at the end of the corridor where we found you.
Yeah. Obviously, whoever it was dragged it away after he slugged me. Hang your flashlight over there, will you?
Yeah.
Let's see where that leads.
Hey, this is a real labyrinth down here with all these storerooms and cubicles. Hey, here's a room we didn't see before.
Feel for a light switch.
Yeah, here's one.
Nothing. Wait.
What?
Look where I got the flashlight beam. The drag marks lead to that door over there.
Yeah, I see them.
Let's take a look.
Boy, that's a bright light.
It certainly is illuminating. Hey, look over there.
Hey, the red-headed guy. I wonder if he's... Oh, he's a goner, Ted.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, leave him just as he is. Anything behind that big crate over there?
No, nothing.
Okay, let's duck behind it. If whoever wants to be sure Freeland's assistant is dead comes in to check, his back will be toward us as he faces the corpse. I'll give the cue. You step out that side, flip on the light. I'll step from behind the box on the other side, and we'll have him covered.
Okay. I'll close the door. You get behind the crate, and I'll switch off the light and join you.
Hope we don't have to wait too long. This place stinks of mothballs.
We've been down here quite a while now. If the guy is coming, it should be pretty soon.
Shh. This may be it. Now. Hold it, Mr. Abington. Hands over your head. Frisk him, Barney.
Give me that rapier, Abington, and stand still.
Wouldn't have done you any good to stab him anyway. He's already dead.
You trapped me.
Seems to me you're somewhat rapier-happy, Mr. Abington. That long, slender steel blade went all the way through Bruno Carnes, and it seemed to work very efficiently on your latest victim. Why the rapier, Mr. Abington?
Why? You ask why the rapier? You know what Bruno Carnes' father did to me. He ended my career on the stage when I was only a young man.
All right, calm down, Mr. Abington. How was that?
We were on the stage fencing when he deliberately lunged at me with a rapier. He wounded me so badly I was bedridden for years.
Well, it must have been an accident.
Accident? He was green with envy.
But why Mr. Freeland's assistant?
Because he saw me trying to dispose of the rapier in the basement. I killed Bruno Carnes because he was the son of the man I hated. He who dies by the sword shall perish by the sword.
Or maybe by the gas chamber.
Barney?
Yeah.
I hope you noticed. Mr. Abington has definitely established a motive.
Look, you don't have to sell me on them. I know all about them.
You know everything about these Ford pickups I'm selling?
Sure, I know about Ford's twin I-beam front suspension. I know you get front disc brakes standard.
But do you know we give you a choice of an economical 6 or one of 3 V8s?
Sure.
You know about Ford's all-new Super Cab? The only two-door pickup with the extra room for a full back seat?
Super Cab?
Ford's Super Cab pickup. It seats a family of 6 in sedan-like comfort.
I didn't know that.
Or did you know that Super Cab's optional full-width rear seat folds flat to make a load floor?
Yeah?
Or that you can get optional facing jump seats that fold out of the way? Or with no rear seats at all, you get a full 44 cubic feet of extra storage space?
I didn't know that either.
That's it. Ford's new Super Cab. Like all Ford pickups, it works like a truck, rides like a car.
That I knew.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Murder is a Work of Art was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Bob Crane was heard as Ted Ostro. Featured in the cast were Julie Bennett, Marvin Miller, Herb Ellis, and Mike Rye. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's low comedy on the high seas. Edward's Tug and Salvage. Starring Bob Crane. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Today, more than ever, what an automobile costs you is important. But what you should know is that the total cost of ownership involves three basic considerations: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. So when you're looking at cars today, use all three in making your comparison. You'll be amply rewarded by what you find. Consider the purchase price of Ford's midsize Torino. Ford thinks you'll be surprised when you discover a four-door, 8-cylinder Gran Torino with automatic transmission is sticker priced less than its comparably equipped sales competition. And Torino is even sticker priced less than some compacts, comparably equipped with V8s, automatic transmissions, and steel-belted radial-ply tires. So compare not only the cars, but the total cost of ownership, purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Everyone says compare. Ford tells you how.
The closer you look, the better we look.
It's been said that into each life a little rain must fall. But for poor Bernard Edwards, it's a whole storm. Bernard is a perennial college student whose pranks are always thought up by others. But when they go astray, it's Bernard who takes the blame. In this little sea voyage we're about to take, our erstwhile hero has his hands full. There are some who take a life at sea, and there's Bernard, who gets sick over a glass of water. Why not join us now to revel in the fact that this story could only happen to somebody else?
This is not the dog days of summer, folks, because as this reporter stands here at Columbia University, a new world record is being set.
Honest, guys,
and the man behind this amazing feat is the Panthers cut-up, Bernard Edwards. At the wheel of his brand new Ford Pinto car, Edwards is determined to be the first to get 32 human bodies jammed inside.
Not really.
And he may do it.
Oh, come on, fellas, you're going to get me in
Let's
trouble
move
again.
up closer and see if we can't get a word with Edwards. Mr. Edwards?
Yes?
Here, let me just get this microphone inside. Hey, guys, a reporter.
Hey, what?
How does it feel to be the first to come out the long, hot summer?
Whoa, it's just an idea.
Yeah, great. Stupendous. Hey, let's hear it for Bergen. That's the first station, KEZ. You heard it here. A great way to start off the summer. Right, Mr. Edwards? Hey, Bernie, the dean wants to see you. Edwards, what would you say to the dean of this great college? Will he expel you for this great stunt?
Dean Wanamaker, I'm sorry, sir. It was only a stunt. Lots of people enjoy it, and I know it's against regulations, but, sir, I didn't...
Shut up, Bernard. This telegram just came for you. Take it and get out of my office.
Who could be sending me a telegram? Mr. Bernard Edwards, it's my solemn duty to inform you that your grandfather, Sam Edwards, has passed away. Oh, poor Grandpa. As your grandfather's lawyer, it was his wish that you be...
Sit down, Bernard. I'm not done.
Oh, yes, Mr. Horton. I'm sorry, sir.
As his sole heir, you have inherited his entire assets, which consist of the Edwards Tug And Salvage Company.
A bum tug.
Did you say something?
Well, I said poor Granddad only had a broken-down tug, sir.
Yes, well, be that as it may, you are now the sole owner. Here's the key.
That's all? A key to the boat?
Tug.
Tug. Did he leave any instructions? I mean, I don't know a thing about tugging.
Oh, you know that. Well, Bernard, my boy, perhaps as an old friend of the family.
You were? Gosh, I thought Grandpa hated you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horton.
Well, that was a long time ago. In any case, I'm sure that I can arrange for you to sell the tug.
Sell it, but I thought it wasn't worth much.
Well, of course it isn't, but I like your face, and I think I could get a nice price for you. Maybe even enough to cover the debts of that bum. I mean, your grandfather.
Gee, I don't know if he'd like that. I mean, I should at least look at...
Oh, you must hurry. Well, I should say, think about it quickly.
Oh.
I don't know if the offer would stand too much longer.
Well, I'll certainly let you know, Mr. Horton. Where is the General Eisenhower Park?
Dr. Bernard. The tug is at slip 5, Pier 11.
Hi, landlubber, looking for somebody. Watch out!
That's not funny. Now, how else I supposed to know the pure end of it? Help me out, will you?
Okay, swim over to that ladder over there. To the left, dum-dum. That way's out to sea.
If you hadn't scared me. I've seen where I was going.
Boy, are you all wet. No offense, of course.
Oh.
I'm Alice Dunlop. What's your name, fat boy?
Bernard Edwards. Bernie to my friends.
Hi, Bernard. You old Sam's kin?
I am. I was looking for his boat. My boat, that is.
Here, this way.
Boy, is this my boat? A tug? Hey, it's so terrific and clean.
Forget it, Bernard. Yours is the next one over. This is my dad.
You mean that? That thing? I mean, it's half underwater.
Needs a little bilging for sure. Take your clothes off.
In front of you?
All right. Behind that screen is the head. In there.
Thank you. It's really nice of you, Miss Dunlop.
I know.
What was that?
Relax, dummy. A little force 9 storm blowing up is all.
Bernard Edwards, you here?
Someone calling me?
Yeah, looks like someone's aboard your tug.
Edwards, where are you? I need you. Come out.
Oh, I better go see, huh? Here, over here. Next
Here.
What's that?
A pair of my dad's pants. You're in your shorts.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't...
Bernard Edwards, gotta see you right away.
Okay, just a second. I gotta get my pants.
Bernard, I'm an old friend of your grandpa's. You gotta help me.
Oh, sure, if I can, sir.
I can't talk in front of her.
You can, too. If you need his help, you're gonna need mine, too.
All right, but could we get out of the rain?
Well, sure. Come on downstairs.
The low. The word for low, Bernard.
I'm sorry.
Bernard, I'm Roland Furlick. That mean anything to you?
Well, sure. Hi, Uncle Rolly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Furlick.
Yeah, that's all right. Thought you might remember I used to bounce you on my knee.
You sure couldn't do that anymore. Bernard, you gotta lose some weight.
I know. What's your problem, sir?
I'm about to lose my freighter.
I know. You're Furlick Freight Line.
Should be singular. Only got one. I've been pushing bananas between South America and here. But because of the oil shortage, I got to load oil on board and my ship.
Oh, there. It's gonna be all right.
Sure, Uncle Rolly. Come on. What's wrong?
My good-for-nothing crew. First sign of a storm, they jump ship.
Well, that shouldn't be a problem, sir. I mean, get a new crew.
In the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, holy cow.
And some other words. You see, under international salvage laws, the first tug to reach the vessel owns it.
Gosh.
Bernard, pay attention.
Oh.
Mr. Furlick, you want Bernard to go out and get your ship?
Please. He must. I can't trust anyone else to help me.
Well, I can't do that. I don't know anything
about the truth.
About running a tug, tugging a ship, whatever it is.
Well, I can help.
Yeah, me too. See, now you got a crew, Bernie.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, please, it's my last chance or I'm wiped out.
Well, I'm not sure.
We'll do it. Uncle Rolly, you got yourself a tug.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today.
Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury until... Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them.
Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
I hate it. Rain, darn stupid wet, eavesdropping, absolutely. I'm a lawyer, not a snoop. Oh, sorry, operator. Let me have ship to shore, operator. Okay, marine operator. No, no need to get snippy. It's not contagious. Marine operator, I need to talk to the tug Annie Mae. Whiskey Yankee Victor 4425, thank you. Clothes better get dry. Just put this on speakerphone.
Hello, calling party. I have your call. One moment, please. Hello, Annie Mae. Come in and go ahead.
This is March Toomey of the Annie Mae. Who is calling?
March, this is Horton. You were right. A dumb kid wouldn't sell, but there's something worse. Over.
Listen, I don't care about that now. Verlick has lost his ship. Idiot crew abandoned her, and we have a line on. I'll take care of the kid when we get in. Over and out.
Over and wait. March, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Furlick went to the kid, and I think he's going to try to take the Eisenhower out and try and help Furlick get the ship. Over.
Let him. We'll sink them. Then we can forget about the competition. Wait a minute. You think he's going to come out? What's that mean? Over.
I spied on him like you asked, and Alice Dunlap has taken a shine to the kid. She may try to help. Over.
That's trouble. But what do you mean, May? Over.
Last thing I saw, Tom Dunlap was dragging his daughter off Edward's boat.
Never
you know how he hated
with any of the Edwards clan.
Dad, you let me go. I'm 21 and I'll do what I want.
No daughter of mine is going to give them good-for-nothing Edwards or finger.
Dad, you listen to me. Now, you're always jumping on me to shine up to somebody.
Aye, but time you quit being a Tommy girl.
That's Tom girl, and that's not what I am. I ain't. Now, get out of my way.
You mean you like that short, four-eyed squirt?
Right. Not so loud, Dad. It'll scare him away.
Well, I'll be thundered. He never liked nobody except that squirrel in grade school. Well, go ahead. But you're going to do it on your own.
Oh, Dad, you're a peach. I love you, Dad. Bye. Bernard, Mr. Furlick, wait for me.
What am I doing wrong? Feels like we're going in circles.
You are going in circles. Just keep the heading where I said it.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
My boy, I told you not to eat. But keep her headed across the trough so she won't broach.
Broach? You mean fall over? Oh, my.
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Oh, Rolly, I got some bad news. That bum March Toomey has somehow got out there and thrown a line on your ship.
Bum! He was always a no-good bum.
Help! Oh, Bernard, you're so klutzy.
I'm sorry.
Give me that wheel. Sluggish, Bernard. You're going to have to work on this old tub when we get back in. In fact, you're going to have to work on your old tub, too.
I see her. I see her off the port. Come about.
Come about what?
Oh, Bernard. Yeah, I see her about 1,000 yards.
My ship. What's going to happen to my ship?
Oh, we ain't licked yet, Rolly.
We ain't? Aren't?
Nope, the Annie Mae's only got a single toe in this weather. It could snap. Ah, Toomey never was much of a seaman. Stand by. I'm going to run this old tug at full throttle.
Oh, my gosh, now what?
Bernard, get the radio.
Which?
The one on the left. Flip it to receive.
Alice, they lost it. They lost their tow line.
Hello? Who's there?
This is the Annie Mae calling the General Eisenhower.
Over.
Answer them, Bernie.
Oh.
No, never mind.
Oh.
Here, take the wheel.
All right. Oh, good grief, I got it. Do I drive straight ahead?
10 degrees to starboard.
Yes. Okay.
Annie Mae, this is the General Ike. What do you want, you pirates?
Oh, come on, Alice. This is March Toomey. How can you talk to an old friend that way?
It's easy, you son of a...
Alice!
Sea turtle. Look, you lost your toe, so scoot. We got Furlick on board, and it's his ship.
Forget it, honeyman. That ship is free bounty to any man who gets her, and I'm going to get her.
Not if we get there first, you won't.
Let me warn you, Dunlap, that ship is worth $1 million to me, and I ain't to get it.
Oh, how am I doing?
Terrific! If we were going to Greenland, spin that wheel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Roland, we gotta blast the line on board your ship, and somebody's got to secure it and feed it back. You want to handle the wheel?
I'm a little rusty, but I'll try.
Look, if you're rusty, Bernard here is rusted shut. Okay, work is close on.
Alice, is that other tug supposed to be heading toward us?
What? Good holy catfish! Swing, Bernie! Oh, swing the port! No port!
Oh,
you
I'm
never
sorry.
rain! Watch out, everybody!
Look out! You crazy boat person!
Mediquit First Aid Spray helps cuts, scrapes, mosquito bites, sunburn. Mediquit can help a lot of things.
Bet you a nickel you can't climb this tree, Janie.
Can so. Oh, I scraped my knee.
You owe me a nickel.
Mom, spray minor cuts and scrapes with Mediquick. It helps relieve the pain while it penetrates them to help prevent infection. Great for sunburn, too.
Mediquit can help a lot of cuts, scrapes, mosquito bites, sunburn.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
There was a time when you were counted, when you knew it really counted, when you had to stand up for the things you believed in. There was a time you gave all you got, because your country meant a lot. Be proud of what you were, be counted again. Be counted again, and stand up tall. You served your country. You answer the call, be counted again, and stand up tall. When one man stands for truth and honor, he speaks for us all. Be counted again, and stand up tall. You served your country, you answer the call.
No, this I know about. I took engineering in college. Take that canvas over there and stuff it around the hole. I'll help pull these crates over.
Okay, genius, now what?
These crates, here. There, that should hold. Hope the ocean doesn't get rougher.
Don't think so. The storm center's passed.
Come on, let's get back on deck. What was that?
I think the Annie Mae's trying to drop a line across the ship. Hey, looky there.
Yeah, a freighter. A ship, it'll crush us.
Pretty good, huh?
Great, Rolly. Bernie, up front, come on. See, this is a harpoon gun, only it will toss a grapple across the ship with a rope.
Yeah, I guess I see.
Hold your ears.
Superior. First time. How'd you do that?
First in my class in archery.
Wow.
Roland, we got it.
Yeah. I'm moving you in now to board.
Board? We're actually going to get on the freighter?
Sure, we have to secure our tow.
Ahoy, the Eisenhower! Cut that line or we will ram you again.
Rolly, hand me that loud hay.
Here.
Thanks.
Ahoy, the Annie Mae! We have line for tow. If you interfere, it is a violation of the international law.
That is our prize, Eisenhower. You will stand clear.
Up your mast, Annie Mae.
Come on, Bernie, we got work to do.
Look, Alice, when the bums abandoned my ship, they left the gangplank hanging. With the sea down, I think I can get us close enough to grab it.
Worth a try, Rolly. Do it. Bernie, haul in the tow line.
Got it.
Rolly, we may do it yet.
Yeah, if those bums don't try something else.
Bernie, watch out the line. The Annie Mae's trying to cut it.
We mean business. Eisenhower.
They missed the rope, Alice.
Keep hauling it in as we get closer, or we'll foul our own props. Rolly, I wonder why they didn't board earlier.
The sea was running too high. Here they come again. Now will you look at that? They are trying to get to the gangplank before us.
Boy, that's all we need is some other creeps trying to horn in.
Ahoy! Annie Mae! You will stand up from the prize. This is the Royal Flush. Ahoy, Annie Mae! Here.
That's Daddy! Great jumping jelly beans, Daddy!
To the rescue! I'm proud of old Tom Dunlop.
Alice, the Annie Mae is turning around. They're leaving.
Yeah, I see.
That was some meal, Mr. Dunlop.
Aye, why not have a forfeit and
come on, Dad. You're not all that tough. Be nice to Bernie.
Okay. You're welcome, Bernard.
Bernie, sir.
Bernard.
Yes, sir. Anyway, I am grateful for the meal and your assistance today.
For nothing. Says got to thinking couldn't let me own daughter alone. I didn't know what kind of a rascal you might be.
Well, we'll get him shaped up, Dad. Won't we, Bernie?
Yeah, well,
I'll get it. Everyone, look who it is.
Rolly, hi!
Mr. Furlick, please, a seat.
I only came to stay a moment. Bernie, this is for you.
A check? For $5,000?
Yeah, couldn't afford much more, all the debts I got. But it should help you put the ike back in shape.
I don't know what to say.
I do. A toast to a long and happy life for the General Eisenhower and her crew.
Crew?
Yeah, us.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension, front disc brakes standard, choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat.
I didn't know that.
Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor.
I didn't know that.
Or get 2 facing jump seats. Optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space.
I didn't know that either.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes. Exercise your imagination. And join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Edward's Tug And Salvage is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Bob Crane was heard as Bernard Edwards. Featured in the cast were Ruby Person, Les Tremaine, Luke Krugman, Jack Edwards, and Dick Van Patten. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's story of an FBI agent who almost loses his life in the line of duty. Larceny on the Lake. Starring Bob Crane. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Comparing the total cost of ownership is the only way to be sure you get your money's worth when buying a new car. And Ford says there are 3 important considerations that make up the total cost of ownership: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Don't overlook that last one, trade-in value. I'd like to give you some interesting facts about trade-in that are difficult for the average consumer to come by. Like the fact that based on a national average of NADA wholesale prices, both the 1973 Torino and the 1973 Gran Torino returned more of their original purchase price than their closest sales competition. The facts speak for themselves. A solid, well-made car will generally return more at trade-in. Ford says that's one of the reasons why Torino is the best-selling car in its class.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Among the several million people in the United States who have fingerprinted arrest records, hundreds possess exceptionally fertile imaginations and sharp cunning. They lay their plans as shrewdly and carefully as an army readies an offensive. Their scouts move out in front to seek vulnerable attack points. Scouts record the movements of a watchman. Scouts find the best escape routes, the locations of automatic alarms, and learn how they may be deactivated. Today's drama concerns such an operation and how its foe, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, meets the challenge. At an FBI field office in one of the Great Lakes cities, Agent Jim Snyder is reporting to Agent in Charge Medford.
Morning, Mr. Medford. I'm Jim Snyder.
Good morning, Snyder. Glad to have you with us. When did you get in?
Landed at the airport half an hour ago.
Well, sit down. I'll explain why we had you transferred to this office.
No, thank you.
We've had a lot of thefts along the lakefront lately. We're convinced it's the work of a well-organized gang.
Well, how come the thefts are under our jurisdiction?
Well, they weren't until last night's job, when they stole 10 shipping cartons of cameras belonging to the Army.
Any of the men identified?
No, the few times they've been seen, they wore masks.
How about the boat?
It's been described as a fishing boat. Now, we've checked all registrations. Nothing's turned up.
Wouldn't a fishing boat be a little slow for a getaway?
From the reports we've had, the boat apparently had a souped-up engine. It roared away from each job.
And no leads, huh?
Just one. The police checked on boats at every fishing village on the North Shore. One of the boats had been out each night that a dock had been raided. And on each of those nights, it had returned without any fish.
Any idea who owns the boat?
Yeah, a man called Slim Wilcox. He has a crew, and the captain is Peter Cassidy.
We know anything about him?
Well, we know that Wilcox and Cassidy have criminal records.
They've been brought in for questioning?
No. First of all, their boathouse isn't large enough to hold the loot, so there'd be no evidence. And what's more, they've been commercial fishermen for 15 years, so they can justify their boat and their business.
Can't the cameras be traced through their serial numbers?
A list of the numbers has been circulated, but it'll take time to get a feedback. We just got a break, which might help us crack the case sooner.
What's that?
This morning on Route 53, a tank truck had a minor accident. The police picked up the driver and learned the tank was full of diesel oil consigned to Slim Wilcox.
Diesel oil? For the boat?
That's what we figured. We found the name of the man who sold the oil as Mac Franklin. We sent Wilcox a fake message from the driver of the truck saying the delivery would be delayed a couple of hours. And that brings us up to you, Snyder.
You want me to deliver the oil, is that it?
Yeah, if you volunteer, it's up to you.
I'll do it.
You sent for me, sir? Yeah, come in. Gene Douglas, meet Jim Snyder.
How are you?
Have a chair, Gene. I've just been briefing Snyder on these pier jobs.
Oh, good. I take it Slim Wilcox has never seen the driver of the tank truck.
No. Apparently, the Franklin guy hires drivers on a one-shot basis. He gives each one a stolen truck. When the oil's been delivered, the driver ditches the truck. Now then, when you deliver the oil, I want you to find some way to wangle yourself into the Wilcox organization.
Yes, sir.
We'll get you some old clothes and arrange to have you pick up the truck.
What's the name of the truck driver you picked up?
Danny Gray.
Where do I find Wilcox?
He's in a little place called Jamestown. Gene Douglas here has gotten a job as a clerk in a tobacco shop up there. You'll communicate with our office through him.
Fair enough.
And don't show any surprise when you walk into the store. The cigarette stand, 3 or 4 hotels up there, as well as the tobacco shop I'll be in, still give customers a chance to win their cigars and cigarettes with a roll of the dice.
You mean they're still playing the old 26 game? Complete with the green felt board and the leather cup?
Right.
Someone said the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's been a long time since I played.
We'll both get a chance to brush up on the game, if we can keep from being shot at.
Come in.
Hi. Just got a call from Centerville. The truck got through okay. The fence offered $8,500 for the cameras.
That's not enough. Anything else?
Yeah. Buck told me to tell you there's a guy outside with a tank truck of diesel oil.
Good. That'll be the stuff from Mac Franklin. I'll go talk to him. And, Harry, get Centerville on a horn and tell him we want 10 G's for the cameras.
Okay, Slim, will do.
Hey, you the oil guy?
Yeah.
Where's the truck?
Over by the tanks. I'm Danny Gray. You Slim Wilcox?
Yeah.
The tanks are locked. I can't unload them.
Well, I'll unlock them.
Oh,
Come on.
Thanks.
Is it top-grade stuff?
I don't know. I didn't heist it.
You tell Franklin we had trouble with the last load.
No, I won't be seeing him.
How come?
This is a one-way haul. After I unload here, I ditch the truck. Do you know anybody who needs it?
No.
You know where a guy could catch on?
No, why?
I got in a crap game on the way down here. Got clean.
Ah, that's too bad. There. Both tanks are open. There's a double sawbuck. Should get you out of town.
Hey, look, I don't want no handout.
Well, you pay me back sometime. When you get the oil unloaded, call Buck. He'll unlock the gate and let you out.
Thanks.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the redwood forest to the ocean water. This land was made for you and me.
America, the greatest nation on earth. But as our country continues to grow, it must face the problems of expansion, such as the now ominous shortages of fuel and energy. There are ways you can help conserve these vital resources. Reduce thermostat settings by 2 or 3 degrees. Shut off lights and heat in rooms not in use. And reduce the consumption of electricity in late afternoon or evening. Remember, in conserving fuel and energy, you help yourself and your community.
This land was made for you and me.
Service message is presented by the President's Office of Emergency Preparedness and the Office of Consumer Affairs.
Good evening, sir. May I help you?
A package of pipe cleaners, please.
Here's some right here. Watch it, Jim. There's a guy in the phone booth in back of you to the right.
How much are these?
37 cents with tax. Like to roll for him?
Yeah, sure.
Costs a dime a line. What number do you want?
6s.
3 on 1. That's 5 on 2. Yeah, the guy left. How'd you make out, Jim?
Well, I deliver the oil, but didn't get a job. However, one of Slim's men said they're getting ready for another heist.
When?
Tonight, I think.
Did you see any trace of the loot?
No, and I couldn't spot any place where they might be keeping it.
Well, if they're working tonight, we better put stage 2 into operation. Customer coming in. Well, that beats you, bud. Pay up.
Hey, Cassidy. Yes, Slim? Go round up the men. We're ready to shove off. Okay. Harry?
Yeah, what is it, Slim?
What about the truck?
We're all set.
You got it straight where we make the meet?
Williamstown Bridge.
Right. You'll be there at 11:30. If we don't show in half an hour, just pull away.
Gotcha.
Hey! Hey, you guys!
Who's that? I can't see in the dark over there.
It's that guy that delivered the oil. He's outside the gate.
What you want?
I gotta talk to you. It's important.
Let's go see what he wants. I don't like him hanging around here.
Okay, you. What's so important?
Look, I just got a tip they're going to knock you guys off tonight.
How did you get a tip like that?
Who says we're going to get knocked off? I ran into an old buddy. He's got a pipeline to a pal on the force. He says the cops are out in the breakwater right now. They're going to search every fishing boat as it passes through.
How come you make me such a partner?
I figure I owed you after you staked me to that double sawbuck.
Hey, Slim!
Yeah?
There was a phone call just now from Big Joe. He asked, is Slim gone yet? And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, if he ain't, stop him. And I said, why? He said, the cops are out at the breakwater. And then
we know already.
And then he said, well, when they get through out there, they're going to case every boathouse on its shore.
What are they going to case the boathouse for?
Well, Big Joe said for fishing boats with diesel engines in them. And I said, like ours? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what should we do? And he said, well, we...
Okay, we know what to do. Harry, go cut the motor. Cassidy?
Yeah?
Go get Al. Tell him I want the motor taken out of that boat, like, right now.
Well, Al ain't around, Slim. He's out heisting a car for us to use tonight.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is a lousy break.
You need some help?
Yeah, we need plenty.
I can get the motor out for you.
A big diesel?
Sure, I did the same job 2 years ago in Detroit. Took the whole thing out in less than an hour.
Okay, mister, you get a see if you can do it, like, right now.
$100 doesn't interest me.
Now, what does?
I told you this afternoon, a job.
You get that motor out clean, on time, you got one.
Put me through to Agent Medford, please. Hello, this is Gene Douglas. I'm in a phone booth. Thought it's safer than putting the call through the switchboard in that two-bit hotel I'm living in. Yeah, Snyder got the job. He contacted me this afternoon. He reports to Slim Wilcox every morning, hangs around the boathouse till about 3, then is dismissed. Well, they replaced the diesel in the boat, but there's no action yet. He did run into a piece of luck, though. Overheard one of the mobs say that a truck took the loot to Centerville. It ties in with the raid the Centerville police made this morning. They arrested a fence and found the cameras that were stolen from the government. No, the Wilcox mob isn't implicated yet. The fence wouldn't talk. That's right. Well, we'll keep on it. I'll get back with a report as soon as there's any action. Yes, sir. Goodbye. Anything else, sir?
Oh, that'll do it for today.
59 cents, please. Out of $1. 60, 70, 75, and $1. Thank you, sir.
I'm sure getting tired of playing 26, but I must admit shaking dice gives me something to do while I'm waiting for your customers to leave. Look, I better talk fast while I have the chance.
New developments?
Plenty. There's action tonight. I report back at 8. They're using the boat.
Are you in on it?
No. They put me on the unloading assignment.
Where?
That's the catch. I only know I'm being driven there.
Is Stage 3 in operation?
No, but it will be. Are you set up?
As soon as we hear from you, we'll be ready.
And warn everybody on the team. They've got a regular arsenal of stolen weapons aboard that boat. Enough for a small army.
That figures. Be extra careful, Jim, whatever else you do.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do all we can to protect you.
Thanks. Oh, no. Not another interruption. Okay, give me the dice cup.
Looking back, State Farm was built on low rates.
State Farm agent Gabe Franco talks about saving on car insurance.
For the energy crisis, most individuals are interested in saving that buck. Consider, as you think about paying those low rates, you might come up with that extra buck to buy that extra gallon of gas. With low rates, it may make your money go a lot further.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hey, hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
A message from the Council for Financial Aid to Education and this station. College students now march to a different drummer, and sometimes it seems to no drummer at all. But what matters most is that colleges continue educating. Students and their parents pay tuitions to make this possible, but the money they pay just doesn't go far enough. 2/3 of college costs must come from other sources, including contributions from friends of colleges. How can you be the friend of a college? You can believe that educating young people is the main thing, not whether they're singing football songs or folk songs. You can be willing to back up your belief with a gift, because colleges need money to march ahead. A lot of that money must come from people like you. Give to the college of your choice. Now.
Hey, right against the wall. Hey, that makes it an even dollar you owe me, Danny.
I'm out of practice. Haven't tossed quarters since I left Vietnam. All right, watch this.
Okay. Hey, that's pretty good. But I think I could beat that one, too.
You're slipping, Buck. You just cut my IOU back to 75 cents. Hey, it's almost 10 o'clock. When do we leave?
Whenever Harry says. He's going to drive us out to meet the boat. We're going to use the car that Al heisted. Hey, let's see you beat that one. Oh, hiya, Harry. We going to leave?
Not just yet. And you, Danny Gray, or whatever your name is, keep your hands out of your pockets.
What do you mean?
Well, what's with the gun, Harry?
Ask him. He should know. Mac Franklin, the fellow we bought the oil from, he called to make sure it had been delivered okay. He described the driver he hired. I'll tell you something, it sure ain't this guy.
Are you sure, Harry?
Of course I'm sure.
Hey, what's all this about?
You know what it's about, you think. Now turn around. Hey, who opened that window?
He did. Said the boathouse air was too stinky with the diesel fumes.
Close it and lock it.
Okay.
All right, now give me a hand. Get him out to the car. We'll take him with us to meet the boat at Crawford's Point.
Okay, Cassidy. Back it up a little. All right, just a hair more. Okay, now you got it. Hey, Mike, you get up there with a line and make us fast.
Right.
Okay, Cassidy, cut the motor. All right, the rest of you guys, start unloading.
Slim, everything okay?
Yeah, what?
Well, that guy Gray's a fink. We got a call from Mac Franklin. He blew the whistle on him. Mac told me what his driver looked like. I gotta tell you, this guy ain't even close.
Is he a copper from that Canadian mine?
I don't know. Ain't nothing in his pockets to tell by.
Where is he now?
In the car. I got him all tied up. Al and Buck are watching him. He's still out cold from me conking him.
Bring him over here and put him in a boat. When we get out to the deep water again, we're gonna lose him.
Okay, Slim.
And if he looks like he's gonna trap too, honk him again.
Right.
Hey, what's Slim say, Harry?
When we head back to that boathouse, we're gonna deep six this guy. All right, now. Help me get him out of here.
Yeah.
Stand where you are, all of you. This is the FBI.
What?
Hands up, everybody.
Oh, no.
Turn on the floodlights, men. Cover the deck and the boat. And you two. Put that man down gently and untie his wrists.
No.
You okay, Jim?
Whew. Hey, that was a real skull popper. Oh, boy. Hey, am I glad to see you guys.
I knew you were a think, Gray, but...
Special Agent Snyder to you.
I didn't guess you were FBI. How'd you know where we were meeting that boat, anyway?
I needed that fresh air even more than I realized at the time.
What's he talking about?
We had a microphone outside the boathouse window. I put it there when I opened it. Agent Douglas picked up the information on his receiver at the tobacco shop and relayed it to Medford at the field office.
Hey, but you said the air in the boathouse stank.
Yeah, it did stink in there, Buck. It sure did. But I think it's a lot cleaner now.
Look, you don't have to sell me on them. I know all about them.
You know everything about these Ford pickups I'm selling?
Sure, I know about Ford's twin I-beam front suspension. I know you get front disc brakes standard.
But do you know we give you a choice of an economical 6 or one of 3 V8s?
Sure.
You know about Ford's all-new Super Cab? The only 2-door pickup with the extra room for a full back seat?
Super cab? Ford Super Cab pickup. It seats a family of 6 in sedan-like comfort. I didn't know that. Or did you know that Super Cab's optional full-width rear seat folds flat to make a load floor? Yeah? Or that you can get optional facing jump seats that fold out of the way? Or with no rear seats at all, you get a full 44 cubic feet of extra storage space? I didn't know that either. That's it. Ford's new Super Cab. Like all Ford pickups, it works like a truck, rides like a car. That I knew. Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Larceny on the Lake was adapted for radio by Glenn Hall Taylor. Bob Crane was heard as Jim Sider. Featured in the cast were Marvin Miller, Mike Rye, Jerry Dexter, and Herb Ellis. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's outsized story of heroism in Korea. I'm the Lamb. Starring Bob Crane. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report. Car buyers today are giving serious thought to the real cost of car ownership. Not only purchase price, but operating economy and trade-in value. What about operating economy? Well, consider gas mileage. Lots of Ford LTD owners have discovered that adjusting how they drive results in surprisingly good gas mileage. And consider maintenance. The estimated average cost for 50,000 miles of normal driving in the 74 LTD versus the 73 LTD can be as much as $182 less in scheduled maintenance. Compared to its nearest sales competitor, LTD maintenance schedule specifies fewer spark plug changes, fuel filter changes, and chassis lubes for more savings. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class, evidence that for many it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
Heroism in Korea came in many flavors, as the principals of our story would say. Vanilla, chocolate, and red-blooded. On the Lamb stood for OLAM, an elite group of chopper pilots and support people who risk their lives every day to fly out the wounded from the front lines. Not always regular Army, and in fact not regular at all, they nevertheless performed a vital function in that war. This is the story of some of their deeds.
Come and get it! Come and get it! Get your ice cream tickets right here!
Hold it! Sergeant Bostoni, what are you doing?
Are you Roger Dodger?
Lieutenant Peterson to you.
Hot, isn't it, Lieutenant Peterson?
Oh, yes, it is.
Bernie's bringing the ice cream from Seoul.
Oh, well, call me Roger.
I thought so. Quarter gonna do you?
Roger, save me a fudgesicle.
I got you and you got it. All right, since I thought you. Don't be nervous. You're gonna get yours. All right. Hey! on cue. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. The chance anyway. Are you tired of combat? Hey, Suspense got the cure. That's going to be a quarter for you. I got no change. I'm going to keep you $1, and you come back tomorrow and give me some more, all right?
Hi, Grand Central. This is Bernie Rosen coming in.
Roger, Bernie, what's with the sewing machine?
I ran out of thread.
Well, be careful. You crash, and that'll be the stickiest wreck this side of...
Don't worry.
All right, Private Floyd, what's going on here?
Nothing, Captain. Just helping Lieutenant Rosen into the landing pattern. Hey, terrific! Sorry, sir.
There's a lot of commotion for one chopper lane.
Well, begging the captain's pardon, sir, but it's the Ice Cream Express.
Well, why didn't you say so? Tell Lieutenant Rosen I want to report right away.
Yes, sir. Vanilla or chocolate?
Chocolate. Come in, Bernie. Sit down.
Chocolate.
Thanks.
What's up, Hurt?
Bernie is my exec and the man these guys look up to. You got to do something about discipline here at Olam. How's it going to look to our Korean friends?
I didn't think they ever looked.
Well, General Wakefield is. I just got a note from his aide.
Oh, the chicken colonel, Mason Dangerfield.
Lieutenant Chicken Colonel.
Figuristic?
All right, nonetheless. Wakefield is strung out. On the one side, we're doing our job.
Better than that, we're the best air rescue and artillery spotting section in this whole,
I agree, but we don't look it. We look like a broken-down air circus.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what am I doing here anyway?
And you got to speak to Zeus. He's had someone paint on the lamb on the sign-in operations. Now, how do you do this at headquarters?
Sounds like trouble.
Yeah, let's find out.
Grand Central, this is Bravo, Angel. The hordes of Asia are on my tail, and I got baskets full for the medicine man. Mayday, Mayday.
Roger, Bravo Angel. We read you. What is your position?
6 miles east at coordinates 2234. Could use a bushel full of assists.
Floyd, hit the A channel. See if there's any fighter cover in the area.
This is Grand Central. We have bandits chasing an ambulance. Coordinates 2234, 6 miles east of Weejonbu. Any listeners?
Grand Central, this is Red Devil Flight Leader. Heard the Mayday, have forward flight at angle 20 and coming down for assist.
Bravo Angel, you have friendlies coming. Hang in there.
I see him. Give him the hots, Red Devil. Oh, look at that chicken little running for the barnyard. They did it, Grand Central. I'm coming home.
Roger, Bravo Angel. Red Devil, you have our thanks.
Copy dog live. Copy off. Need you one these days. Red Devil out.
I'll get it, Floyd. Oh, Lamb, Rosen. Yeah. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Oh, sorry, Colonel Dangerfield. Only kidding. Yuck. Right? Yes, sir. We'll get right on it. Hey, heard some news. General Wakefield and the squad of his men got themselves trapped behind the North Korean lines.
They tell you where?
Yeah, I'll show you on the map.
Okay.
Captain, that's Peterson landing now.
All right, tell Zeus to check the chopper and refuel. Also have the other section crew chiefs get ours ready. Okay, Bernie, where?
Dangerfield says they were hiding near Hill 23 here.
All right, where's the enemy?
As near as you can tell, all around them, and they don't know the general's trapped up there. You know, Herc, we could just leave them. It would solve a problem.
That's not funny, Bernie. Floyd?
Sir?
See if you can raise General Wakefield on the Army wavelength.
Right. What's his call sign, Captain?
Pigtail.
Pigtail? That's apropos. Pigtail, this is Grand Central. Do you copy?
Done. Right, we copy. Grand Central, are your choppers on the way?
Give me the mic, Floyd. Pigtail, this is Grand Central Leader. We'll be off in less than 5 minutes. Now, what's all the noise?
Forget the noise. Get us out of here.
Pigtail, about that inspection of my section.
Y'all got him, Hart.
Maybe you might think about withdrawing it while we scoot up there, huh?
Blackmail, GC Leader. But under the circumstances, maybe your screw-ups can do this job better than anyone.
Yeah, I thought you might see it that way. How many men with you?
6, plus myself. But look, I've got one wounded.
They got the transmitter, Captain.
Yeah, let's hope that's all they got.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season. To stores.
To school.
Out to the swimming pool. To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
Short trips never give your car a chance to warm up and eliminate engine-damaging deposits. Short trips call for Quaker State Motor Oil. It gives quality protection against these harmful deposits. And now when we need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
Project Hope is reaching out, bringing hope to more countries around the world this year than ever before. Newest addition to Hope's international programs is Ethiopia, where Project Hope's doctors, nurses, and other medical specialists will be working side by side with Ethiopians, teaching while they treat. Since 1960, Hope has trained more than 7,000 physicians, dentists, nurses, and other healthcare personnel, has helped establish new schools of nursing, dentistry, and physical therapy in several countries, and assisted in the development of hospitals, teaching institutions, and public health services. Hope's work has been heralded by heads of many nations, its services requested by many, many more.
Hope is training and sharing. Hope is treating and caring. Help you to what hope's all about. Help Project Hope reach out.
Help Hope reach out. Right, Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Well, don't hurt Mother.
This is Chicky, too, and I got my eye on him, leader.
All right, stay closed up and we'll be heroes by morning. Remember, no lights. ETA 1 minute and Pigtail will light a flare, then it's in for all the eggs. Roger, you're in first. Bernie, you lay out those homemade bombs of yours in front of their position, then duck in as soon as Roger gets off. Roger, Roger?
Roger.
Leader, you gonna call in the artillery?
All right, there's the flare. Yeah, go, Roger.
On my way down.
Pom-pom, Daddy, this is Eagle Leader. Do you read?
Bye-bye, Eagle Leader. Just sight us and we'll do your bidding. I ain't gonna watch it. Lots of ground fire coming up.
Thanks, Bernie. Go, Pom-pom.
Leader, got my quota. I'm hurrying home.
Roger, Roger. Pom-pom, nice work, but try 200 up and left 10.
Eagle Leader, the IRT subway is out and run a jam to the hangars.
Roger, Bernie. I'm dropping in now. Pom-pom, Daddy, that's it. Go to sleep for the night. All right, come on, General.
About time, Papa.
All right, get in here. Getting eager down there. We going to make it, Captain? Maybe. I think we took some shrapnel in the gas tank, though. I think it was our own fire, not the ground forces. I'll do it every time. You okay? Yeah. Well, I thought I was about to spend the rest of my days in a North Korean prison. Hate to admit this to you, Captain, but your boys do fly. We'll get by, General. Mayday, Mayday. Eagle Leader going down 1 mile south, original position. Hang on, General. Have to be a bit rough on the tail. Right. Mayday, Mayday. This is Eagle Leader. Impact 1 mile south of first pickup.
Roger, Eagle Leader. We are reading.
General? You all right? Yeah. Okay, hit my head. Hey, we crashed? You called it. Well, let's go before the North gets a patrol on. Wait. Let me grab the radio. We're going to need it. Did I hear an acknowledgement from your outfit before we crashed? Yeah, with any luck, come morning we can radio and get a pickup. Let's do it now. With respect, sir, I figure we've alerted the whole of the North Korean army. So the sooner we get away from this wreck, the better chance we have of being picked up safely. And that shouldn't be till morning. Yeah, I think you're right. All right. We take too big a chance of having all your choppers shot out from the air. Sure, and then who'll go for the ice cream? General Wakefield? Wake up, sir.
Huh? Yeah. Tell him I'll call him back.
General, it's Herc. Come on, we gotta get moving.
Huh? Captain?
Yeah.
Ooh, now I remember. Cats, I was having a great dream, and this sure ain't it.
I know. Look, I haven't spotted any patrol, so I'm going to try to raise my people.
Good. Have them bring breakfast.
Grand Central, this is Eagle Leader, over.
Eagle, this is Grand Central. Are we glad to hear your voice?
Nice of you to return my call. Our position is Jesus Sector, coordinates 7833 and 44212, over.
We copy, Eagle Leader. Do you have pigtail?
Roger, what's your ETA, our position?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
What the?
Interrupted service, Captain. No, I would not go for your gun.
Hey, who are you? What's the meaning of this?
To that, my general, I respectfully suggest you are now the prisoners of Lieutenant Pak Hong, People's Republic of Korea. Come, I have some of your friends with me.
How do you feed a hot fudge brownie delight to a Chinese dragon? I don't know. How? With 22-foot chopsticks.
Our hot fudge brownie delight is a super chocolate treat. 2 nutty pecan brownies, a mound of Dairy Queen, hot fudge, whipped topping, and a cherry. It's scrumptious.
Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
Ted Brown here with the new Seekers for Johnny Horizon 76. Let's put our power to work. Plant a tree. Pretty up a neighborhood. Get involved. Let's clean up America for our 200th birthday. Can you dig it? You can. Write Johnny Horizon 76, Washington, D.C.
There's only the 2 guards. Maybe we can...
General, as a senior prisoner, you will please take charge of this motley group.
Under the orders of the war, you're obliged to let us rest 10 minutes of every hour.
As my prisoners, you will do as I wish. Everyone up. Follow me!
Where are you marching us to, Lieutenant?
My unit is several kilometers north. We will go there. You will be interrogated, General. Sergeant, get up. Get him up!
Come on. Kirk, give the man a hand. If it's all right with Lieutenant Hung.
Come on, Sergeant. Put your arm around my shoulder.
Oh, thanks. I couldn't make it any further.
I will not tolerate an impulse away. Help him or we will shoot him now.
You need some help, Kirk?
No, I got him. Easy, Sergeant. Just lean on me.
I will kill all of you, but I continue.
No, you won't, Hung. You two, your superiors will be unhappy about losing an American general.
Sergeant, what's your outfit?
25th Division Recon, sir. You're my boss.
Nice to be among friends. Kirk, what do you figure?
That my boys have called for the artillery to deploy our capture. They must have assumed that someone got to us. That means your choppers could arrive any minute.
Allah! Artillery, stop! We will go on!
Let's hope so, General. Here, Sergeant, let me help you again.
Hurry! Move forward!
Eric, I know these roads. I think Hung is lost. Why? Unless the last situation report is wrong, we're headed toward our own lines. General, listen. That may be my guys.
What are you so interested in, Captain? The helicopter? As long as we stick inside the tree line, they will never see us.
How is it, Lieutenant? You speak English so well.
Aha! You expect me to do a whole joke about UTLA? No. USC. But I am people from public now, General. Hot cheese! Take a point! Quick way!
General, here they come again.
Take a treat! Go down!
What's wrong, Lieutenant? Scared?
Get down like hey!
General, choppers. They're using smoke.
What got into you, Hung? It's why I waited. No time. You must take my gun and knock me out.
Why?
I am double agent, American. But no one think I work for them. That is why I wait to shoot the radio after Captain talk with unit. My men watch me. You must hit me now and go. And General, say nothing. This more secret.
Right. Sorry about this. General, where are you? I can't see you in all this smoke. Oh, there you are. Where's Hung? I'll tell you later. Come on. The choppers are waiting. Thank you. I've only got a few minutes and then I'll have to get back to division. But I want you to know that despite the garbage dump look of this old am outfit, I'm proud of you all. Thanks, sir. Out of my way, Sergeant.
Sir, I didn't mean...
This will be taken care of at once. Captain Papadopoulos?
Colonel, something wrong?
Yeah, what is it, Colonel Dangerfield? I found this man, this person...
Sergeant Bastoni, Colonel.
This sergeant selling rides to the indigenous population.
No, wait a minute.
I think what he says is dirty.
Government property being used in this disgusting manner. Wait a minute. Cool off, Mason. Just what is disgusting? Herc, you're in trouble about selling rides?
They was just sunbathing.
Zeus, wait a minute. Now, what's this about sunbathers?
I will not have it. It's so unmilitary.
Just a little sightseeing, Captain. Me and Bernie were taking the folks up and sort of peeking at one of the bathing spots. That's all.
Captain, I think we'd better have that talk we talked about. Now, this matter has a lot.
Now hear this. B Company's in trouble. Man the chopper. Now hear this. B Company needs on the land. Man the chopper.
Everybody up in there. All right, come on, you guys.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Lamb is an original radio drama by Keith Walker. Bob Crane was heard as Captain Hercules Papadopoulos. Featured in the cast were Herb Bolan, Casey Kasem, Ben Cooper, Les Tremaine, and Donald Butler. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley B. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's chiller drama, Blood in the Snow. And a corpse takes a sleigh ride. Monty Markham. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed. Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
It was William Gilbert of the comic opera team of Gilbert and Sullivan who wrote, "A policeman's lot is not a happy one." And the officer is undoubtedly unhappiest when his neighbors become suspect in a murder case he's handling. Our lawman is the sheriff stationed in the little ski resort town of Putneyville, high in the Sierras. He is on first-name terms with the townspeople, and his duties are ordinarily confined to handling unruly inebriates, ticketing scofflaw motorists, and breaking up fistfights among vacationing, rambunctious young males. On this particular day, his routine was no different from that of any other, until about noon. Then his telephone rang.
Sheriff's Office, Bill Minden. A murder. Where? Yes, Mr. Edmonds. I'll be over within 10 minutes. 5 if the old chief will start in this cold weather. Man, oh man. I remember like it was only yesterday how that noonday phone call really shook me. I hadn't had a homicide on my hands since I'd left the Los Angeles Police Department. In L.A., I'd worked my way through from rookie to sergeant. Paid pretty good, but I'm a country boy at heart. I got tired of the smog and the creeps and the junkies. Went the civil service route for this job as sheriff in Putneyville. And the pay is not as good as in L.A., but the air is a whole lot better. Well, I got the Jeep started without too much trouble and headed for the bottom of the ski run with my red flasher blinking and the siren whining. Over here, Sheriff.
Thank goodness you're here, Sheriff. Oh, this is awful.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky having a sleigh drive up with a dead man holding the reins, even if you're not sober.
You mean the mayor found her way here with him dead in the sleigh?
Yeah. She came to a stop right where she is now. We were sitting by the campfire. First, we thought Jim had fallen asleep. I reached up and shook his arm, and he toppled over on the seat like he is now. That's when I called you.
Now, when he rolled over, I thought he was stoned.
And you said his name was Jim? Jim who?
Jim Stanley. He's an attorney who lives in Los Angeles. He and his girl came up for the weekend.
Where's she?
Who knows?
Had they been quarreling or anything?
I don't know. We hadn't seen them since early morning.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw them. Jim and Elsa drove by in a sleigh about an hour before a horse brought it back. They were heading towards town, and they were fighting like a couple of cats over a doggy bag.
What were they fighting about?
I don't know. All I heard was Elsa screaming, "I'm leaving at once!" You know, real dramatic, like Betty Davis on The Late Show. And then she yelled, "Half-Pa Kitty, pack my clothes!"
See the fellow who manages the camp cottages?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Are you sure you called me as soon as you found out he was dead?
Yes, Sheriff. The minute he toppled over, I ran to the phone in the lobby of the ski lodge.
That's right. Old Bob was in there quicker than you could say whatever it is you say when you're quicker than.
Well, if you did call right away, it's just possible the Sleigh could have gotten back here after Mr. Stanley had sent her off on the morning train.
Yeah, could be.
Well, the bullet wasn't fired up close.
Oh? How can you tell?
The gun's fired at close range. The hole it makes is bigger around than the bullet. This one can't be more than a .38 caliber.
Maybe even a .32.
Well, it's possible. Well, you don't run into too many of them. Oh, by the way, you folks know where the girlfriend of the deceased can be reached?
You have Elsa's Hollywood address, haven't you, Sally?
It's in my address book in the cottage.
I'd like to have it if you don't mind. And I'd appreciate it if you folks stuck around. As a matter of fact, I'm afraid I have to insist on it.
Yes, of course we'll stay, Sheriff.
You can always find me in the bar.
The way you're going, friend, you're apt to wind up under it. This altitude, too much sauce kind of makes your breath come in short pants. As my daddy used to say.
Well, that one too don't bother me any. I'm used to being high.
Well, just be careful you don't pass out the snow. Pneumonia ain't any fun.
You're not going to leave poor Jim's body there in the sleigh, are you?
No, ma'am. I'm going to radio for the coroner. Bill Minden calling the sheriff's station. You read me? Over.
Loud and clear. Over.
Luther, you better send the coroner over to the bottom of the ski lift. Looks like we've got a murder on our hands.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs with a Ford Car Buyers Report on a subject that car buyers are giving serious thought to. The real cost of owning a car, which Ford feels involves three considerations: what you pay for it, how much it costs to operate, and trade-in value. What about purchase price? Well, Ford believes that the 74 LTD offers car buyers who need and want the 6-passenger comfort and quiet ride of a full-size car a real alternative to a big full-size car. The Ford LTD, up to 400 pounds lighter than some medium-priced full-size cars. The LTD is also sticker-priced up to $900 less. And you'll be pleasantly surprised at the luxury and driving peace of mind that the LTD offers. The 1974 LTD is the best-selling car in its price class, evidence that for many people, it's the best solution to owning a full-size car.
The well-made Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
You're 17, 18. You've graduated from high school. You want to make something of yourself, but you don't have that something to make it with, like money for 4 years of college. What do? Well, you don't need 4 years of college to get a good job. Today, there's a crying need for technicians in exciting fields like oceanography, electronic data processing, health service, environmental control, forestry, and many others. Technicians earn twice the salary of the average high school graduate. Some even make more than 4-year college graduates. All you need is a year or two of technical training. To learn how you can become a technician, send for our free booklet. It's called 25 Technical Careers. Write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202. If you can't afford 4 years of college, write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202, and make something of yourself.
Well, the coroner examined the body, and his conclusions were about the same as mine. We took the body back to town, then I got the 3 skiers into my office, questioned them, and made out the reports. Turned out that the sober fellow and the girl who'd met me at the ski slope were Mr. and Mrs. Robert Edmonds. The fellow that'd been a little buzzed, the one they called Chuck, was Charles Dixon. Like Jim Stanley and Elsa Morgan, they were all from Los Angeles. All 3 of them seemed cooperative, but I wasn't getting enough information. So the next morning, I drove up to Pa Kenny's cottage camp. Figured he might know something. Mr. Kenny? Mr. Kenny?
Yes? Oh, it's you, Sheriff. What brings you here?
Morning, Mr. Kenny. Are any of the people from the skiing party around here this morning?
One of them is. The drinking one.
Where are the other 2? Do you know?
Mr. Edmonds said he was going into Putneyville for some ski wax. Just a little while after he left, his wife said she needed some fresh air. She took a walk.
Where's Mr. Dixon?
In his cottage. Hey, if you come up here about the shooting last night, wouldn't do no harm to talk to him.
Oh, about what?
That girl who's missing. There's something going on between them two.
You hadn't Miss Morgan had a thing about Mr. Dixon?
If you ask me, she's got a thing about anything that wears trousers. But I didn't need glasses to see that Mr. Dixon's got hankering for her, too.
You think maybe he wanted Mr. Stanley out of the way?
Wouldn't put it past him.
Well, I'll talk with him. But we don't want to accuse anybody until we can tie him in with the murder. So far, I haven't found a motive and haven't even been able to find the gun Mr. Stanley was killed with.
Hello, Sheriff. Hello, Mr. Kinney. I thought my wife might be in here.
Yeah, she went for a walk right after you left.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll go back out and take a look around.
Holy smoke!
What's that?
Maybe that's Sally.
Now look over there, between the driveway and the trees. Rub some of the snow on it.
Yeah. Sally? Sally, what happened?
It's you, Paul.
Yes,
Thank
Jim.
heaven.
What happened, Mrs. Edmonds?
Did you get him, Sheriff?
Who are you talking about, Mrs. Edmonds?
Well, I was walking along here when a man came out of the underbrush at the edge of the woods. Over there.
Yes?
And he was carrying Elsa in his arms.
Elsa?
Are you sure?
Yes. I recognized her clothes. I called out to him, and he turned, and then he began to come toward me. I started to run from him, but I stumbled, and I became so frightened. I just fainted, that's all.
Miss Edmonds, did you recognize him?
Yes. He's the man who did our jobs for Jim Stanley. Jim was building a vacation lodge on that acreage he owned up near the summit.
That'd be Burnett.
Yeah, that's his name. Jim fired him yesterday. I hear they had quite a row.
I'll take a run up to Burnett's cabin and have a talk with him. I got in the Jeep and bounced my way up to Burnett's cabin. I pulled to a stop and snuck up to the front door. I stood to one side in case he might be in a shooting mood. I pushed it open. Nothing happened. I eased it open wider and looked all around the single room. Burnett sure wasn't in there, but Elsa Morgan was, and she was dead.
Steve DeSetnik, Chief Engineer, WCVB-TV.
If I were buying a TV color receiver today, it would be 100% solid state.
RCA asked these TV chief engineers a question you could be asking yourself. If you were buying a color TV, would you pick a tube type set or 100% solid state? Robert Porter, KMEX TV.
I'd buy a 100% solid state set for the low maintenance, high reliability, and low power consumption.
In a nationwide survey, 95% of the TV chief engineers polled said they'd prefer to buy solid state for their next color TV. So if you've been asking yourself the question, you know what these experts say. Otis Freeman, New York.
I'd buy 100% solid state like the RCA XL100.
For color, for reliability, consider the new RCAs. Every one is an RCA XL100. 100% solid state. Don't settle for less.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her, the promise of personal development, of friends and fun, the promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
I got Elsa Morgan's body into town. Coroner took charge, and I returned to my office. I was making out a report on my newest homicide when the phone rang. It's Bob Edmonds, calling me from Pa Kinney's place.
Sheriff, I thought you ought to know. When Chuck Dixon heard about Elsa's body being found in Burnett's cabin, he tore out of here like a madman. Said he was going to find the man who killed her. He has a gun with him. Sheriff, how was Elsa killed?
She was shot. Coroner thinks it may be the same gun that killed Stanley. She'd been dead for some time, it appears.
Then she'd been killed before Sally saw her being carried up the road?
Mm-hmm, that's what I'd guess. Any idea where Burnett might be now?
No, not the slightest.
Well, Mr. Edmonds, thanks for calling. I guess I'll have to be a one-man dragnet and try to find him. Goodbye.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello, Burnett. I was just about to go looking for you.
Yeah, I figured it would. Sooner or later, come to give myself up. Oh, I ain't done nothing wrong, you understand, but I got things to tell you.
Like what?
Well, today I'm out working my trap line, about noon it was, and I hear shots, 2 shots. I think it's hunters, so I pay no attention. I keep walking down the ravine, following my line, and pretty soon I find a revolver lying there in the snow, right by one of my traps it was, like it had been thrown there.
Then what?
I puts the gun in my pocket and keeps walking the line. A few minutes later, I find this girl's body propped up against a snowbank. I recognize her as the girl Mr. Stanley brought with him this trip.
Miss Morgan?
Yeah, she's been shot. So I picks her up to take her to my cabin. And
Burnett, why didn't you take her to Pa Kinney's, where you knew she belonged?
Oh, I stay away from there, believe me. After he fired me, Mr. Stanley threatened to make things so tough for me if I ever showed up there again.
And you were taking her to your cabin when you met the other woman, Mrs. Edmonds, near the woods?
Yeah, that's right. I tried to stop her, tell her what happened, but she spooked and run away from me. So I keep on walking to my cabin, leave the girl there, come down here to the village to tell you about it.
And where's the gun now, Burnett?
Still in my pocket. There you are, Sheriff.
Thanks. 2 rounds fired. How about that row you had with Mr. Stanley when he fired you?
Well, he says I stole his girl's diamond ring. Naturally, I call him a big liar. That's when he got mad and fired me. He was unfair.
And this is the gun you found?
Yeah, just like I told you.
Well, Burnett, I'm going to have to hold you in jail here, at least until I find what I'm looking for. You see, Mr. Stanley was also shot with a .32 caliber gun, and this just might be it. Well, I had a .32 caliber pistol in custody, and the bullets the coroner took out of both Jim Stanley and Elsa Morgan were .32s. Now, the only person so far who was tied in with the gun was Burnett, and I had him under wraps. I was sitting at my desk the next day, scratching my head over what my next move would be, when a Los Angeles call came in. Sheriff Minden speaking. Yeah. Oh, wait, just a second. Let me write that down. Uh-huh. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. That fits like a peg in a cribbage board. Okay, thanks. Maybe I can return the favor sometime. I asked Pa Kinney to have you folks gather here because I have something I want to tell all of you. I hope you don't mind my standing with my back to the fireplace while I talk to you. The seat on that Jeep's mighty cold these mornings. How are you feeling this morning, Mr. Dixon?
Well, I'm a disaster area. Even my hangover's got a hangover.
He ought to be in jail, Sheriff. He took a couple of shots at me yesterday afternoon.
Well, I mistook you for that Burnett guy, the one who killed Elsa.
Now, for your information, Mr. Dixon, and the rest of you, Burnett didn't kill Miss Morgan.
But we heard you jailed him last night.
Oh, I did, but I'm releasing him today.
Oh, by the way, Sheriff, it turns out Burnett didn't steal that diamond ring. The chambermaid found it under the chest of drawers.
Oh, that's good. Now then, I'd like to brief you folks on a couple of things. First of all, witnesses tell me that at the time Mr. Stanley was killed, Mr. Dixon was sitting by that campfire. Then later, he was joined by Mr. and Mrs. Edmonds.
That's right.
Now, we just stuck our skis in the snow and seated ourselves when the sleigh pulled up.
Well, that means that you, Mr. Dixon, were the last person to see Mr. Stanley and Miss Morgan alive. You know, I suspected Burnett because at first I didn't believe his story that he just found the murder weapon.
The gun that killed Jim?
And Miss Morgan. I checked with the Los Angeles police and found it was registered to Mr. Edmonds.
I wondered what had become of my gun. Somebody must have stolen it.
I also had the LAPD search Miss Morgan's apartment. In a diary they found, she'd written that Mr. Edmonds had introduced her to Mr. Stanley.
That's right, I did. So what?
So, according to her diary, she'd worked as a call girl. Mr. Edmonds knew this, and he wanted her to wangle Stanley into marrying her.
That's ridiculous. Why would I want to do that?
Simple, Mr. Edmonds. Once they were married, you were going to blackmail Mr. Stanley. Make him pay to keep you from revealing what she was.
You'll have a hard time proving your accusations, you big hick.
Well, now, I don't think so. You forgot to mention that there was nearly half an hour on the morning of the murder when you were separated from your wife and she didn't know where you were.
Oh, Bob, I didn't mean to say anything, but he asked me.
You were just a mite too quick to suggest the bullet that went through Mr. Stanley's head was a .32.
You can't prove that either.
You forget Mr. Dixon was there, as well as me.
Yeah, and I was sober enough to remember that, Bob. Believe me.
Mr. Edmonds, looks like you're under arrest.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension with front disc brakes standard, and a choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat. I didn't know that. Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Super Cab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor. I didn't know that. Or get 2 facing jump seats optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Super Cab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space. I didn't know that either. Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Corpse Takes a Sleigh Ride is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Monty Markham was heard as Bill Minden. Featured in the cast were Olin Soul, Betty Lou Gerson, Jerry Hausner, and Tyler McVeigh. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today's pseudonym's eerie tale of No Strings Attached. Marionettes. Starring Monty Markham. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Glenn Rogers, Chief Engineer, WXIA-TV.
I think the advantages of solid state are a cooler operating television set, a longer life set.
Does solid state make a real difference in color TV? RCA asked these TV experts, TV chief engineers. Terry Evans, San Diego.
100% solid state to me means the set will last longer, less maintenance. You won't have it in the shop nearly as much.
In a nationwide survey, 95% of the TV chief engineers polled said they'd prefer to buy solid state for their next color TV. And more than twice as many of these experts own RCA as any other color TV. Charles Abel, KFMB TV.
A solid-state set like the XL100 uses considerably less electricity than a tube set.
For color, for reliability, consider the new RCAs. Every one is an RCA XL100. 100% solid state. Don't settle for less.
Puppets are fun. Toys which we speak for with strings that we pull. Children's fare, perhaps. But who determines who is a child and who is not? We are about to meet Leslie Doyle, a grown man living in an adult world that far outstrips his ability to cope. And he will soon enter the bizarre netherworld of marionettes.
Leslie, what are you trying to do? Burn me to death? Hot coffee all over the bed. Look at my arm.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll get a sponge.
Why were you late last night, Leslie Doyle?
Well, and Mr. Fusco kept me after.
To fix my own dinner, watch television alone. Life is a bore with you, Leslie, but without you, it's simply unbearable.
I'll get a sponge.
Oh, and to think I could have married L. Wayne Simone and the boy voted most likely to succeed, and I was queen of the prom.
I'll get a sponge.
Get the telephone.
Yes, dear. Hello?
Doyle, why aren't you here? It's 9:03. You're late.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fusco.
Don't yes me. I can give any one of our salesmen your route. If you're not here in 10 minutes flat, you're fired.
I heard that. Now, that's all we need for you to get thrown out of work.
Well, I better go.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Kiss goodbye?
No. Go get a sponge.
9 minutes, 52 seconds, 9 minutes, 53 seconds, 9 minutes, 54 seconds.
I'm here, Mr. Fusco.
And just in time. Doyle, this company operates on a tight schedule. Time is money.
Yes, sir.
You haven't been making your quota, Doyle. You're going to have to do something about it.
But, Mr. Fusco, yesterday...
Yesterday is the past. Today is the future. And every second you waste standing there costs this company money.
Oh, but...
Have you seen the sales charts? You're dead last this month.
But
You've got to get out there and push, Doyle. Go!
Yes, what is it?
Well, hello. I'm here on behalf of Fusco Industries, and I wonder if you might be interested in some of our products.
Get your foot out of my door.
Oh. Yes, Pandora. Yes, Mr. Fusco. Yes, dear. No, dear. Oh, dear. There must be another way. Leslie Doyle, you're a man. You stand up for your rights. Don't let people push you around. Oh.
Mister, were you talking to yourself?
Hello, little girl. Well, is your mommy at home?
You were talking to yourself.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were. I heard you. It's all right. I talk to myself all the time.
Is your mother home?
You look hot. Come inside and have a glass of milk.
Now, look, little girl.
Come on.
Well, all right.
My name's Phoebe. What's yours?
Mr. Doyle, where is your mother? I want to show her.
Your first name? Go ahead. Sit down.
All right.
There. Drink your milk. Would you like a cookie?
No, thank you. If your mother's here, I'd like to show her.
What's your name?
Leslie.
That's a girl's name.
No, it isn't. It's my name.
Leslie's a girl's name.
I think I'll be going.
No, wait. I want to show you something. Don't go away.
Milk. I hate milk. What am I doing here? Phoebe. Oh, what kind of a name is that? Maybe if I just sneak out.
Hello there, Leslie.
I
didn't scare you, did I? This is Elroy.
What is that thing? A puppet?
Please, I'm a marionette. Can't you see my strings?
Phoebe, is that voice coming out of you?
Leslie's a girl's name.
Oh, be quiet.
I told you I talked to myself. Right, Elroy? That's right, Phoebe.
Yes, but your lips aren't moving.
That's the trick. She's a ventriloquist.
Oh.
Pretty good, huh? My mother taught me. She's one of the best in the whole country.
Ah. Is she here, your mother?
No. She'll be back later, though. She's out with some friends of mine.
Yes, well, I'll come back some other time.
Going so soon? You didn't finish your milk. Leslie didn't finish his milk. You should, you know. Yes, you should.
Now, please stop that. You're confusing me.
All right. Apologize, Elroy. I'm sorry. Shake hands?
I feel like a dummy doing this, you know.
Don't say that word. Elroy's very sensitive. Thanks for stopping by, Leslie. My mother will be home tomorrow all day. I'll tell her that you'll be back. She can help you.
Help me?
Sure. That's why you came, isn't it?
Phoebe, you're a weird little girl.
I'll see you tomorrow. I know. Goodbye, Leslie.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed. Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hey, hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them. Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do.
Well, Bushrag, what do you think? I think things are going to change, Leslie. I have to change. No one knows that better than I. Don't you think it's time you paid Phoebe another visit? I think you're right. Oh, here comes Pandora.
Leslie, who were you just talking to? I heard someone else in here.
Well, it must have been the neighbors, dear.
Well, close the window. Can't anyone get any privacy in their own home? And why are you petting that dish rag?
Huh? Oh, I'm drying my hands.
Now, when you're finished, I'll be in the media room. Don't dawdle.
I hope you electrocute yourself, you thick swine. Shh.
Oh, hello, Leslie. Mother, come on in. You told my mother all about you.
What do you mean?
Oh, all about your wife and your boss and everything.
My wife? Now, but how did you...
Hello, Leslie. I'm Una Barbanel.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, Phoebe's told me all about you.
Yes, so I heard.
Elroy likes you, Leslie.
That's nice.
Phoebe, go fetch something cool for our guests.
Leslie's a milk drink.
Phoebe...
A brew or tonic, perhaps?
Oh, nothing, thank you. Mrs. Barbanel, I'm here on behalf of the...
I know why you're here. Put your briefcase down and come this way.
Mrs. Barbanel, I'm here on behalf of the...
Help me lift the lid off of this, would you please?
What is it? A coffin?
Thank you, Una. Oh, it was getting mighty stuffy in here. My, it's Leslie.
Now, wait a minute. The voice. Where's Phoebe?
You're hurting me, Elroy. I screamed.
Now, there, Henrietta.
Who's Henrietta?
Dear sir, I am Henrietta, the pretty ballerina. Can't you see my toe shoes?
Out you go, Henrietta. You too, Elroy. Phoebe.
Coming, Mother.
Set the tray down, dear. We're going to put on a little show.
But, Mrs. Barbinell,
Now, help yourself to some refreshment, Leslie. Have a seat. Phoebe, you take Elroy.
Am I the star today? It's my turn. Elroy, you're such a ham.
Leslie's a friend of mine. He came to see me.
But I'm so beautiful. You adore me like home
Oh, children, behave. Now, we'll improvise. Is the stage ready?
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Then let the show begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take great pride in presenting the Una Barbanel players in A Day in the Life of Leslie Doyle.
Hey, now, what is this?
Now, quiet in the audience. Bring up the curtain.
Oh, Pandora, dear, I brought you breakfast in bed. That's my voice.
Leslie, what are you trying to do? Burn me to death? Hot coffee all over the bed. Look at my arm.
This can't be happening.
Be still.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll get to Sponge.
Life is a bore with you, Leslie. Life is a bore. A bore.
Stop it.
Yeah, let's stop. I don't like this part. I want to be the hero.
Those words, those voices. How do you do it?
Why, it's all very simple, really. Practice.
No, but that happened. I mean, it actually happened. To me, it happens that way every day.
Poor Leslie.
And now, Act 2.
Where's Doyle?
I'm here, Mr. Fusco. Sorry I'm late.
Being sorry isn't enough. This company operates on a tight schedule, Doyle. Time is money. You're wasting my time and my money. Have you seen the sales charts? You're dead last this month.
But
You've got to get out there and push, and push, and push.
Stop, he's right. I have to go. I'll lose my job.
But there's more.
I don't have time for more.
Good. I'm sick of this part. It stinks.
Well, go if you must, Leslie, but I want you to take something with you.
A present for Leslie.
Oh, good. I just love presents.
Have you read my book? It's a bestseller in certain circles.
Please, Mrs. Barbinell, if I don't...
Here, put it in your briefcase and read it when you have time.
My picture's on the cover. Pretty Henrietta, the ballerina.
It may help you. Oh, one word of advice. Practice.
Come see us again, Leslie. Oh, I know. Saturday at Children's Park, we're putting on a show. Maybe you can come?
Oh, well, Saturday's my day to take Pandora shopping.
Bring her along.
You don't know Pandora.
Oh, of course we do. Don't forget, Leslie.
Don't forget what?
Practice.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels that if you compare mid-size cars, you will choose Ford Torino. Take operating economy. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its leading sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find that in the course of 50,000 miles, compared to its closest sales competitor, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
There was a time when you were counted, when you knew it really counted, when you had to stand up for the things you believed in. There was a time you gave all you got, because your country meant a lot. Be proud of what you were, be counted again. Be counted again, and stand up tall. You served your country. You answer the call, be counted again, and stand up tall. When one man stands for truth and honor, he speaks for us all. Be counted again, and stand up tall. You served your country, you answer the call.
Not bad. Let's see, a little more off the stomach. Now, Pandora's fat. No, but not that fat. A little paint and a costume and then strings. This is fun.
Soon I'll have a Pandora puppet to go along with my Fusco doll.
Leslie, come in the house at once.
Yes, dear. Leslie, come in the house at once. Shut up, dear, or I'll send you into a pile of sawdust. That's telling her, Doyle. And who asked you, Fusco doll? Oh, dear, the voices. I can't seem to master those. Practice. Yes, I must practice. Leslie, come in the house at once. Leslie, come in the house at once. Leslie,
come in the house at once.
Coming, dear. Come in the house at once. Come in the house at once. Come in the house. Come in the house at once. Come in the house
I can't go in here.
Oh, no, dear.
There's a sink full of dirty dishes, and you're outside puttering around the garage. Where's my ice cream? Didn't you bring any home like I asked you to?
Oh, dear, I forgot.
You forgot?
Well, I've been so busy.
That's no excuse. I'm going to the media room. You can sleep on the couch tonight. I don't want to see you until I have my ice cream. And do those dishes.
You'll get your ice cream, Pandora, dear. Just you wait. And do those dishes. And do those dishes. No one home. Phoebe? Are you hiding behind the door? Hello? Hello? What's that? The coffin?
Leslie, thank heavens it's you.
Phoebe? Mrs. Barbanel?
They're gone.
What? But then how? Who's talking?
I am. Henrietta, wake up.
No, but that's impossible. You're just a puppet.
The show must go on.
Wake up, you stupid ballerina. Now's our chance to escape. Oh, Leslie, you must help us. Lift me out of here.
You're just wood and strings and paint.
No, you're wrong. I'm a real person. I'm talking to you.
Why, it's Leslie.
Who are you?
I'm a pretty ballerina.
She's a ding-a-ling. That's the trouble. She was Mr. Barbanel's lover, but Una found out.
No, it can't be.
I was Phoebe's real father, but I wouldn't marry Una, so she did this to me.
No.
Yes, you must believe me. You must.
No. But if it's true, if it's really true, then... Yes. Oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it, dear?
What's so beautiful about it?
Did you like the ice cream?
I've had better.
Well, let's stop at the park. I hear their ice cream is the best in town.
I don't want ice cream. I want to go shopping.
Well, we'll shop afterwards.
Did you hear what I said? I want to go shopping.
Yes, dear, I heard you.
Stop at a drugstore. I seem to be breaking out in a rash. It's been coming on the past few days.
Really, dear? Let me see.
Just you drive.
Goodness, there appears to be an ugly growth of some kind, long and narrow like a string.
Oh, Leslie, pull over. I feel faint.
Do you, dear? That's a shame.
Leslie, what's happening? I'm shrinking. Leslie.
Goodbye, Pandora. And good riddance.
Thank you, boys and girls. And now in just a moment, the Una Barbanel players will proudly present the door-to-door salesman.
Hi, Phoebe, I'm here.
Oh, and just in time, Leslie. What do you have there, a new marionette?
Yes, I read your book.
Oh, wonderful. My, 2 of them.
Yes.
Oh, set them down here.
I understand how it works now. Where's Elroy?
Oh, Elroy was a bad boy.
What do you mean?
Now, Leslie, sit down. The play is about to begin.
Oh.
Phoebe, you take the Pandora doll and I'll handle the others.
Yes, Mother.
Mm-hmm. What's the matter, Leslie? You're not looking at all well.
I don't know. I'm itchy all over, and I do feel a bit faint. It's like it was for Pandora. No, it can't be.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Leslie. You see, you know too much.
No, I didn't do anything. I read your book, and I practiced. Oh, how I practiced. I did what you said. No.
No. You can't do this to me.
Boys and girls, the door-to-door salesman.
Oh, Pandora, dear, I brought you breakfast in bed.
Leslie, what are you trying to do? Burn me to death? Hot coffee all over the bed. Look at my arm.
I'm sorry, dear. I'll get a sponge.
Look, you don't have to sell me on them. I know all about them.
You know everything about these Ford pickups I'm selling?
Sure. I know about Ford's twin I-beam front suspension. I know you get front disc brakes standard.
But do you know we give you a choice of an economical 6 or one of 3 V8s?
Sure.
You know about Ford's all-new Super Cab? The only two-door pickup with the extra room for a full back seat?
Super Cab?
Ford's Super Cab pickup. It seats a family of 6 in sedan-like comfort.
I didn't know that.
Or did you know that Super Cab's optional full-width rear seat folds flat to make a load floor?
Yeah?
Or that you can get optional facing jump seats that fold out of the way? Or with no rear seats at all, you get a full 44 cubic feet of extra storage space?
I didn't know that either.
That's it. Ford's new Super Cab. Like all Ford pickups, it works like a truck, rides like a car.
That I knew.
Ford's new Super Cab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
Marionettes is an original radio drama written by Sue Dunham. Monty Markham was heard as Leslie Doyle. Featured in the cast were Alice Reinhart, Jane Webb, Don Messick, and Ginny Tyler. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Keith Walker's gothic tale of revenge. The Ghost of the Black Plague. Starring Monty Markham. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Jim Backus with news about the most comfortable experience of a lifetime, a Lazy Boy reclining chair. It's ideal for apartments, living rooms, dens, family rooms. Lazy Boy is as beautiful as it is comfortable. Available in any style you can imagine and in hundreds of decorator fabrics and vinyls. Make your favorite room a haven of gracious living. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Hurry up. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed. Hi, I'm Jim Backus with news about an exciting sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers today. You may now put a famous Lazy Boy reclining chair into your living room at unbelievable savings. The ultimate in beauty and comfort can be yours in the style of your choice to match your favorite decor. Don't just sit, relax, and recline sumptuously in a Lazy Boy. Your choice of quality colors and fabrics. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Do that. Hurry up. He's waiting. Yes, he is.
In a few moments, you and I will step back in time 200 years to the idyllic countryside of Brookfield, England. A place about to be transformed into a vale of tears. The Black Plague will lay itself across this fertile valley. bringing in its wake the emotions of great hate and great love. The lives of Lord Alexander Wells and his son Robert are shortly to be irrevocably changed by the revenge of the ghost of the Black Plague.
Basil, come quickly. My horse.
Oh, yes, Master Wells.
Cool her down.
Oh, yes, always, Master.
Gad, this is a day of beauty. Look at the trees. It's as if they knew and shared my good fortune.
Master Robert, you're back.
Ah, Sarah. Today is your birthday, is it not?
Yes, 14th. Soon I'll be old enough for you to propose.
Oh, I'm much too old for you.
Just a josh, Master Robert. I know I'm plain.
Nonsense, Sarah. You're really very beautiful. Now run along and tell your mother I am starved for some lunch.
Yes, sir.
And where's my father?
The library, sir. He's with Mr. Duncan.
Oh, well, I shall see if I can disturb their business. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Thank you. Mother, Master Robert is out and what?
A scoundrel who cares not for the people. Out of my house. 1 week, do you hear?
You will pay for this if it's the last thing I do.
Mr. Duncan, good afternoon.
Out of my way, boy.
Father, may I ask, why you argued with Mr. Duncan?
No. What did you want?
Well, I had news, sir, but it can wait.
Well, I have some that can't wait.
What news, sir?
I've just received a letter from my old friend, Dr. Zavala.
In America?
Yes. I wrote him regarding the possibility of your entering the Boston University of Medicine, and he has agreed.
But that's marvelous.
Yes, and I hope you'll be pleased. You'll leave at week's end.
But my news, Father, it has a bearing on the future. You see, Lorraine Duncan has consented to be my wife.
What? That trollop? No, I forbid it.
She is not a trollop. Because she is of a different station, you have no right to look down on her.
I said it is forbidden. Besides, I have just evicted her.
So that was what the argument was all about. Father, I don't understand.
She will not wear the name of Wells.
Then I'm afraid I must go against your wishes.
No, you will not. Now, we'll not talk about this again.
My Lord, come quick. It's your son, Master Michael.
What is it?
The boy said he collapsed by the pond. He looks very sick, and he's having the most terrible fits.
Well,
it was the plague, sir. The Black Death.
Oh, my God, no.
My lord, if I may, is it true you plan to send your son to America?
Yes.
Then I would do it right away, before he too succumbs.
Oh, my darling Robert, I do love you.
And I you, Lorraine.
Robert, you move forward. Miss Duncan, you'll have to leave now.
Goodbye, Robert.
No, not goodbye.
Come, my boy. Now, Robert, I want you to forget that girl.
Goodbye, Father.
I will write to you.
Robert, goodbye.
Before you invest in a color TV, listen to what these experts say about solid state versus tube type sets. Terry Evans, TV Chief Engineer, San Diego.
Color quality on a 100% solid state set will remain stable for much longer than it would on a tube set.
John Silva, KTLA TV.
I would buy a solid-state television set over a tube set anytime.
In a nationwide survey, 95% of the TV chief engineers polled said they'd prefer to buy solid state for their next color TV. And it's no accident that more than twice as many of these experts own RCA as any other color TV. Lynn Rogers, WXIA TV.
If I was going to recommend a TV to a friend, I would recommend the RCA XL100.
For color, for reliability, consider the new RCAs. Every one is an RCA XL100. 100% solid state. Don't settle for less.
Fall in love with a bottle of ketchup.
Real love is eating cornflakes.
The taste of love is ginger ale.
Well, do you think that ginger ale tastes like love?
No. Ginger ale doesn't taste like love.
Well, what about ketchup? I know what. I'll bet cornflakes taste like love, huh?
Not cornflakes either.
By the way, What is love?
Love is love and kiss.
Oh. And do you know anything that tastes like love?
Uh-huh. People could taste like love.
People could?
I know people that taste like love.
You do? Who?
My mommy, my daddy, my sister, and my brother, and my grandpa.
We use things. Love is for people.
My auntie, and my kitty.
From the Franciscans, with love.
My dear Robert, I'm writing this to you because my memories are flooded with your touch, your face, our happiness. I miss you so. We have moved away from Brookfield to another
It saddens
village.
me to tell you of this, but I fear your father will not speak of it to you. You have been gone less than a year, and the face of Brookfield has changed to the mask of death. The Black Plague has taken almost 300 of the villagers to God. And I know of no way to express my sorrow when I tell you that Lorraine Duncan and her mother were also taken.
Yes.
I was with the child when she died.
I am grieved to tell you that much has changed here in Brookfield in the years that you've been gone. I know you will never forgive me for not allowing you to come home, but I still think it best that with only one more year to complete before you become a doctor, it is best...
I hope it is all right that I send this. I chanced to find your address when I was cleaning your father's study and thought I would say good days to you. Things are strange here.
I have the most tragic news. Your father has taken his own life. We are at odds to explain this unhappy circumstance. Perhaps with your graduation only a week away, you could hasten home as soon as you can. I do not trust myself to outline the...
Dr. Robert Wells, Doctor of Medicine.
Vicar, I appreciate your meeting me. Please tell me exactly the circumstances of how my father died.
Well, you remember Samuel Duncan.
Yes, of course.
When the Black Death struck Brookfield, as you know, many people died. Among them, Duncan's entire family. He blamed their deaths on your father.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, but he swore that because of his reduced financial condition, he was unable to provide proper medical care for him. Thus, your father was responsible.
I see.
In the month before I wrote you, your father became very strange. He let the servants go and closed most of the house. He would see nobody, not even me. And then some of the villagers began to report odd happenings at night in the house. Screams, hammerings as if he were building something. That was what finally brought me to the manor. I found Lord Wells dead. Hanged, it seemed, by his own hand.
I never knew. He wrote nothing of this to me. Are you sure it was suicide?
Oh, yes. He left a note. It said quite simply that he could stand the pain no longer, that his guilt was too much, and this would end it all. Ah, here we are.
My God, the manor is a shambles.
Your father left no provisions for upkeep. But I did take the liberty of re-engaging Basil and Sarah.
Sarah? She's here?
Well, tomorrow, I believe. She came to me and asked if she might be re-employed. I knew you'd need a cook and someone to look after the house. I hope I did well.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, I must be away before the storm. Are you quite sure you'll be all right tonight? Alone?
Yes, of course.
Oh, call me if you need anything.
I will. And thank you again.
Hello.
What? I'm sorry,
Why, Lord Robert, you do not remember me?
Sarah.
Yes, sir.
But you were not due till the morning.
I thought with the storm coming, you would be in need of a warm supper, Lord Wells.
Sarah, it's amazing. You've blossomed to a real beauty.
Thank you, sir. You too are...
Yeah, I agree I am something, changed anyway.
I'll just take these cases upstairs.
Well, thank you. I'll wander around a bit, I think.
Very good, sir. Dinner will be at 8.
Sarah, you spoil me with food like that.
Thank you. I'm very pleased. Robert, I have set a fire going in your room.
Good, I am all done in from the trip. Are you sure you'll be all right?
Oh, yes. Basil fixed the servants' quarters first thing. I'll be fine.
All right. Good night, then. What? What's that? Oh, shut it.
Robert!
Oh, what now? Who's there? Who's there? Sarah, is that you? Of course not. Sarah's clear the other side of the house. Oh, the devil. Where is it? It's behind this wall. Oh, wait, where's Michael's room? I know his room is here somewhere. It's hollow. Why the devil would Father close this room over? A chair, I need something to break through with. Something. There.
Robert, come!
I'm coming. I'm coming. There. Who's here? Who's here, I say? No. No, it can't be.
Welcome home, my darling Robert.
Lorraine.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Today, more than ever, what an automobile costs you is important. But what you should know is that the total cost of ownership involves 3 basic considerations: purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. So when you're looking at cars today, use all 3 in making your comparison. You'll be amply rewarded by what you find. Consider the purchase price of Ford's midsize Torino. Ford thinks you'll be surprised when you discover a 4-door, 8-cylinder Gran Torino with automatic transmission is sticker priced less than its comparably equipped sales competition. And Torino is even sticker priced less than some compacts, comparably equipped with V8s, automatic transmissions, and steel-belted radial ply tires. So compare not only the cars, but the total cost of ownership, purchase price, operating economy, and trade-in value. Everyone says compare. Ford tells you how.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
They told me you had died. My Lorraine.
Yes, it is true. I am dead, but I returned, Robert. I loved you so.
Oh, Lorraine, I can't believe my eyes. Oh, come here, let me touch you.
No, please stay away.
Lorraine, where are you? No, please don't leave.
Here. Please stay over there.
Yes. I thought of you every day while I was in America.
I wanted so much for us to have a life together.
But there must be some way. You've come this far.
I am well here on the other side. It is peaceful, and I will rest now that I have seen you.
No, please, wait. Don't leave again.
I must. I am only allowed a little time, but I I can return once more, tomorrow night.
Lorraine, I'll be here.
At the same time, my darling.
Dr. Wells, Robert, please come in.
Vicar, I must talk with you.
Certainly, my son. Sit down.
Yesterday you told me of the tragedy of the Duncan family. What happened to the father, Samuel?
But I thought someone might have told you he hung himself.
When?
Let me see, about 3 months ago.
Just before the strange happenings at the manor?
Why, yes.
Vicar, I received a visit from his daughter last night.
Lorraine Duncan? But the girl is dead.
Yes, that may well be, but I swear, I saw her. I talked with her. Vicar, have you never heard of something like that happening before?
Well, yes, but it's not generally accepted in clerical circles. Sometimes it has been said that great love or great hate will allow someone to return for a short time from the other side.
Yes, thank you.
Robert, please, you don't have to leave so quickly.
Yes, sir, yes, I do. I must go to London and be back before dark.
Robert, I am here. My love, I can only stay a moment. There is not much strength left to hold me longer.
Lorraine, I have been studying today. I traveled to London and talked with a man who specializes in the black arts. He has told me that you can materialize here if you wish strongly enough.
He is wrong. I cannot. Oh, Robert, I want you so.
I don't know how to.
Robert, there is a way we can be together if you wish it.
Tell me anything, my darling.
Then you must take a poison. You can then join me. We will be together again.
Poison, yes. The man mentioned this, but he was unsure.
Do you love me, Robert?
Oh, yes.
Then do it. In a few moments we could... No! I cannot! Father, I will not do this!
Fool! Dawson, you are a fool.
Samuel Duncan.
Yes, Robert Wells, it is I who have come from the depths. Do you want my daughter?
Oh, yes.
Then do as she asks. You'll find a potion downstairs. Hurry.
No, Robert, you mustn't.
Why? Is that not what you want?
He forced me to do this. I am trapped. He will give me no peace.
Is that the truth?
Forget her ravings. You must do this to be with her. Now, hurry.
Robert, are you all right? Who is this?
Be gone, woman. This is no affair of yours.
Father, we must leave.
No, wait, Sarah. Why are you here?
I thought this was happened. Oh, Robert, late one night, just before your father died, I heard him. Duncan and your father were screaming at one another. That was the night before Lord Wells hanged himself.
It is not true. I had nothing to do with it.
Robert, believe her. It is true. His hate drove your father to his death.
Lorraine, is it true? If I die, will this give you peace?
Yes. I promise if the line of Wells dies, I will have no need for her agonies.
Then I shall.
No! Father, your hate gave you the power to hold me. Now my love gives me the power to destroy you.
No! I must have my revenge.
I love you, Robert!
Lorraine! No, you must not!
She's gone, Robert. Perhaps now she has her peace.
Yes. Yes. Perhaps her love has destroyed his hate.
You probably know all about Ford pickups, how they work like a truck, ride like a car, how they've got Ford's famous twin I-beam front suspension, front disc brakes standard, choice of an economical 6 or 3 V8s. But maybe you didn't know about Ford's new Super Cab. Super Cab's the only two-door pickup that's roomy enough for a full back seat.
I didn't know that.
Well, Ford's new Super Cab pickup makes a big difference in capacity to carry people or things. You can do most anything with it. Order Supercab with an optional bench seat that's 5.5 feet wide. That's room enough for a family of 6 to ride in sedan-like comfort. And the bench seat folds flat to make a load floor.
I didn't know that.
Or get 2 facing jump seats. Optional. They fold out of the way for cargo. Or order Supercab with no rear seats at all. Then you get a full 44 cubic feet of storage space.
I didn't know that either.
Ford's new Supercab. It's news even to people who thought they knew all about Ford pickups. See it now at your local Ford dealer.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Ghost of the Black Plague is an original radio drama written by Keith Walker. Monty Markham was heard as Robert Wells. Featured in the cast were Peggy Walton, Ben Wright, Harley Bear, Rhoda Williams, and Dawes Butler. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis. Directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System of Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's gruesome account of murders in a boarding house. A trunk full of trouble. Starring Monty Markham. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
RCA asked these TV chief engineers about solid-state color television sets versus tube-type sets. Steve Desatnik, WCVB-TV.
Solid state makes a difference in fewer repairs, reliability, and excellent performance.
Robert Porter, KMEX-TV.
100% solid state generates less heat, and therefore the components should last longer.
In a nationwide survey, 95% of the TV chief engineers polled said they'd prefer to buy solid state for their next color TV. All the new RCA sets are 100% solid state, the XL100s. Charles Abel, KFMB-TV.
I just recommended to my son that he buy an XL100 solid-state set because of the greater reliability with less maintenance.
For color, for reliability, consider the new RCAs. Every one is an RCA XL100. 100% solid state. Don't settle for less.
The employees of the Express Company are conditioned to expect unusual items to surface as boxes, trunks, cartons, drums, barrels, suitcases, and other containers right along conveyor belts or are forklifted from the bellies of huge cargo planes. Hardly an eyebrow is raised at the appearance of anything from A to Z, whether it be an aardvark or a zither. But a corpse? Well, that's something else again. As the curtain rises on today's drama, the news of the gruesome shipment has reached the ears of the police department.
Well, Tad, looks like we're going to roll in another murder one.
Who is it this time?
The murderee is unknown.
What's the background, Harry?
Down at the express terminal, a baggage truck was rolling along. Probably stacked way too high when the load wobbled and the trunk fell off the top of the stack.
Don't tell me.
Yep. One of those old-fashioned steamer trunks. Hit the concrete floor, one of the hinges gave way, and a woman's hand popped out. Security boys opened the trunk the rest of the way. Call homicide. Looks like I've got it.
What was the trunk's destination?
Des Moines, Iowa. There's a chance it'll be a dead end because the waybill's been stamped. We'll call.
I don't suppose it was a pickup.
No, the shipper brought it to the receiving dock in a car.
A big steamer trunk in a car?
Convertible. They had the top down.
Oh. I don't suppose the express employee who accepted the shipment paid any attention to whoever was sending it.
No such luck. He was questioned, but he couldn't remember anything except that he was kind of an old guy.
How was the victim killed?
Strangled. We better keep on this one. You go down to the morgue this afternoon and get all the dope you can.
Just a minute. Yes?
Is Miss Graham in, please?
Why, no. Miss Graham doesn't live here anymore.
Really?
Oh, she moved yesterday.
That's strange. We sort of made a date for this afternoon. I'm Joan Stafford. I work at the branch library around on Cliff Street.
Oh, yes. Miss Graham used to speak of you.
But we made a date 2 days ago to go to the museum today. It's my day off.
Well, she left rather suddenly.
Well, anything wrong?
Not that I know of. There certainly wasn't any trouble between Miss Graham and my husband and me. She boarded here for over a year. Mr. Webster, that's my husband, was saying just last night that the house feels sort of lonely without her.
Well, did she leave a forwarding address?
No. She didn't tell us she was leaving. Just up and left while my husband and I were downtown shopping in the afternoon. I suspect she may have gotten homesick or something. She has relatives upstate, you know.
No, I didn't know. Well, Miss Webster, if you hear from her, please call me at the library.
I'll be glad to. I'll get in touch with you right away.
Homicide, Sullivan.
Ted Hayward, Harry.
Yeah, Ted, what'd you find out?
The medical examiner verified the report on death by strangulation, and he had his dental man work up a chart on the victim's teeth.
All right, see that the information circulated to all dentists in the area so they can compare fillings, missing teeth, any other details with their files.
Will do. And they've worked up a description of her, which we're giving to the reporters.
Good. Have you had the artist do a sketch on the woman?
Yeah, he's finishing it up right now.
As soon as he's done, Tad, have it photocopied and sent out to the papers along with the written description. Did you find anything worthwhile in the trunk?
Newspapers have been stuffed all around the body, but no subscriber names on them.
Any unusual publications? Out-of-town papers, fraternal or business firm news sheets?
No, all run-of-the-mill dailies and throwaways, which could have been delivered to thousands of people.
Did you check the waybill for a return address?
Yeah, the sender's name was given as John Smith. I ran down the return address, but it turned out to be a vacant lot.
Yeah, that figures. Any leads on the trunk itself?
I checked with the manufacturer. They quit making that type of steamer trunk 25 years ago. I've also got missing persons alert. They'll let us know if they get a call on anyone coming close to fitting the description.
Well, that's good work, Ted. I guess for now all we can do is wait to see if the description and the sketch in the newspapers uncover anything.
Guess so. The evening papers will hit the stands with them late this afternoon.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Right.
Oh, it's you, Miss Stafford.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. I suppose you're getting dinner ready?
It's on the stove. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm terribly worried. Have you seen this evening's paper?
Why, no. Come in, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
Why are you so worried, Miss Stafford?
Well, look, here on the front page, it's a sketch of a murder victim, an elderly woman. Looks a lot like Miss Graham.
Well, yes, in a way.
Well, it's even got the mole on her cheek.
Well, now, that is a coincidence.
I think it's more than a coincidence.
Does the article say how long she's been dead?
24 hours, approximately.
Well, then, it couldn't be, Miss Graham. We had a postcard from her this morning. I was right. She is upstate visiting her relatives.
Could I see the card, please? Oh, now, it's not that I doubt your word, you understand. It's just that, well, somebody may have killed her and sent the postcard to throw the authorities off the track.
Oh, heavens. I never thought of that. Certainly you may see it. It should be right on this desk someplace.
In any case, I think we should get in touch with the police.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, maybe it's in this drawer.
If I may use your phone, Miss Webster, I'll call the police myself.
I don't think you will, Miss Stafford.
Well, why not? I've got... What's that gun for?
It's in case you do anything foolish. You're going to stay here until my husband returns. We can discuss this with him. I'm sure he will have something definite in mind. Very definite.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will. Hi, this is Jim Backus with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Project Hope is reaching out, bringing hope to more countries around the world this year than ever before. Newest addition to Hope's international programs is Ethiopia, where Project Hope's doctors, nurses, and other medical specialists will be working side by side with Ethiopians, teaching while they treat. Since 1960, Hope has trained more than 7,000 physicians, dentists, nurses, and other healthcare personnel, has helped establish new schools of nursing, dentistry, and physical therapy in several countries, and assisted in the development of hospitals, teaching institutions, and public health services. Hope's work has been heralded by heads of many nations, its services requested by many, many more.
Hope is training and sharing. Hope is treating and caring. Health is what Hope's all about. Help Project Hope reach out.
Help Hope reach out. Right, Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Martha?
I'm in here, Alfred.
Oh, hello, my dear. Something smells good.
Leg of lamb.
Now, I suppose you'll scold me because I'm late for dinner and everything's overdone.
Through all the years of our marriage, I've never scolded you. You know that.
Yes, I know. You're pretty special.
We've got company.
Company? Where?
In the basement. It's the young librarian Miss Graham used to speak of so kindly. Works at the branch on Cliff Street.
Oh, yes, I sort of recall. But why is she here?
She saw a sketch of Miss Graham in the evening paper.
Oh, of course. I wasn't going to tell you about them finding the body until after dinner. I didn't want you to be upset.
You're always so considerate, Alfred.
Why is the young lady in the basement?
She wanted to go to the police.
And you detained her?
Yes. I tied her wrists and gagged her.
Good girl. Well, let's go down and pay her a visit.
Very well. Watch those stairs, Alfred. Oh, wait just a second. I'll snap on the switch. There. She's right over there near the furnace.
Oh, it's too bad she's been so foolish. She's a comely young thing.
I told her we might discuss this with you. Do you want me to remove the gas?
No, dear. I have nothing to say to her, except that I am sorry she forced us to take this action.
Do you want the gun?
No. Cutting off her windpipe is every bit as final and a lot less noisy.
Oh, Alfred, you have such big, beautiful, strong hands.
Got a minute, Harry?
No, not really. But I'll find one. Anything to get a break from this paperwork.
Oh, I know the feeling, believe me. I wanted to tell you that I just came from missing persons.
Anything on the old lady?
No, but I picked up something that might be a lead.
What's that?
They got a report this morning on a young woman who's been missing for 2 days. Name's Joan Stafford. There might be a tie-in.
Oh.
She lives at a woman's club downtown, and the club manager was the one who reported her missing.
Did you talk with him?
On the phone. He told me that on the day he last saw her, she'd bought a paper at the stand in the club lobby.
2 days ago?
Yeah.
That'd be the day they found the body in the trunk.
Right. Well, when she looked on the front page, she became very agitated, said something to the manager about thinking the picture was of someone she knew. She told him the woman used to visit the library quite often.
Library?
She works at the branch on Cliff Street.
I think you ought to see what you can find out at the library.
Now?
Well, the sooner the better.
Oh, can't. I'm doing court in 20 minutes. Witness on that fur heist, the one in which they did that punch job on the storage vault.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that was coming up today. Well, as I said, anything to get a break from this paperwork. I'll run out there myself.
My, you're home early, Alfred, dear.
Well, I managed to clean up my business, so I thought I might as well call it a day. Martha, I sold every piece of Miss Graham's jewelry.
Oh, how nice. Did you get as much as you expected?
More. Some of those rings of hers were better pieces than we'd thought.
Oh, she had excellent taste.
For which we can be extremely thankful.
Anything more in the newspapers?
Well, only that the police admit they're completely baffled.
Oh, how wonderful. After all the trouble we've gone to, it'd be a shame to have anything go wrong.
Yes. And getting rid of that Stafford girl was an excellent precaution. She could have made it very unpleasant for us, to say the least.
What are we going to do with the body? We don't dare run the risk of having anyone see another trunk leaving the house. We're just lucky no one noticed the last one.
You're quite right, my dear. I was thinking about the problem on the way home, and I believe I have the perfect solution.
What's that?
I can take up a section of the basement floor, and we'll tuck her away all nice and cozy.
Oh, that sounds like a very good idea.
I should be able to finish the job fairly quickly. I'll work this afternoon and tonight, and by tomorrow evening we can relax.
And we won't even have to leave town. We'll just stay on, enjoy life's little pleasures until we've spent the nest egg Miss Graham sent our way.
Dear Miss Graham.
Then when our finances get low, we'll take in another boarder.
Right, my dear. Well, I'll get busy right away. I'll drive over to that building supply place immediately and get some concrete mix.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels that if you compare mid-size cars, you will choose Ford Torino. Take operating economy. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its leading sales competitor. And to compare some scheduled maintenance costs, you'll find that in the course of 50,000 miles, compared to its closest sales competitor, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
Ted Brown here with the new Seekers for Johnny Horizon 76.
We got to do it now. We can't go on forever. Following up the streams, the rivers and the sea.
Let's put our power to work. Plant a tree. Pretty up a neighborhood. Get involved. Let's clean up America for our 200th birthday. Can you dig it? You can. Write Johnny Horizon 76, Washington, D.C.
I talked to the head librarian at the branch, and the Stafford girl hasn't shown up there either for 2 days. The day she disappeared was a regular day off. I told the librarian about the girl buying the newspaper and saying she thought she knew the trunk murder victim.
Did you show her the sketch?
Yeah, she hadn't seen it in the newspaper. Said the face looked familiar. Might very well be the woman who used to come in and chat with Miss Stafford. It ties in, too, in that the woman she identified as a Miss Graham hasn't been in since the day before Miss Stafford disappeared.
And you got the Graham woman's address from the librarian?
Yes. Miss Stafford kept a pocket address book in her desk. And the librarian looked it up for me.
Here's Walter Road coming up.
Look for number 11920. Should be one of those older, large places.
There it is.
The librarian said they took in porters. Miss Graham was one of them. Okay.
I'll get the bell.
How do you do?
Hello. May I help you?
Yes, we're looking for a Miss Graham. Does she live here?
She did, up to a few days ago.
Have you any idea where we might find her?
I'm afraid not. She left without leaving a forwarding address.
Are you the owner of this house?
Yes. My husband and I own it. I'm Mrs. Webster.
Mrs. Webster, my name is Harry Solomon. The police department has assigned me to investigate the disappearance of Miss Graham. This is my partner, Officer Tad Hayward. May we come in?
Of course. Please do.
We'd just like a few minutes of your time, if you don't mind, to ask some questions.
Come right into the parlor.
Thank you.
Oh, be seated and make yourselves comfortable. Now then, what would you like to ask me? Has Miss Graham done something against the law?
No, but we think she may have...
Did somebody come in, Martha?
Yes, dear. That's my husband.
Who is it? Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Please excuse my appearance. I've been puttering around down in the basement.
These gentlemen are from the police department, dear.
Oh, something wrong?
The body of a woman was found in a trunk down at the express terminal a few days ago, and we're of the opinion it's the body of Miss Graham.
Great God.
Oh, heavens, really? Oh, how awful.
You say Miss Graham left without leaving a forwarding address?
That's right, and she boarded here for over a year.
Why did she leave here, Mrs. Webster?
I believe she went to visit relatives upstate.
Cousins, I think they were.
What makes you think the body in the trunk was that of Miss Graham?
Well, several things, Mrs. Webster. By the way, may I take a look at your basement?
Well, now, we're willing to cooperate with the police at any time, sir, but for you to snoop through our home without a search warrant's highly unethical, isn't it?
We can go downtown and bring one back, you know.
Well, I don't... Why are you so interested in the basement, officers?
Because we're also investigating the disappearance of Miss Joan Stafford, a friend of Miss Graham's. She may have shed some light on the fate of Miss Graham, but unfortunately, she doesn't seem to be around to do so.
What does our basement have to do with that?
I'll put it to you this way, Mr. Webster. If you can give me a satisfactory explanation for that fresh cement on your trouser cuff, I just might overlook your basement. Otherwise...
Get him, Martha!
Look out, Harry!
Stay where you are. Not quite fast enough, Mrs. Webster. Thanks, Tad. That was a nice kick to the wrist. Get the cuffs on them. You know something, Tad?
What?
I won't mind doing the paperwork on these two. Fact is, I'd like to bury them in it.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
A Trunk Full of Trouble is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Monty Markham was heard as Harry Solomon. Featured in the cast were Johnny Gunn, Parley Bear, Dorothy Dexter, and Betty Lou Gerson. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. Music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.